What's up, everybody? It's Friday. Junkies back with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Friday, April 3rd, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cake Sawville.
Hey, hello, everybody. Good morning.
And Jason Bishop.
Happy Friday, boys.
Running the three-man show.
Happy Friday.
EB will be back on Monday. I'll be flying to L.A. on Sunday, so I'll be out next week. I did not call in comedy cakes.
You didn't. You made it through the Nate Bargatze show. Very
That's
good.
right. I want to hear all about that.
Oh, he's awesome. He's one of the top guys out there right now. Anybody that can sell out an arena and do it 2 nights in a row.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, that's
So he's there
that's
tonight
40,000
as well?
tickets basically in 2 nights. Almost.
I don't know. They look like they maybe closed some of the nosebleed sections.
Okay,
And I don't know if
maybe-
it was officially a sellout.
Let's say 16 to 17,000 per night.
Yeah.
That's still that's crazy.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
impressive.
And I've seen some heavy hitters even lately. Like I saw
I think
Chappelle.
you're at Capital One more than Jim Van Stone.
I've seen
You're there a lot.
Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
I saw Sebastian Maniscalco, and that was like a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
But Bargatze, the way he does it is just unique.
Why is that?
just-
Is it a
It's
storyteller?
like, he's just kind of having a conversation. He's clean.
Yeah.
He's just, it's not like punchlines. And he's just,
he doesn't have. He
it's
doesn't.
almost like he's hanging out, but
I don't
he's a
need
killer.
I don't need my comedians necessarily to be clean, but I guess there is like a talent to that. Like not using.
Does he? So he doesn't drop f-bombs. He doesn't.
Zero.
Doesn't cuss at all. Wow.
No. I think his father, you don't know what his father was?
Hold on, his
Nope.
father. He's definitely talked about his dad in his bits before, but I'm not sure what he did for a living.
Clown.
He was like a. Hold on,
I mean, check Wikipedia, but I'm pretty sure his dad was a clown.
like his dad would go to hired out for birthday parties.
clown, magician.
That's seems like a tough way to make a living. Maybe it's more lucrative than I think. I don't know.
What time did he get on stage?
So this kind of surprised me, to be honest. I never looked at when the show was going to start.
Yeah.
And I was fortunate. We got there at 7:45.
Mm-hmm.
The ticket said 7 o'clock. I was like, whoa. I thought it was starting at 8. But Thursday night, I did see a little bit of your boy, Greg Garcia.
Uh-huh.
I didn't sit down on my seats for him, to be honest with you.
Right.
I just listened to a little bit. They had 5 opening acts, I believe, or maybe it was 4.
I think he said 5. Yeah.
And they
He
were
told me
all
5.
very quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And then
it's
he
5 to 8 minutes.
probably went on stage a little after 8:15 or 8:30.
Okay.
And then he just does like a solid hour,
Where-
hour 15 minutes.
Where was Greg in front of Nate? How many guys in front of him?
3 maybe?
3. Yeah. What was his comedy act? What was his platform?
I mean, I can't retell his joke. He did one joke about he's kind of like a middle-aged guy and he wears hokas.
Right.
And he voice texts.
Right.
And with his wife, like hokas gets
His wife
confused
Kim. Kim's great. She's a
His
PG
wife
County
gets
girl.
That was a good
confused
job.
with hookers, hookers,
hookers.
and he's reading kind of his voice text and what his wife is receiving.
Did you laugh?
Yeah,
It's
it
kind
was
of
a good
kind of
joke.
funny concept.
It was a good concept.
Oh, okay,
Hookers, and he was like, "I like the white ones."
Uh-huh. Yeah.
As he's talking about his shoes, but his wife thinks
Right.
he's talking about hookers.
I told Greg that you're usually late to things, so you're
Yeah.
probably gonna miss them. You're gonna get there late. And he said, "Well,
Yeah, but you know what?
he's gonna miss the best act."
Right.
You know what we should do is we should go to. I think he's coming to DC Improv this summer.
Look at that.
Oh, is he?
So yeah, it's awesome. I'm uber impressed when I've been there 2 times in like the last couple of weeks. One for Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
Now her production was probably $1 million. Like the lights, the wardrobe,
Sure.
the whole
very elaborate.
the dancers.
Yeah.
She's
She's got a lot of overhead.
It was
that Lady
crazy,
Gaga.
right?
Yeah.
And it was an awesome show. I'm not necessarily a Gaga fan, but I was uber impressed with the whole production.
Yeah.
This is just
Bare bones.
stage in the middle.
It's a stool and about a dozen bottles of water. for the comedians to
Yeah,
come
they
out.
didn't
in a
even
few
have a
lights.
stool
I
out
mean,
there.
Yeah.
He just comes out there and
Yeah.
just starts chit-chatting. He actually was spitballing and new stuff about he was driving in DC and he was like,
Yeah.
that didn't really work.
Right.
He's kind of casual that way, but
Yeah.
he's really, really good.
Is
so.
he?
And at the beginning, he had like a little video montage.
Mm-hmm.
I've always called him Bergazzi.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I think everybody on TV has called him Bergazzi, but it might be Bergetzi.
Baguette.
Yeah, I don't know. I
It's
mean,
a-
everybody's coming out with new pronunciations for their name.
Yeah, I mean, Lurch is Bish.
yeah, I mean, Travis Etienne wants to be called Travis Achan now that he's with the Saints. I mean, I don't know what to call anybody anymore. I have no idea.
So, what time did you get home?
A little after 11.
Man, he's been.
Standard night for you. It's like you staying
Late
up late
nights.
to watch Luca.
Yeah, I could
It's
have called
about
out
the same.
Luca. I mean, tragedy there. He
Yep.
hurts his hamstring, and they just got just bludgeoned by
Did you have
Oklahoma
did
City.
you shed a tear when he tweaked his hammy?
I didn't shed a tear, but when I got in the car and I was in the parking garage, 'cause I ended up driving last night, I checked the score and they were down by 25 after
Yeah.
the first quarter. I was like, whoa.
If you're a studly white Euro hoopster, JP's probably going to be into you. He's going to be into you and your exploits. Dirk.
Yeah, I saw
Luka.
that. I mean, he's going to have an MRI. It didn't
Yeah.
look good. I mean, he couldn't put much weight on that leg, so it doesn't look good for Luka the next few weeks.
No, but I'm here and we got a packed show. Later in the program, we have a couple kids and Cakes just told me how much Baba is making.
Well, that's what I've heard. It's what I've heard through the grapevine. It's a lot.
We have
Baba.
two guys who are participating in the Capital Classic. Capital Classic's tomorrow. It's the 53rd.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some of the greatest players in the history of the game, including Michael Jordan, have played in the Capital Classic.
I was at that game.
My friend Tom
I was 11
Doyle,
years old.
Ah, look
it
at
was
you.
Jordan against Ewing.
and
That's
his-
pretty good. It's
his-
pretty good. Two
and
headliners.
I wish I remember who some of the other players were, but those
But
are
I can look it up. What year was that?
it was 81, I believe.
All right, I can look it up.
My boy Tom Doyle and his friend Pete have kind of taken it over the last couple of years, and they're bringing it back to Capital One Arena.
Yep.
And Baba Oladotten is the number 11 prospect in all of basketball, and he's going to Maryland.
Yes,
So
he
we
is.
need him in studio, and this kid that's going to Michigan, Quinn Costello. And what Cakes and I were talking about is it's so different. So think about it. Michael Jordan, greatest player of all time, goes to college, and he gets a scholarship. It's nice.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are getting
Paid.
paid.
Yeah, they
are. The 81 Capital Classic on the Capital team, that included Patrick Ewing, Adrian Branch. I'm just going with
Oh,
the
Branch.
biggest name.
That's right. Branch was there.
Bob Ferry, Lorenzo
Couple
Gill.
of the boys.
Lorenzo Gill.
Bob Ferry?
I mean, should that be Danny Ferry? It says Bob Ferry. Maybe
No, it
that's
wasn't Danny Ferry.
Yeah, I guess Bob Ferry.
His son, his brother.
Bob Ferry.
Our first ever guest on
Ferry.
Junks
Yeah, his brother.
on the Sports Junkies
He was a point.
cable
He was
access show.
He was a point guard.
That's the same person?
I gotta assume.
I guess you're right. The United States team included Buzz Peterson, Eddie Pinckney,
Carolina boy.
Michael Jordan, and Roy Marble,
Yeah, there's some.
amongst others.
Yeah.
That's
See,
pretty
back
good.
then you remember the names because they played 3 and 4 years.
Right.
Now it's one and done. Yeah, but that'll be cool. And Quinn Costello is going to Michigan. He's from I think he's from Boston, but where did he play high school ball? Did he play in Boston?
Yeah, so we're going to be joined by them. We should also mention Evan Washburn's going to be on the show. The tournament is set Saturday, and all of our listeners, of course, are rooting against Drabby because he'll have to kiss Roger's feet.
Roger the Dodger.
And what
Let's see.
Drabby is doing is he's rooting for Arizona against Michigan.
Right, and he hates Arizona. He hates
Travis,
Tommy
your
Floyd.
last time doing a bracket with a wacky bet attached to it. I'm guessing this is probably it for you. This is
I seem to have trouble learning my lessons.
okay.
And so I'm sure next year I'll be right back in the similar
Right.
spot. here.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Just want to check the
Glutton
pulse.
for punishment.
Is it going to be hard for you? I mean, you've never rooted for Arizona.
Uh,
I mean, I assume you've never rooted for them.
I've
unless you
never
had-
rooted for
unless you
Arizona.
had money
to win.
on
I think he
them.
actually actively hates them.
I mean, have you
Yeah.
ever bet on Arizona?
Never. I would never bet on a team I despise.
All right, so
Yeah.
you've never rooted for them until tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, I'll be me and Lute Olson will be their biggest fans.
Right.
Rest in peace, I think.
Yeah, so I'm
Yeah.
wondering if he's still alive.
Lute Olson, I think, has been gone for a bit.
That's going to
Been
be
gone for a minute.
That's going to be interesting.
Where are you watching the games?
Mikasa.
Just at home?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the second game's going to start around 9. I'll be in my bed with my computer.
Yeah, you'll
right
be
there.
covers pulled up, ready.
You're just going to watch on the computer, not one of your big screen TVs?
No, I just mess around on the computer and I watch it on the TV.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll have the TV on.
And then what does Teresa do? Is she
She-
watching games with you?
No,
or
she's on her iPad in another room, usually watching her shows.
Right.
She won't care about the games.
No.
She might watch the first game with me, but second game she'll be out.
Yep.
It'll be me and Luca, my doggy,
Very good.
watching from our bed. What about you guys?
I'll be watching from home.
I'll watch
I mean,
from
I got a
I'm
flight.
a poor hermit. I'll be watching.
Tomorrow I'm actually doing our family Easter celebration. We're not doing it on Easter
Okay,
Sunday.
that's fine.
We're doing it tomorrow.
I got a flight on Sunday, so
So what time's your flight?
it's a little bit later. But we'll
Anybody
probably have to leave around noon.
Did anybody talk to Bickle? Was there any TSA issues?
He said he got through Dulles in like 5 minutes. I saw he tweeted it.
perfect.
There's no issues.
Yeah. I think Dulles is even when it was bad, I think Dulles was still pretty
Kind of
smooth.
disappointed JP's not flying on like Spirit or Frontier. I was hoping he would like text us a video or put it on his Twitter of some big fight like at the gate.
I've never had a problem.
Somebody
I've
getting
flown on
dragged
both, but
off the flight.
Looks like I'm Southwest 2 and
Okay.
United on the way back.
Ah, very good.
Did you
So
see
different airlines.
United is increasing their bag fees again?
I mean, this is not surprising.
I think 50. Drabby, maybe you can help me. $45 for one, $55 now for two
What's that for?
for the bag fees. They're increasing it again, United and JetBlue.
I'm not aware, honestly.
Yeah, I think I saw that they are increasing.
I get Rick because my
surprising.
crew overpacks.
Yeah.
And it won't be carry-ons. We'll have like big suitcases. But
Sure.
I know Kelsey sent like an itinerary last night. We're going to the beach one day. I think she's got a rooftop pool, so I got to bring bathing suits.
Yes, you do.
And then like we're probably gonna play pickleball and work out a little bit. And so I got to bring exercise clothes.
Sure.
And then regular clothes if we go to like a nice dinner.
Pack accordingly.
Yeah. So you'll be out there Easter Sunday and come back when? Next weekend?
Friday night.
Friday night. Good.
Friday night.
Hanging
so
out in Cali.
kind of a short trip, but go out and see Kelsey. I think we're gonna hit a theme park, one that I had never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was either that or Universal. You ever heard of?
We'll go to Knott's Berry Farm. Is
I
that
think
it?
that's what it is. It's called Knott's Berry.
Yeah, it's been around for 100 years. Probably has the world's ricketiest roller coaster. I don't know.
You said that it has more thrill rides but less characters. So if we cared
Perfect.
about characters,
Yeah, who cares about characters?
well, I've got a 9-year-old. The 9-year-old might
Okay,
care about
I guess
characters.
that's true.
So it's thrill rides versus characters.
Got it.
But you're telling me they're rickety?
I'm
Oh,
kidding
he's
because I
kidding.
think the
He's
park
just
has
saying it's
been
old.
around for a while.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're up to date on all their safety regulations. So
We'll figure
you
it
can
out.
only hope.
It's kind of the opposite of a Valdez trip where Valdez has a strict itinerary.
Yeah,
Nothing is set in stone. It's all like we'll
That's
show up
fine.
and then we
It can be
figure it
fluid.
out.
It can be fluid. You
Figure
know
it
what?
out.
Your vacation should not be overpacked with events. You should have some chill time.
Yeah.
All right, as I
Downtime.
mentioned, we got a couple of the top high school basketball players in the country joining us. They're here for the Capital Classic. Baba Oladatun is going to be in studio with us, as well as Quinn Costello, two of the top players in the country. Baba's going to Maryland.
Quinn-
Costello's going to Michigan.
Right.
They'll join us at 9:20. Evan Washburn, sideline reporter for CBS. He'll join us at 8. He's covering the Final Four in Indy. When we come back, I'm scared to look, but where are the Caps' playoff chances after last
I'll
night?
update you.
We'll get into that next here on the Junkies. Lot going on the show today. It is Nats home opener. Opening day for the Nationals here, right down the street from us.
Lights are on at Nats Park.
Mm-hmm. Getting ready.
It's going to be packed today. The weather's going to be good. It's going to be mid-70s at first pitch. All the lots of day drinking, Cakesy.
Oh, there's definitely going to be some of that. No doubt.
There's going to be people all over the spot. I was going to go to batting practice today, which I think starts at 10. My boy Kenny Wood wanted me to come to batting practice, but
Did you bring your glove?
no, believe me, I was going to be on the field. I was going to go through Kyle at the Nats PR, but I've got a doctor's appointment at 12, so it's just not going to work.
I used to
But that
love
would've been
batting
cool.
practice.
Bringing the gloves is the domain for adults of the dorks like Drabs guys. Zach Hempel, the guy who pushes kids out of the way for baseballs.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
Ample. Show some
Hampel.
respect.
Okay, sorry. Zach
It's a
Hampel.
former Junkies guest.
Yeah, it's
that's
kind of
right.
regrettable he's a former Junks guest. I don't think he's the greatest human out there.
Drabby, I would have been pretty cool, though, if I was on the field, 20 feet away from the batting cage watching Shohei.
I mean, you could have done it.
It's a missed opportunity.
I should have done it, but I made this.
Okay, cancel it. Tell the doctor you're sick.
No, here's the problem. I was
Let the doctor know you're sick.
Here's
You can't come in.
here was the problem. You know how tight I am, right?
Yes.
If you don't cancel within 24 hours, it's $50.
Ah, see there.
So I
lies
said,
the
you know
rub.
what? I'm not going to waste $50.
Yeah, you can't do that.
So I said, screw it. I'll catch Shohei next time he's in
Yeah,
town.
next time. Next
Will you
swing
share what
around.
type of
Should-
appointment this is? Is this
Dermatologist. Yeah.
Okay.
Dermatologist.
check out your skin?
Yeah, I got a bump on the back of my neck. It's kind of been bothering me. I want it removed.
Yeah, I need to do a mole check. That's something you should do like every year once you hit like a certain age. I'm kind of lax in that.
All right.
Need to do that.
Matt Valdez, what do you think? Should I have just canceled it and paid the $50 to see Shohei hit? Would you have done that?
I can't believe you sometimes, Jason.
Would you have done that?
Of course.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well,
I mean, you go pretend you're in the Sandlot movie. And go out there on the field with your glove.
I know. It would have been cool, but I decided not to.
I mean, Ohtani's going to go down as one of the top 5 baseball players of all time.
Yep.
And you're going to be 90 years old, and you could be telling your grandkids
I
or
saw him hit.
great-grandkids.
Yeah.
Well, I was standing next to him
I
at
saw
the
him, yeah.
at the cage.
Well, I would say this.
He fist bumped me.
I'll say this. There's no guarantee that Shohei is going to be out there.
He pitched a couple nights ago.
Well, I know.
Sometimes they hit inside the stadium and underneath the, and-
Right.
Yeah.
So there's no guarantee he's going to be out on the field. It was kind of a crapshoot, but
Well, I know he's not going to be at your doctor's office.
he's not going to be there.
He's definitely not going to be there,
That is-
wherever
You sh-
that is.
You should have learned a couple of phrases of Japanese
yeah.
to see if you can make him laugh.
Right. That would have been funny.
Well,
and
you're not
then
going to be there.
Then ask him who he likes tonight.
Yeah.
You're not going to
Ask
be
him how his
there.
interpreter's doing.
Yep.
And I don't know that the Caps were in New Jersey last night. I mean,
Yeah,
Oh.
wasn't great.
so I'm at the comedy show again. I just checked the phone for score, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, they got down 2-0, and it was really looking grim early. And then Hudson scored like 38 seconds after the Devils
Yeah.
scored the second time. But the game just got away from them. They couldn't contain Jack Hughes.
Couldn't beat the Olympian.
Jack Hughes had a 5-point night, scored 2 goals.
Stud.
It's just, you know what? It's a missed opportunity because Columbus got their
Flyers
brains
lost.
beaten in.
Columbus lost.
I mean, the Sens won, which didn't help, but they did get some help last night, but they certainly didn't help themselves with that effort.
So, Cakes, what are the current odds for the old
Uh,
Washington
as
Capitals?
of
I'm going
right now-
to say 12%.
It's lower than that, 8%, according to Money Puck. 8% chance of qualifying for the playoffs. Basically, every game now, there's 6 left. They have to go
Yep.
6-0 and get a lot of help.
So
Yeah.
Ottawa
It's over.
Nice.
jumped into
Not
the
great.
last wild
That's
card
right.
spot.
So Ottawa's still ahead of them.
Yes.
Well, Ottawa has 88 points. Detroit, Columbus, all 86 points. The Flyers, 86. Caps with 85. Right now, I guess via tiebreakers, Ottawa would be the last wild card. But the thing about Columbus in that last wild card spot was they play Columbus in the last game, which could be a 2-point swing.
I bet you Columbus is going to be up 4 points on them by then, though, if not more.
they could, but Columbus has not been playing well. of
Columbus
late.
has sucked. And I was looking at Jersey.
And by the way, 3 of those teams have a game in hand.
Yeah, Jersey hadn't. If you look at their total goals for, it's pretty low compared to some of these other teams. But lately, for whatever reason, maybe it's because Jack Hughes just got hot after the Olympics. But they've been scoring.
Well, they didn't struggle to score last night.
They didn't struggle to score last night.
They pretty much had their way.
I mean, that's just embarrassing when you allow a 7 spot. I mean, they just weren't ready to play. It didn't show up.
Yeah, it was not their finest hour.
I can't imagine what Carbs was saying in the locker room. Oof. He was
They've also given up a lot of goals in their most recent stretch. And I know they had won 3 straight before the loss in New Jersey, but just was not. I don't know if it was really sustainable, especially the way they had been struggling to score goals. Like at some point, it was going to dry up, and it was last night.
Right.
How snake bitten are we? Honestly, we had 2 years where we had back-to-back championships, right? Stanley Cup, you win it. Then you win the World Series. And since then, Commanders gave us one great year, and hopefully they'll be back. But I'm heading to L.A., and we might go to a Lakers game, possible. The Dodgers are out of town.
You're going to be bitter
But
when
think about it, if you're
Lucas
in
got
LA,
an ice pack on his hamstring and you're at the game.
If you're in L.A., you've got the Lakers, you've got the Dodgers. Rams are pretty good.
Yep.
Chargers are pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about the Kings. And I don't know that anybody cares about the LA
Look it
Kings.
up. Yeah, I mean, they're way down on the priority list out there.
We got nothing but suck right now. The Capitals were the one team.
It's one of the worst
pretty much
years.
you lock up and make the playoffs. Their coach of the year last year.
Yep.
They seem to be making
The Caps
savvy moves.
The Caps usually make the playoffs. Usually.
Yeah. 90% of the time during Ovi's run, they've made the playoffs.
Now, a small bright spot. Cole Hudson scored last night. That dude, that dude's a stud already.
Okay.
That's a nice piece moving forward.
An offensive defenseman, yes.
Yeah.
But the game before that, he was barely on the ice because he couldn't trust him.
Again, he's 19 years old.
Yeah.
You just
All right,
simmer down. It's all good. You need to relax.
Yeah, but it
he's gonna
sucks.
be fine.
Like usually we have 2 weeks minimum, maybe a month where we're sweating the team.
Yeah, it's not
You're
gonna
in the mix for the playoffs.
have to come to grips with it. It's not happening this year, and it sucks.
Hey, I don't think it's this bad as JP's saying. You had back-to-back championships 7 years ago. You could be Minnesota. You could be Atlanta. You could be.
It's true. I mean, we're not rock bottom.
Well, he's just talking about teams making the postseason.
Yeah.
I know. I know this year is a particularly awful year, but just in terms of the grand scheme of things, the big picture, it's not as bad as
it could be worse.
It could be worse.
It could be
It could be a lot worse.
Spot.
Yeah,
No,
but
I
if
like
you're-
your positivity,
if,
Valdez.
If you're Minnesota, I mean, your
He's just saying
football team contends every year.
You've got the T-Wolves. They're going to the postseason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do the Caps. The Vikings are the Caps of.
Yeah. He's
without
talking
the
about.
championship.
I get what Valdez is saying. He's saying, look, at least you had championships. At least,
But
at least you had parades.
This is a particular down
This
year,
is a
but in the
bad
grand,
year, yes.
but in the grand scheme of things, I don't think this is a woe is me type attitude to have. I mean,
Well, 3 of the teams had spectacularly bad years. Like I'm going to use the Nationals last year, and then this year, they're going to be terrible. The Wizards doing it on purpose, whatever, worst record in the NBA. And the Commanders won 5 games last year. 5.
But they also went to a NFC Championship
I
game.
know.
a year
I'm
ago.
saying this year is spectacularly bad.
Well, last year was totally different. Yeah. Last year was totally different because you had the Commanders and the Caps. in
But
the
this year,
postseason.
you thought you'd have the Caps in the playoffs. And last year made it to the second round.
Hey, I didn't
Yeah.
know. I didn't know about this year.
It's going to fall short.
The way
It sucks.
The way that they got bludgeoned by Carolina in the postseason last year. I mean, Carolina's just on another level.
They were definitely the better team. There's no doubt about it.
And the Caps really didn't make that many changes personnel-wise. Am I wrong on that, Cakes? They didn't do that much.
Few tweaks.
I mean, they
around
added
the
a couple
edges,
guys.
Nothing major.
So I didn't think that they would be as good this year as they were last year. That's what happened.
Yeah, but you would have bet on them making the playoffs.
Probably, I probably would have said that they were going to be fighting for one of those last spots, which they are.
And I guess they still have a shot. But 8% is not high.
No, they need to go 6-0, and they need help.
Yeah,
They need
Running
help.
out of games.
Yeah.
but for a sports radio show, that kind of, they kind of. Yeah, we have to get the fans involved and get them all excited, right? And we're hoping that there's more to talk about after regular seasons.
Yep.
It's been a bad year. Yeah, nothing to talk. I mean, nothing to talk about with the Commanders. Nothing to talk about with the Caps. Nothing to talk about with the Wizards besides they give up 150.
Hey, hold on. Got the NFL draft in less than 3 weeks.
All right, but it takes so
Gonna
long to
ramp
get
up
there.
for that.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
It's all good. Then we'll have some OTAs.
Nothing to talk about with the Nats besides complete change in the front office. So
I like what some of the teams are doing. I like what the Wizards are doing. I understand the tank. We'll see what happens with Trey and AD. I don't necessarily love that, but we knew that they couldn't just keep being stuck in the middle year after year. Like the last couple of years with Bradley Beal were infuriating.
No, they had to tear it all down and start from scratch.
Right.
That's what they're doing. And
So-
sometimes that's painful.
I understand that. And the Nationals, I call this the rebuild of the rebuild because Rizzo didn't want to use that term after the World Series, but they were rebuilding. And then this regime comes in, they're like, we don't really even like that rebuild. We got to rebuild the rebuild.
I don't understand why a lot of teams they hate that term. They hate rebuild. Wasn't it Dan Quinn? It's like, it's not a rebuild, it's a recalibrate or whatever. I think I'm paraphrasing.
And he was right.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do just have to rebuild. Yeah. If your house is in disrepair, you can't just tweak it. You got to knock it down and start from scratch.
Yeah, what term did Rizzo say? He wasn't calling it a rebuild.
He wasn't. Guys bristle at rebuild.
Maybe it was a retool.
Something along those lines.
Yeah.
But we know the deal.
Of course.
They were rebuilding.
Well, I mean,
and now the
off
new
the
regime
record, they'll
is
tell
rebuilding
you,
the rebuild.
Off the record, they tell you it's a rebuild. But, when they start talking to the media, they don't want the fans to say, they're going to suck. We're not going.
Anyway, it's just disappointing. I don't think I expected them to be like a Stanley Cup team, and I'm a casual Caps fan, but I enjoy a nice playoff sweat where every other night you've got a game.
I love me some playoffs, Caps hockey. Love it. Now it's just going to be, I'm going to feel hollow.
The Dodgers.
And I know this. You won't watch a full hockey game during the playoffs.
A full non-Washington Capitals. I might I might buzz in for a little bit, but there's no chance I'm going to sit down and watch the Sabres playing the Hurricanes for a whole game.
I won't watch a period.
I mean, that's just not going to happen.
One period. I probably won't watch a half a period. Why would I? The Dodgers, by the way, today are minus 280. That's pretty freaking big.
Was it Mikolas on the mound?
Yeah, and I think
How do you pronounce his last name? Is it Mikolas?
Mikolas or Michaelis? Yeah,
I think it's Mikolas.
But
I don't think it's Mikolas.
Savannah.
I don't think it's Mikolas.
Shouldn't it be though?
I don't know. I mean,
it's a Greek name,
yeah,
right?
maybe if he's pitching in Athens, okay, he's not. He's pitching in D.C.
But the Dodgers are a huge favorite today. Huge, understandably. If Shohei was pitching, it'd be minus 340.
Maybe I'll throw a few shekels on the Nats.
Why don't you compare the payrolls?
Oh yeah, no, you can't. You can't compare the payrolls.
To the Dodgers, you could probably pick two Dodgers that together are paid more than the entire Nationals
I don't
payroll.
think there's any doubt about that. Because the highest guy on the Nats payroll this year is Steven Strasburg at 30
just
plus
take
million.
like
Shohei and Kyle
plus
Tucker.
Kyle Betts.
Yeah, just combine them.
Plus Mookie Betts.
Yeah.
Or Freddie Freeman plus, give me one of the Japanese pitchers.
Like a Sasaki.
Yeah.
Let's see. So Kyle Tucker is making $60 million this year.
How much is the closer?
He's making $60 million.
Yeah, Shohei is at 70.
How about the closer, Diaz?
Let me go down to Diaz.
I'm sure baseball doesn't need a salary cap if those two guys are making a combined $130 million.
It was deferred, Cakes. Deferred.
Whatever.
I'd have to find out what
Still
Diaz
have to pay
is
it
making.
at some point.
Yeah, but it's stupid. Stupid money. That's why they're huge favorites. But you know what? No one thought the Nats were going to go into Wrigley and win that series.
That is true.
Had an opportunity. If they did blow it in the 7th and 8th and the 9th against Philly, could have won that series. So, hopefully they show up. Maybe win a couple games.
You can go hang out with
Edwin
BMitch and Finlay at
Jason
Diaz
Bishop.
making $28 million.
He signed a 3-year, $69 million deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just pick any two. Almost any two Dodgers are going to make more combined than the entire Nationals roster.
Right. I'm sure it's a fair sport.
Yeah. It's like you stepping into the ring against Mike Tyson.
Well, I mean, come on. We all know what would happen there. I'll get knocked out in 5 seconds.
Blake Snell's making 36. Let's see. Teoscar Hernandez is making 15. Tanner Scott making 20. Tommy Edman making 15. I mean,
if you make 15 with the Dodgers, you feel like a pauper.
yeah, it's like
You feel
making
poor.
league minimum.
You can't even pick up a tab.
Yeah, they've got it's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
But place will be packed today. Nats Park will be crowded today.
Phone number's 1-800-636-1067. You want to chime in throughout the show. Coming up next, we saw some video of Tiger Woods' arrest. We'll get into that next here on the Junkies.
Picture your retirement for a minute. What do you see? Maybe it's finally booking that dream trip to Europe or buying season tickets so you never miss a game. Or maybe it's spoiling the grandkids at every turn. Whatever your vision looks like, one thing is certain. No two retirement plans are the same. That's why at Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors take time to understand your unique goals. They'll build a strategy designed around your lifestyle, your comfort level with risk, and your timeline too. And here's the best part. Trajan Wealth keeps you focused on the big picture, not the daily distracting headlines, because markets shift, laws change, inflation happens, but your dreams shouldn't have to. It's never too early or too late to get your plan in place. So call Trajan Wealth today. 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. That's TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Welcome back to the Junks, coming to you on a Friday. Don't forget, Evan Washburn is going to join us coming up at 8 o'clock. He's covering the Final Four in Indianapolis. Then at 9:20 in studio, we've got two guests who are participating in the Capital Classic. Baba Aladiton, and who's local, went to Blake High School in Montgomery County, and Quinn Costello, who is headed to Michigan. Baba headed to Maryland in the fall.
And, of course, Tiger Woods is heading to Europe to a rehab center. I don't know what country he's heading to, but supposedly heading to Europe, right? To get away and get treated.
I assume it's for
For
Europe.
his-
I haven't heard it's definitely Europe, but I
I've
assume
heard
it is.
outside of the country. I haven't heard anything updated as to what continent it's
You
on.
might be
I
right.
just-
I thought I saw Europe, but
Maybe that could be the case, but he just wanted to get it out of the U.S. for privacy concerns. He's very private, tries to protect everything, keep it in house.
man, it's brutal that you see these videos.
Well, I mean, if you didn't flip your car and weren't under the influence of painkillers or opiates, then nobody would have seen any video.
I'll be honest, when I first saw the video of him with the hiccups and falling asleep,
Dozing off, yeah.
I thought it might have been AI.
I didn't think that. I just thought, I just thought he looked kind of pathetic.
He looked
Oh, he
horrible.
looked-
Just looked. It was sad. It was
looked
just,
horrible.
It was just sad.
He looked miserable.
Seeing him in that condition, and
Yeah.
like he was clearly under the influence of
Yeah.
some substance.
He
I
looks
know
under the
Valdez
influence.
loves to rush to his defense and say, "But he didn't blow anything on the D."
But he
on the
just looks
BAC."
he just looks miserable. He just looks
yeah,
unhappy.
yeah. And then he's.
I mean, I understand why he's unhappy. He's in
and
the
then
back of a police car.
There's the video of him like down, I guess, I don't know if it's a driveway or a sidewalk, and the police are calling him to come back. And then he's like, I was on the phone with the president. You know?
Right.
It's a wild video. Like there's a lot happening in the video.
always made fun of people for "Don't you know who I am?" But that's next level.
That's a huge
Calm
flex.
down and place them on your lap. Okay, do you have any more questions?
And just keep me down here with us, please.
Yeah, I was just talking to the president. Trying to get away from everybody.
What did he say? Trying to get away from everybody? What did he say?
Yeah, trying to get away from everybody.
Yeah. And then the cop asked him, "Was there anything out of the car you need?" He goes, "Yeah, my sticks,
Right.
because they're worth more than my house."
Your cell phone's got his phone. He carries a zip on that. Right. Do you have, is your wallet and things in the car? Or you got it? Okay.
You got it all? Wallet. Other than the clubs, is there anything else in there that you absolutely need at the moment?
No, just the sticks.
Just the sticks. Okay.
The sticks in the golf bag. right, because there's loose ones. A bunch of other sticks I don't need.
I'll just get them all.
In the bag, I
I'll
do.
take them all.
Yeah.
It's only minus the putter, right?
Yeah.
Not the putter. Okay.
maybe a little too much joking around.
Yeah,
from
there's
the police.
a lot of elbowing each other in the ribs and jocularity happening there. A still shot did emerge that made me laugh, and I know Drab took notice of it too. That Tiger's carrying his money around like with a bulldog clip, holding it together instead of like a wallet. I mean,
with some ones on the outside.
with some ones.
That was the most disturbing part of the whole video to me.
You wanted hundreds?
Well, I just don't know why Tiger's walking around with ones. They should at least be 5s or 10s on the outside for tipping.
Yeah, I would think. I'm just shocked he has any cash on him.
You know how embarrassing that is? That video to be released.
Yeah.
Your kid's got to look at you the rest of your life with that video. I mean, we've all had those moments, but thank God not in public.
I mean,
It did sound like he was slurring his speech to me.
It did?
It did not. I
When he
don't
was
know.
walking, he was okay.
Yeah,
The
when you
walking
say
video
Yeah, he was just
okay.
limping.
I don't. When he's
Yeah,
talking
just
about his
limping.
sticks, when he's saying I was talking to the president,
Yeah, that was fine. But
They-
when
they
he's
could
in the
just tell.
car and has the hiccups,
Yeah.
that's about as low as you can go. That's what I said.
hold on.
I thought it might have been AI.
What does hiccups have to do with? He wasn't drunk.
No, he wasn't drunk.
I didn't accuse
No,
him.
no,
of
No,
being
the
drunk.
hiccups. I don't know.
No, but the hiccups
It just makes-
along with him like dozing off.
Yeah.
Those are symptoms of like the opioid use.
Okay.
Oh, the
Like
hiccups are?
that's yeah.
I don't know that.
I knew
I
dozing
saw
off
it
was.
from-
Terrible.
I saw it from a Twitter doctor, so it's probably false.
Well,
but-
they definitely make you tired.
Yeah.
So that's understandable.
I did not know that taking hydrocodone, allegedly he had those in his pocket, like that makes you hiccup. I was unaware. Maybe
Look,
it does.
Valdez tried to bring this up yesterday, and I will give him the benefit of the doubt. There is a world where he simply was following the instructions of his medications and it impaired him. Like there are times, I remember my mom took me home from one of my surgeries and I thought I was good when I got out of the car. Mm-hmm. And next thing I know, I had fallen flat on my face on the sidewalk.
Right.
My mom freaked out.
Well,
it was just because I'd just come out of the surgery and you're in that kind of like waiting area for a while. And eventually they're like, okay, you're good to go. Well, she drives me home. I come out and I thought I was good to go. And boom.
Well, there's also a good chance he's abusing his medication.
There's a good chance, but I'm saying there is a world where he might, and I do think his lawyer might be able to successfully argue that hey, he's taking these medications and the mix, it just wasn't great.
It certainly wasn't great.
Whatever, he's taking multiple medications.
The judge is going to shoot back, or the other lawyer is going to say, well, then if this is what happens to him when he takes the medicine, why is he driving? Why is he putting himself and other people out of the road at risk if this is the way he becomes when he's taking his normal course of meds?
Man. Well, that shouldn't be the result. Have that side effect.
Okay, well, I would argue that he probably, if he was supposed to take 2 pills, maybe he took 8, and this is the result.
Yeah.
But you can't prove that unless you get like a
surprise.
You're not going to.
You can't prove that.
You're not going to be able to prove it. This is going to get tossed because you can't prove anything.
Yeah, you're probably right. But
any lawyer worth a damn is going to poke holes into all of this.
But
he's already in the court of public opinion, like Cakes, like he's already guilty and he's already an awful human being.
Sure, that's why he's going. Going overseas to rehab.
Yeah, Cakes. Yes, and then Cakes, like when JP said, in Cakes' brain, it's more likely that happens than what JP's proposing about how he took him. He thought he would be at the golf course in 5 minutes. And he would be practicing without any pain, but he got into an accident.
Right.
Mm-hmm. He didn't look like he wanted to go play golf, as tired as he was. You know what I mean?
I think he was on his way to practice.
I'm sure he was. I mean, he was dressed like he was going to go play, and he had the sticks in his back.
Clubs in his car.
Yeah, I'm sure he was. He just didn't look like he was ready to go play. There's no energy.
I was not a big fan of that new brain game they had him doing with the fist. One fist in front of the other, and then to clap 3 times. Nobody knows that game. Nobody knows that. I looked at that. I was like, I'm not sure if I could do that right now.
What do you want? The counting backwards? The old school?
The alphabet backwards?
Alphabet backwards sobers is very difficult.
You can't do alphabet backwards.
You can't do that. I would have that thrown out immediately.
You can do the eye thing.
Yeah, walk on a line.
Yeah,
but if you got bad legs, he's got bad legs.
Yeah, I'm going to struggle walking a straight line with no impairment.
Yeah.
My balance is off.
Is it with touching your nose, maybe one?
That's easy. I mean, I would think.
I mean, Tiger was walking fine down the path on the phone with Trump.
He was limping a little bit though.
Oh, he's definitely a little limp.
But I mean, not like an impaired walk.
not like staggering all over.
Oh, no. That's because he's used to it. He's probably on him every day. Who was the guy who showed up with him?
Rob McNamara.
Oh, is that his agent?
That's the longtime friend, Nike guy.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of riveting video when you see it. I mean, when you hear after it happened, you're thinking, oh, my God, I wonder what he looked like. I mean, what was his reaction? What did the cops do? And then you see it all. It's crazy.
He looks terrible, though. Even sober, he should see your guy, Drab.
You should definitely see Dr.
hair's
Burka.
Terrible.
I mean, what a score that would be for Dr. Burka if he landed Tiger Woods. I mean, that would be amazing.
He could fix him.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely could.
Why not, man? Tiger had his eyes done here years ago.
Just mix together his rehab along with the hair procedure. Comes back a completely new man.
Yeah.
Right? Healed on the inside and the outside. All the way rehab.
That'd be my advice. Sounds like it'd be your advice, too.
I think it's great advice.
Well, there are people who think that he's not at rehab. He's just saying
people.
that,
right,
and he's just on some private island somewhere hanging out.
Which could totally be the case.
Who knows? Right?
I don't know. I mean, hopefully that incident is a wake-up call for him. Don't you think? Like, you think he's just going to keep doing the same whatever he's doing and
I don't know.
Keep flipping cars?
I would have thought
at some point his luck's going to run out.
Correct.
If he keeps down this path.
Yeah. I would have thought the last one where he almost lost his leg would have been a wake-up call.
If you have two of them within, a 4 or 5 year span, should be a wake-up call for you.
Yeah, but it is what that's who he is. It's like Patrick Mahomes' dad, right? Every time Patrick Mahomes' father would get in trouble and be like, he can't keep doing this.
And
it's embarrassing to Patrick Mahomes, and then he keeps getting DUIs.
I know. Maybe at some point you can actually turn things around. I mean,
but yeah, Matt, you're right. I mean, there's a chance that he's not going to rehab. I would hope that he is, but there's a chance he's not. He's just saying
even
that.
if he doesn't do it for himself, do it for your kids. Like, you want to be there for your kids as they keep growing. Like, you want to see your kids grow up, get married, have grandkids, the whole thing. Don't you want to be around for that?
But I mean, unless he's just going to hide in his house for 6 months,
right?
I mean, never go to his club in Jupiter. Never,
but we haven't
never go out to his restaurant.
Yeah.
I mean, Tiger's a very public person. We haven't heard all these stories about Tiger, that he's high all the time and that he's just, complete disaster. This is why I think everyone was so surprised by this. I mean, his last arrest with the Ambien was in 2017. I try not to be judgmental in circumstances like this. We don't really know what's going on. This was a problem, and he's going to have to work his way through it. But I don't know. I mean, maybe he's not. Maybe he's not just a pill popping junkie like everyone thinks he is.
Yeah, I mean the BAC being at 0.0 tells you something. Now he didn't take the urinalysis test, so it's all speculative.
Hey,
he might have just mixed his medicines.
Is there a possibility that Tiger's just a really crappy driver, and he's getting ready to go practice, and so he takes his pain medicine before he's heading to practice to time it out so that it releases at the right time when he's warming up and everything, and then he can practice pain-free. And he just looked at his phone, speeding recklessly behind this power washing truck. And then by the time the cops came, his pain medicine kicked in. Looks like an idiot doing in the back of a car.
I mean, maybe
but the cops said visually they could tell he was not right. He wasn't right.
Right.
Well,
that's after an hour before they're on the scene. So I mean, in Tiger,
but they can tell. I mean, they're trained to know what guys are look like.
I know
they're on some drugs.
I know, but what I'm saying is Tiger's trying to go to his club to practice. That's 10 minutes away. Pops his pills so that it's timed perfectly for him to practice. Gets in the accident. By the time the cops come, he's high as a kite from his pain medicine.
Yeah.
And instead of being on the driving range, working to get to the Masters. That's what I'm saying.
I think it's possible, Valdez.
We have no
Definitely
idea.
possible.
We don't.
That's a very plausible scenario.
Definitely possible. Because to Drop's point, I actually thought he sounded pretty sober when he was talking as he was walking and offering his explanation.
But it's also possible that he takes 10 to 15 a day.
That's also possible.
Here's also the problem.
Yeah.
He gave an explanation. Never say anything.
Right.
Just going to say that.
You got to stay quiet.
Just be quiet.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
Today is the home opener for the Washington Nationals against the defending champion LA Dodgers. Pitching matchup Miles Michaelas against Emmett Sheehan. Pregame 12:35 p.m. right here on The Fan. Quarterback Kirk Cousins has signed a 5-year deal worth $172 million with the Las Vegas Raiders. The Devils defeat the Capitals 7-3. Jack Hughes with a 5-point game. Tom Wilson, one of the goals for the Caps. Virginia quarterback Chandler Morris has been denied a preliminary injunction, and he remains ineligible for the 2026 season. Thunder beat the Lakers 139-96. Luka Doncic goes down with a strained left hamstring, an MRI scheduled for today. NIT men's basketball, Tulsa and Auburn into the championship game. Phil Mickelson said Thursday he won't play in next week's Masters because of a personal health matter. It will be the first time since 1994 that the 5-time Masters champion Tiger Woods and the 3-time winner Mickelson both won't play in the first major of the season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. As always, brought to you by Main Street Bank as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank member, FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I got to fix this tweet now. Evan Washburn will be on the show in an hour.
Yep.
I wrote Evan Washburn, CBS reporter, at the Final Four. He's not going to be at the Final Four, so I'm just going to change that to on the Final Four. He'll talk about the Final Four. So he'll join us, and we got the guys who are going to be playing in the Capital Classic. Baba. He's kind of a one-name guy. He's going to be going to University of Maryland.
Baba's a great nick. It's a great name.
ESPN has him rated number 8 in the country in terms of high school players. So Buzz Peterson, awful first year in charge at the University of Maryland.
Need to bounce back.
Losing season, terrible season, but
Buzz
hopefully
Williams.
next season. Sorry.
You said Buzz Peterson.
Yeah, there is a Buzz Peterson. Buzz Williams.
Buzzy.
And then Quinn Costello, who's going to be going to University of Michigan. He's a McDonald's All-American, one of the top players in the country as well.
There's another kid that's on the Capital roster is going to Maryland too.
Nice.
Adama Tambadou played at Putnam Science Academy, wherever that is. You know where Putnam Science Academy is?
You think I know where Putnam Science Academy is? It doesn't sound like a hoops powerhouse, but they must be pretty good.
Yeah. But he's also going to Maryland, 6'7" power forward.
Hey, Cakes and I did go to a science and tech high school.
That is true. Very, very science and tech oriented.
When I picked up Dylan the other day, we didn't drive by the high school, but when I was dropping him off, I was nearly running out of gas. And so I pulled over to the Exxon, which is in the old shopping center. I forget what that shopping center is called, right across from school. And
I know what you're talking about.
I was like, that's my old high school. No windows. That's what it was famous for.
Looks like a big prison sitting up on a hill.
Yep.
Yeah. It's the architecture is it's not aesthetically pleasing.
There were no windows in the classrooms. I think there might have been. I don't even know if there were any windows.
I don't know.
Maybe like the staircases?
Probably. There was a little bit of natural light that was coming in, but not a ton.
Yeah. It's weird. Like Jason and Eric going to DeMatha, they'll go back to DeMatha for smokers and different events. Heck, I've been to DeMatha because Matt Bickle asked me to be the MC for one of his events. I don't think I've been back to Roosevelt
it's
once.
Funny that Matt Bickle asked you, not even his own brother, Eric Bickle, who's not here today, to be the MC for the event.
Well, he knew he knew he wouldn't.
Yeah,
he wouldn't
knew
say
he was
yes.
barking up the wrong tree.
I mean, maybe he asked him at one point.
Yeah, or maybe he just
Do you want to give
realized.
EB the benefit of the doubt? Maybe Eric did it before. I'm pretty
okay.
sure he didn't.
Okay.
The upset of all upsets is that Jason, in like less than a month, is doing a big speech at Salisbury.
Well, I wouldn't call it a big speech, but
Yeah, when's the date on that? That's looming.
it's Friday, 2 Fridays. So 17th, I believe.
Do you have it sketched out? Do you know what you're going to talk
Well, it's
about?
gonna be there's kind of a moderator.
Yeah.
He's like the sports information guy.
Okay.
And he's gonna kind of guide it. He's gonna ask me questions.
Okay.
It's not like I'm gonna stand up there on a podium.
So you have he's your Sherpa. He's gonna help guide you through.
We're talking Sherpas again.
Yeah, we're talking Sherpas.
A lot of Sherpa talk
Can't
yesterday.
get away from it.
And yeah, it'll be a half hour of just my experiences at Salisbury,
Okay.
and, growing up, going to Salisbury.
Right.
And then how we got into radio, showing some pictures, and then there'll be a Q&A.
Okay.
Did you bring
Hopefully.
those pictures back? Remember you took a bunch of pictures?
Yeah,
I don't know. I brought pictures for Drab. Like, I don't know what they're doing for 30th anniversary.
here they are, my friend.
There you go. Did you scan them yet?
I did.
Oh, okay. Give them back.
That's a funny picture of me and Evander.
Hold on, let me see.
It's a great picture.
You and Evander Holyfield.
Yeah, it's a great picture.
With the real deal.
The real deal. And here's us with Magic. I mean, I'm showing pictures when people are driving around in
We're
the
on
car.
TV.
Theater of the mind.
That's a good picture too, by the way.
Hey, so Cakes doesn't deal with this anymore because he parks in the building.
I do, yes.
But Jason and I park across the street over at Homewood Suites, about a block away. And it doesn't happen often, but how many times when you're walking do you see a rat run in front of you?
I would say 50% of the time.
Really?
Really?
I saw
see him
one,
a lot.
There was definitely one that scurried across whatever the intersection is right before I turned into the building, like a block away from this building.
Yeah.
And I see that on a pretty regular basis, probably once a week.
And I don't know if it's because they've got those trash cans right along Half Street. That a lot of them, they're overflowing. So I don't know.
Are they really? But now you guys are more boots on the ground with that because you walk that more than I do. But I always feel like the whatever the beautification company they use for this area, that like they're out there a lot, like changing those trash cans.
They are. I just think that they fill up pretty quickly.
I'm sure they do, especially now with like people walking Nats Park for like, the season starting. They got to ramp it up.
Yeah.
They had the power washer out yesterday. There's a lot of guys do the power washer bit here, clean the sidewalk.
Speaking of the rats,
but I would say about 50% of the
There's
time
clearly
I
an
see.
issue here in DC. I had a white Ford F-150 with DC, like City of DC flag on it, official on the back. Rodent patrol.
Well, here's the thing.
There you go.
So DC announced yesterday or on Wednesday that they have a new pilot program dedicated to fighting the rodent infestation in the nation's capital. They say rodent companies have surged nearly 13 times in basically the last decade. I didn't know they could do this. So they're not going to just kill the rats. I guess they can't just kill the rats.
Right.
They're going to do rodent birth control.
How does that work?
How are they going to give it to them?
Oh, you know what? It must be like in the poison. Maybe or they'll put baits down.
Yes.
That have some sort of birth control instead of.
It says the methods
That
are
must be more
second
effective.
generation anticoagulant bait placed in rat infested burrows, first generation anticoagulant tracking powder that rodents ingest during grooming, and a non-lethal rodent fertility control that reduces rodent reproduction rates over time.
So they feel like
they're giving the rats the pill.
Sterilizing the rodents is better than just killing them outright.
Yeah. Well, I guess they can't. They can't kill them.
Well, I mean, they can, but it sounds like they just can't. They can't keep up with the exploding rodent population.
Yeah.
Like they can't kill them faster than they're reproducing. So they're looking at their reproduction rate and saying the answer is slow and or end their reproduction.
I see them all the time.
Yeah.
I really do.
I don't notice them so much. Every once in a while I get freaked out.
I don't know. I didn't see one today, but I saw one yesterday. And they come across the street, the exact same spot usually, and they go down the street, around the block, around that building, that condo building right there.
I've seen them to the right, like when we leave Homewood, there's not a building Eventually, there's going to be a building there, but it's kind of like a parking area.
Yeah.
And there's a little grass spot.
Correct.
And that's where I see them scurrying around every once in a while.
Yeah, they're out there, man.
They don't really come up to people, though, right?
No, they want to avoid.
No, they're terrified of people. Yeah.
I mean, to them, you're a monster.
Right.
I've
you're
said
so
this
big.
before. What freaks me out, and I see them in my neighborhood all the time. So I'm right by. My neighborhood's called Washingtonian Woods. So and there's trails behind us. There's a bunch of trees. So you'll see occasional deer.
Yep.
But what freaks me out are foxes. I do not like ricks.
What are they going to do? They're not going to do anything to you unless they're like rabid. If there's a rabid fox, it may come up to you.
There was a fox that was probably 10 feet away from me, 15 feet away from me. That freaks me out a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't be scared.
Everyone kind of likes seeing foxes.
Yeah,
I think they're somewhat pretty, but I don't know.
They're a cute animal.
So cute.
I almost want to pet one.
Bite me.
No. All they want to do is find like a mouse or a squirrel or something that they're much bigger than to overpower and bring it back to their silly fox den.
Yeah.
That's like being scared of a rainbow.
I don't know, man.
You got like a rabid fox thing in your mind. I guess it's possible. But.
I don't know. I just they move fast. Like I'm walking the dog at night and they pop out. It like freaks me out.
But I mean, they're going to stay away from you. They don't want to be around
So
you.
far, they have.
Yeah.
So far,
I think they're going to be good. I think the foxes are going to.
I mean, if they're rabid, they're not mentally right. So who knows how they're going to act? But for the most part, 99% of the time, they're going to run away.
Look,
it's just your thing.
I freak out about
Understood.
that. And snakes.
Well, snakes snakes are terrifying. I nearly stepped on one that was balled up, like when I was walking Winnie, I think last spring, and that terrified me.
Right.
Like I stepped within about a foot of it. If I had stepped on it, it's a lock. It would have bitten me. Would have bitten me on my ankle, and I would have been terrified.
This fox the other night. It was probably 9:30 at night. I'm walking the dog.
Yeah.
I mean, it appeared to be running 100 miles an hour.
Sure.
They were fast.
Isn't there a saying like "quick like a fox," or am I making that up?
I've heard.
Maybe I'm making that up.
Sly
like a fox.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm getting
you know it's terrifying.
My sayings mixed up.
These are terrifying, and you wouldn't think so by how big they are. Mm-hmm. Ticks.
Well,
afraid of ticks.
Well, you get Lyme disease. Yeah,
constantly checking for ticks.
Of course, yeah.
If you have a bullseye shaped rash on your body, you better go right to the doctor because that means you got bitten by a tick.
Yeah,
I had a traumatic experience when I was a younger kid. Discovered one on the potatoes.
Okay.
Wow.
Man, you got a lot of issues down there. Vitiligo.
It could have given me vitiligo.
Yeah, maybe that was it.
I don't know. I had to have been 8, 9, 10 years old, and I was going to the bathroom, and I saw this thing there, and I couldn't get it off, and then I had to.
You didn't have to tell your mom or dad.
I had to call mommy in to go take the tweezers and pull it out.
That is a mom's job. I mean, to help out her son who's
the last time. Hopefully, that's the last time she saw your junk.
Yes.
Last time she saw your taters.
I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, ticks are the worst. I'll tell you, Drabby. I'll tell you what. I wish they would in Loudoun County, or especially in my neighborhood, they would give squirrels the birth control.
They're all over the place, like they've done down in Augusta.
Yeah, right. They are the worst.
Why do you hate the squirrels?
Oh, squirrels are the worst animal on the planet.
Because your dog chases them, right?
First of all, my dog can't catch them.
Of course.
Yeah,
they still go after them.
Well, this is what they're doing. They've chewed through my screened-in porch. So there are holes in my screen of my back screened-in porch.
That happened. That happened to my dad.
Yeah, they want to come into my screened-in porch for whatever reason, and they've damaged.
That's the reason.
Well, there's no food on my screened-in porch. I don't know why they're coming.
Crumbs. They smell food.
Maybe.
My dad.
They are the worst squirrels.
My dad was laying traps and also has a pellet gun.
As he picks off the squirrels with a pellet gun.
Oh yeah.
It's like the opposite of my dad. My dad used to let the squirrels in the house. Now this was when he was probably in his last.
Your dad Ace Ventura?
Yeah. Nah, but he would put like a peanut. He was in his wheelchair and he would put a peanut kind of on his lap, and they would kind of peek in at first, and then they would slowly get in there, and then they'd walk up his leg, get the peanut, and leave.
That's a trusting squirrel. I don't think you could. I mean, maybe the squirrels back in Pointer Ridge are gullible and just dumb. I don't think I could sit on my patio with a squirrel with a nut in my lap and have a squirrel come and grab it. No chance.
All they had to do was go to Five Guys and get the free peanuts.
Oh, that's true. That's a very good point.
I need a good squirrel repellent because I mean, apparently they don't like peppermint.
Okay.
But we had these little bags of peppermint. And we laid them all over the railing of the back porch, but it didn't work. I mean,
borrow Valdez's dad's pellet gun.
They're still in.
Just pick them off when they start chewing through your screen.
I sent you the video, Cakes.
Maybe they wanted to watch the Masters with you, Jason.
Right.
They just screened him porch.
Is your dad frying up the squirrel like Richard Christie's dad as soon as he pummels them?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, squirrels are terrible. They also chewed through the cables of my neighbor's car.
I've heard about that before.
They chew through the cables.
Yeah.
So they damaged the car. He had to take it to the shop. And he used to keep his SUV outside on the driveway. No, they cleaned out the garage. Now they put both their cars in the garage.
Did your insurance cover it if a squirrel chomps through some of your delicate wiring?
Probably. I mean, I'm sure there's a deductible, but you still got to get it fixed. It's still a pain in the butt.
I need to follow your lead and look into lowering my car insurance costs.
I just did it yesterday. I've finalized it.
Like it.
$2,000 deductible, or not deductible, but decrease.
Nice.
What else were you killing for a while?
The lantern flies?
Lantern flies.
Yeah. Oh, they'll be back.
He's got a lot of issues.
Yeah,
got a lot of issues in the burn.
Yes, the burn
Very
is terrible.
vigilant. He's always out there.
Yeah, it's because there's too many trees.
Plus all the data centers. I read a story that the data centers are affecting temperature.
Yeah.
In certain areas.
You know what else those
Probably.
are killing? Your electric bill. You're probably footing some of that bill.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is, but I've heard complaints about that.
Phone number's 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. Coming up in 20 minutes, we're bringing it back. Paddles to it. Oh, we went over during the football season.
Yeah, depressing.
Junkies Weekend Parlay.
It's making its triumphant return.
Got baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Got Final Four.
Yep.
You still have NHL and NBA.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot to choose from as we will try and give you a big fat winner.
Big fatty. The big fat winners. Yeah, I got a play right now. Already looking at it.
I'm going to have to log in and see how much cash is left in the account as far as making the wager.
Yeah, that's right.
Might be a little bit thin.
Yeah.
So
check that.
It's opening day right down the street from us. I believe the gates open at 11 o'clock.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Jason was invited by James Woods' pops to go to the game, and he has declined.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been on the field for BP.
Well, Kenny said, come to batting practice. He didn't say, I can get you on the field. I'd have to go through Nat's PR to get there.
That would have probably already had to be done.
But he's going, and he wanted me to come with him. But I told you, I got a doctor's appointment at 12.
Yeah, so, can't cancel. $50 out of your pocket.
$50, I'm not paying it.
You know, this time of year, you always hear about the new eats at different stadiums.
Oh, love it.
And I'm sure at Nats Park, they have a bunch.
Yeah.
But there was a story about the Yankees and what they've added to the mix. Some pretty good items. First of all, they got I guess we're getting high-end, better quality food now at stadiums than we grew up with. We used to just have basic. Like, I remember when at Camden Yards and, like, Boog Powell started doing his thing. Like, that was, like, a nice mix because we grew up and it was pretty much just hot dogs, maybe nachos.
Like the barbecue?
Yeah. So they are adding sausage-stuffed empanadas.
Okay, that sounds amazing.
How much is that?
That one I don't see the price.
All right.
But this is at Yankee Stadium. Nathan's Famous Hot Dogs. They also have...
That's what I'd want.
$11.49, a dessert chicken bucket, which features a drumstick-shaped ice cream coated in candied cornflakes with a chocolate-covered cookie bone inside.
That sounds right up your alley.
Apple pie nachos.
Okay. Is this all at Nats Park?
No, this is Yankee
Stadium. Okay, got it.
This is a story that went viral.
Yeah.
So apple pie nachos is by Mr. Softy.
Streusel? Yeah.
Waffle chips topped with caramel sauce and sprinkles.
That sounds fantastic. It sounds almost as good as the road trip that Drab T-Shirt and I should take to Globe Life Field for a Rangers game because they debuted maybe the greatest food item of all time. The ninth inning rally sombrero, which is basically a hat with a bunch of nacho chips in the middle and all the toppings are in the sombrero and you just wear it and people just eat nachos and dip out of your hat. That sounds like a fantastic ballpark item. Drab, we should go.
What's your go-to? I think my go-to at a baseball game, it's not the hot dog, it's when they do have like bratwurst. I'd rather have basically a sausage than just a regular old hot dog.
It's very white trash of me, but anytime I'm at any sporting event, it's clearly nachos are the one seed.
Yeah.
I just feel like this is the spot to eat a tray of nachos. And it doesn't have to be super fancy. Mm-hmm. It can just be plastic container, nachos, cheese, and I do like some sliced jalapenos, at a minimum.
I like that.
You can dress it up with some salsa and some chili if you want, but just give me a basic nacho
so
plate. So
you're fine with just the basic. You don't need to put the protein on it.
It doesn't have to, but if you have all that, that's great.
Right.
And
would you rather have the chicken nachos or the chili on the nachos?
I'm a chicken nachos guy.
Yeah, I love chicken nachos.
I'll tell you what they had last night at the
chili
Vault.
In with the cheese. It makes for a
no chili and cheese it's really good.
Damn good.
It's really good.
Pretty good. At the Vault last night, they had brisket nachos.
I bet you
that sounds fantastic.
So Nationals Park features
yummy.
New food vendors this year, including Fuzzy's Burgers. Don't know anything about them. Stuggy's Gourmet Dogs, Don Churro, Loaded Nachos and Burrito Bowl.
Yeah.
Lunas de Buenos Aires, Empanadas, Ultra Loft Grill, and Colony Grill Pizza.
I just liked getting a nice big dog, man.
Empanadas are good. I don't think they're quite as good as this other Latin American specialty. I like me a pupusa. Pupusas are so good. They can be pork filled. I'll even take a bean and cheese filled pupusa.
Is that mainly El Salvador?
I think it is like more like Central American fare. Yes, love them.
I know
so
there's
good.
Is it just like a flatbread with some meat in it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Generally some cheese thrown in there too.
Get that pupusa.
All it is good. All it is delicious.
By the way, do you want to know the bobbleheads this year?
Sure.
At Nats Park?
I know there's a James Wood bobblehead.
Gotta be.
They're going to have an Ovi bobblehead.
I saw that. That's May 16th, I believe. May 16th. The date on that. Yep.
It's Alex Ovechkin first pitch bobblehead.
Yep. I was at that game.
Don't they usually send us the bobbleheads?
Generally, yes.
So that's when he made the first pitch in flip-flops.
Correct.
After they won the Stanley Cup.
And his first pitch was so bad, he had to have a second one, from what I recall. And the second one was actually pretty decent.
There's no way Jason knows this. There's going to be a Grogu bobblehead.
Oh, he doesn't know. No chance he knows who Grogu is. If you
either.
tell me who Grogu is, I'll give you $5 right now.
I'd have to look it up. Who's Grogu?
He's the little cute baby Yoda from The Mandalorian. You just have no idea.
No
You
idea.
just have no clue
They're gonna
whatsoever.
but they're going to send it to us.
So that's May
I'm
2nd.
going to put it on Facebook
Sure they will.
Marketplace.
CJ Abrams bobblehead.
Yep.
Dalen Lyle, Captain America themed bobblehead, and James Wood bobblehead. That's all the way in August.
Good.
I remember I used to be so into opening day that I would skip school.
Oh, really?
And I'm not a
That was your
baseball
bit?
guy anymore. Baseball used to be my number one. It really did.
My
still love
biggest opening day memory that I can recall is I brought Kurt, my oldest son, to Orioles opening day. This had to be like, he was born in 97. It's probably 2004, 2005. I can't remember. But at Camden Yards, and I didn't really look at the weather report, and it was snowing on opening day. Snowing, and we were wearing short sleeves because I was ill prepared. Just didn't look at the weather report. Freezing our balls off at Camden Yards. I think we stayed for a good portion, like 6 or 7 innings. Somehow, we braved our way through it. But I looked like a bad dad because I had my kid there it was probably low 40, high 30s, but it's somehow still snowing throughout most of the game.
Yep.
That is my core opening day memory from
Matt. Remember we did opening day from Nats Park on the field.
Media brethren are down there doing that right now. But today's warmer.
But today's great.
Today's like probably right now is mid 50s, 60
maybe
already.
Right. I mean, today's going to be 78 degrees.
Yeah, like they're getting off easy today.
We were so miserable that day.
Winter coats, the whole nine, going into the covered
during
area.
Commercial breaks.
You get coffee or hot chocolate, anything to stay warm.
Yeah.
I mean, it was brutal.
Those shows were fun though. Like there's an energy to the show when you're on the field.
True,
but yes, it was freezing.
We usually had Riz would come out,
Yeah.
or we get whoever the manager, Davey, or whoever the manager was. But that particular show was bad because it was so cold, and we knew it was going to be cold too.
And we're doing the whole show before any of the batting practice or anything.
Oh yeah, those guys are all sleeping.
The only people there are like the people that are working like infrastructure people inside the stadium.
Right.
This guy last night who was in the vault,
Yeah.
huge listener of the show, was asking me if we still do shows out at bars.
Yeah.
It's like it's been years.
It's been quite a
He's
while.
like, I remember you guys do some remotes at bars all the
Yeah.
time.
Mhm.
He's like, yeah, we used to.
Yep.
Like, it just hasn't happened lately.
Well, we did one for the Christmas show,
That is true.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of our annual outings.
Once a year, maybe twice a year. But I love day baseball. Yesterday there was only 3 games. All right, one was postponed because of weather, but there was only 3 games.
You have the
But
shakes because you couldn't bet on much.
I actually didn't put any bets in on baseball yesterday. But there's only 3 games. But the fact that the Twins were playing the Royals at 2:00, I just love it. Let's put it on MLB Network and just have it in the background.
I don't love
Today's there's like 10 day baseball games.
I don't love having to pay for the app to watch the Nats, but I did, and I'll give them credit. The MLB app is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty seamless. The picture's great. I've enjoyed it. What I've watched of it so far.
Get to watch our guy Dan Kolko on the call.
That's right.
Yep.
Kevin Franzen.
DirecTV's got it, channel 641.
Yeah, I'm cool with Fransden. You said he was getting just killed.
I mean, I just felt like he was getting unfairly assaulted by Nats fans, at least on the opening broadcast of the year.
What were they saying?
Just, you know what? People they're just resistant to anything new. Anything new
With who?
or different.
Franz is not new.
Yeah, but he's like the pairing of him and Kolko, like it's different.
Oh, new combo.
Yeah.
Because Bob Carpenter's gone.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
I just people are just always in attack mode. That's all it is. That's what I chalk it up to.
Coming up
but
next,
they were more anti-Franzen than Kolko?
Seemed like it.
Oh, okay.
Coming up next, it's our Junkies Weekend Parlay. We're bringing it back. Ride with us here on the Junkies.
Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905, is expanding beyond shoes for the first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with a new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked up the Junks with hoodies, long sleeve shirts, and graphic tees too. I love my brown hoodie and my brand new boots. Both are comfortable to wear in studio during the show, when I'm working around the house, or just out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection yourself.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Evan Washburn, sideline reporter for CBS, as we get into the Final Four in Indianapolis. Michigan, Arizona, Illinois, UConn. So we'll talk to Evan Washburn about that at 8. At 9:20, we got a couple of the best high school basketball players in the country. Baba, the one namer that's going to Maryland. Top 10 player in the country according to ESPN. And Quinn Costello, he's heading to Michigan. They're here for the Capital Classic, which takes place tomorrow at Capital One Arena. You can get tickets at capitalclassic.com. So we'll be joined by them. But right now, time for the Junkies Weekend Parlay. We had a rough fall. We've taken some time off.
Taking some lumps.
And I think we're ready to roll. Bish Bucks?
All right, start behind the glass. Let's go with Matt Myers.
All right, I'll bet lead off for the new parlay season. The O's are on the road. They're traveling to Pittsburgh for a 4-12 first pitch. And Pittsburgh just made some news because they called up the number one prospect in the MLB, Connor Griffin.
They gave him a fat contract.
Gave him a fat contract. Bradish is on the mound for the O's. He got roughed up in his first start against the Twins. It only lasted 4 2/3 innings. His velocity was down. His velocity's been down all spring. He just had Tommy John surgery. He was a Cy Young candidate like 2 years ago, and now just the injury has made him fall off a little bit. So he's making his second start. I'm going to go with Connor Griffin, who, by the way, is ranked 4th amongst players in the minor league system in exit velocity, to hit a home run at plus 750 in his debut.
Damn, that's a big one.
Plus 750. That's a big number.
Connor Griffin, 19 years old.
Man.
From Jackson, Mississippi.
Signing a 9-year, $140 million extension before he's swung at an MLB pitch.
That's crazy.
Pretty impressive.
This is going to have a good payout, isn't it? When you start with a plus 750.
Well, mine's a minus, but we'll get to it. Mike Moore / Mike Marr. You want to rock and roll and give us a play?
Yeah, let's do it. New parlay season, so this is a perfect time for March Madness Mike to cash in the real national championship tomorrow night. Michigan against Arizona. Both these teams score a ton of points. So initially I was leaning over, but then I remembered this game is being played at Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, and these players are always confused by the depth perception, how much space there is behind the basket. So now that has me leaning under minus 157.5 in that game.
All right.
I don't know if I love.
All right.
I don't know.
It's never fun betting under.
Yeah, but unders just make you feel kind of dirty inside.
Yeah. Well, I'll go next because I'm going to follow up because I'm not going to go under. I'm going to go over. All right, Michigan's best player, Yaxel Lindenberg. He's just been unbelievable.
He's 100 years old.
He's a first-team All-American. He's one of the best players in the country. He's been playing so well in the tournament. He had 27 in the Tennessee game. He had 23 in the Bama game. He had 25 in the St. Louis game. He averages about 15.5, but his player prop total for this game against Arizona is 16.5. I'm going to go over the 16.5 points for him at minus 120.
So we've got an under from Marr, but an over from the oldest guy in college hoops.
Correct.
We'll see how that works out.
He's actually only 23.
I know, I'm just kidding. He's not that old, but he's old compared to most of the guys that are going to be picked ahead of him in the NBA draft. Yeah. There's going to be a bunch of 18 and 19-year-olds.
100%. All right, so we got 3 down. Back behind the glass, let's go to Matt Cahill.
You guys know that one of my favorite things to do is lean on young phenoms on the mound. Mm-hmm. And I'm still going to put Yuri Perez in that boat. He's on the mound today for the Marlins, who are 5-1 on the year. They're taking on the Yankees, who also happen to be 5-1. So it's the battle of 2 elite teams here. I think the Marlins are going to win. They're plus 150. Look, the Marlins are leading Major League Baseball in batting average. They're 5th in RBIs. And they got a stud on the mound today. Yuri had 8 strikeouts in his first start of the season. So let's take the Marlins plus 150 on the road at Yankee Stadium today.
I love it. 135 first pitch.
The surprising Marlins off to a hot start.
Cakes is putting this bet in. Do we need to send you text to get it in before noon?
I will set myself a reminder as soon as I get home, as soon as I cross into the Maryland state line, that I will place this bet.
Drab's game's early.
Yeah.
Valdez's game is what, 4:12,
Now,
I think you said?
Yes.
I am prone to forget, but I will remind myself, and I'll get this bet in.
You will, and we'll remind you. All right, so we've got 4 down. Let's go with Cakes.
I am going to take the Nats catching a 1.5 in their season opener. It's plus 130. They get to face Emmett Sheehan, who got touched up in his debut. He only lasted 3 1/3 innings, gave up 4 earned runs against Drab T-shirt's third favorite baseball team, the Arizona Diamondbacks. So I'm going to just take the Nats plus 1.5 at home in the home opener. I'm going to throw that in the parlay at plus 130.
All right, gotcha. And is that it? Oh, JP, sorry.
So we can kind of kick this around, but that UConn Duke game was amazing because of the buzzer beater. And some people started saying, well, where does that rank amongst the greatest shots in college tournament history? And I wouldn't put it in the top 3 or 4 because it was an Elite 8 game, right? Chris Jenkins happens in the national championship game. Marcus Smart hit a game winner. Michael Jordan hit a game winner. These are in national championship games. But it's right up there with Christian Laettner, who did it in the Elite 8. And what happened after Christian Laettner hit that game winner in the Elite 8? Duke went on to win the national championship. I'm not saying UConn wins the national championship, but I don't think you win a game like that against Duke at the buzzer with a 40-footer and then lose the next game. So when I saw that UConn is catching 2.5 points, I'll gobble that up and take that. So I'm going to take UConn plus 2.5 against Illinois.
All right, that is the parlay. So we've got, is it Yaxel or Axel?
Yaxel
Lendeborg over 16.5 points, but we have the under in the game from Mike Marr. We've got Connecticut plus 2.5. Got the Nats plus 1.5 on the run line. Connor Griffin, huge odds against him hitting a home run. He's plus 750. The Marlins money line against the Yankees. A $10 wager will pay us $3,400.09. I mean, that's a lot of money. That's
a ton of money.
6 into 3,400. That's 6. It's about 550-ish bucks per man if it hits. Is that right? I think that's close.
That'd be sweet.
I rate my silly radio math. That'd be fantastic.
I kind of like Valdez. I kind of like your play.
Sell you on it pretty good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's Connor with a K?
Yes.
Connor with a K.
Yeah, it's going to hurt your heart if he does it against your beloved O's.
No, hey, that's
you're
fine.
okay with it.
O's can win like 8-1.
Yeah.
And one run can be Connor's bomb.
Okay, all right. That could
Yeah,
work.
Pete Alonso could hit 4 home runs
He
today.
could definitely do that. All right, so we're going to be walking away with $3,400 if all these things fall into place.
Let's do it.
Make it happen.
Did you get a bet in on the tankers yesterday?
I did not. I didn't really.
And you were off your gambling game yesterday.
Well, I mean, the matchups, there was
Thursday. There's usually not as much.
There
action.
weren't that many, possible situations that I was looking at.
Did you at least profit off of the Caps' demise? I know you like to play that
Yes.
emotional hedge sometimes.
Yes, I did. I won that, but I also bet on the 2 teams that they're chasing.
Okay.
I bet on Columbus and the Flyers. They both lost.
Right.
Ended up making a little bit of money. But last night in the NBA, I mean, there was really no tankathon games.
All right, there's several tankathon
Tonight?
games. Can I get in on this with you?
Yes.
Double your bet so I can get 50%. You bet against the Pacers. They got, Hornets are in the playoff race. They're a play-in
I
team.
bet the Hornets. I bet the
Pacers
Hawks.
have the second worst record.
Mm-hmm.
Hawks against the Nets. Hawks are rolling. Nets are horrific.
Knicks
The
going to throw
Rockets,
that in.
Jazz. I mean, the Jazz.
Yep.
They're laying down.
Yep.
I mean, that's 3 right there.
Knicks are playing the Bulls. I'm taking the Knicks. They're 16-point favorites. The Rockets are 16.5-point favorites.
So that's a 4-team parlay.
We could throw the Magic in there. They're playing Dallas, but they're on the road. I'm going to stay away from that. So that's what we'll do. We'll do the Rockets, the Knicks, the Hawks, and the Hornets tonight in a parlay. I'll tell you what it'll pay.
I like it.
You're in?
I like it.
Okay.
All right, we'll put our parlay up on social media for you. Sports Junkies Radio on Instagram. Give us a follow there, at Junks Radio on Twitter. Coming up next, Evan Washburn from CBS Sports on the Final Four.
Big NFL news with quarterback Kirk Cousins signing a 5-year deal to play for the Las Vegas Raiders. The Devils defeat the Capitals 7-3. Tom Wilson, Pierre-Luc Dubois, and Cole Hudson scored for Washington. Quarterback Chandler Morris at UVA has been denied a preliminary injunction and remains ineligible for the 2026 season. Today is the home opener for the Nationals against the defending champion LA Dodgers. The pitching matchup is Miles Michaelos against Emmett Sheehan. Pregame is 12:35 p.m. on the Fan, 1:05 p.m. first pitch. The Thunder defeat the Lakers 139-96, but Luka Doncic of LA goes down with a strained left hamstring. An MRI scheduled for today. Wizards at Miami Saturday. NIT men's final will be Tulsa against Auburn. Phil Mickelson announced Thursday he won't play in next week's Masters as he navigates a personal health matter. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Hey.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond, where you can listen to MP on the mic after us, our boy A-Wad on after him. Of course, you can watch the Junkies on Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cake Sawville and Jason Bishop today.
Yes, sir.
EB will be back on Monday. He's out of town for a volleyball tournament.
Hot Atlanta, and then you leave Sunday to go to L.A. I'm jealous you're going to be on a flight for 6 hours. I'm jealous.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
I think it's only 5.5, Jason.
Yeah,
it's only 5.5.
All right, not bad.
All right, join us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMVs. Evan Washburn, sideline reporter for CBS. Been covering the NCAA tournament. What's up, Evan?
What's going on? Good morning.
What's your calendar like? Because people know you from NFL sidelines, and you're doing the tournament now. Like for the next month, you've been out at the tournament. What else do you cover?
Yeah, things definitely slow down, which I'm okay with now. It was a little bit hard early in my career where you feel like if you're not doing anything, you're in trouble. But it moves into I'll do some college lacrosse games for CBS Sports Network. That's kind of where I got my start. So it's fun to return to that sport and that role.
Did you play? You played college lacrosse, right?
At Delaware.
I did,
Delaware.
yeah.
He's a fighting Bluehead.
Correct.
Fighting Bluehead on the line here.
Hell yeah. 07 Final Four run.
Very nice. Excellent.
So yeah, I'll do that and some NFL off-season projects that I've been trying to put together, which we're actually making some headway on. So I'm excited about that. And yeah, play a little golf, hang out, be a dad. It's not bad.
Nice. Would Joe Flacco be the number one seed for famous alums from Delaware?
I mean, he's definitely moved into that role. It's funny. Rich Gannon was the guy when I was there. Joe and I were at Delaware at the same time. And when you drop Rich Gannon's name, that kind of rang through. John Grant Jr., if you're a lacrosse head, he was the GOAT, still is, in my opinion, at that sport. But yeah, Flacco and what he's done, I mean, he could buy Delaware at this point. It's pretty incredible.
Hey, real quick, before we get into the games tomorrow, just give us your thoughts and reaction to how UConn absolutely stunned and one of the most brutal losses you'll ever see for Duke.
Unbelievable. It's funny, like I consumed it through text messages because I was coming back from our game in Chicago, the Michigan-Tennessee blowout.
Right.
So I wasn't really watching. I was on a flight and I started getting text messages and, oh my God, this is happening. And then the play happened. So now consuming it all after it happened, it's just the brutality, but also the joy and why we all love this especially college sports. I mean, as elite as these guys are, they're still, call it 18 to 24-ish now as they play older. They're still going to make wild swings of mistakes and the momentums and just experiencing it the last couple of weeks. I mean, no leads really safe. So it's an all-timer. And I was thrilled for a really close friend and Iron Eagle to have that moment. He deserves it. He crushed it. And he's now cemented as a guy who called it. And we all, as guys that watched it, it'll be in the reel there with Leitner, and now they'll have that one in the mix as well.
Yeah, and we saw a similar play earlier in the tournament. Now, this didn't win it, but with Oweh from Kentucky hitting basically that half quarter against Santa Clara. I mean, it was you saw it a couple times in this tournament.
It's why no matter what's happening in college sports, college basketball, the swings of guys leaving early or now sticking around and moving teams, you throw them all, whatever it is, 60-plus teams in a tournament for a couple weeks. And that's why I love that. It's funny that I think the first 2 days of the tournament rival any other day of the tournament, and that includes tomorrow. Obviously, the quality tomorrow will be the best, but the guarantee you're going to see some wacky stuff on Thursday and Friday. The first round is pretty high, and the Oweh play was right there in some of the best ones.
Hey, Evan, did you feel bad being on site watching Michigan just brutalize Tennessee and the fact that Rick Barnes, really good college coach, but I mean, maybe he's just never going to win that national title that he's been chasing that's eluded him for so long?
Yeah, I mean, I felt bad for Rick to some degree. Selfishly, I felt bad for our crew. I mean, that was a tough way to kind of just cap what had been a fun couple of weeks because it really did feel like JV versus varsity. I mean, it was right from the jump. It was, wow, this almost is like a exhibition game or a game or time buy or whatever they're called, where they pay a lower level team.
Yeah, like a guarantee type game. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Look, the Rick thing. Yes, I think there's obviously, you can look at it two ways. It's kind of like the Buffalo Bills deal where you got to the Super Bowl 4 years in a row. I would argue is more impressive than winning one, but they would take one over the 4 visits. And maybe if you ask Rick in an honest moment, for all of his trips to the Elite Eight, that was their 3rd in a row with Tennessee. Would he take at least even a Final Four run with the Vols so they could check that box? I don't think it's over, though. I mean, now with the way it's set up and Tennessee is armed both financially and with a focus on basketball with their athletic director and Danny White, and Rick still kind of commanding his sort of attention to things and his ability to go out and get. They just got the kid. I think it's Tyler Lungblade. I actually saw him. He plays for Belmont, and he's what they need. He's a big-time shooter, scorer, and they didn't have that this year. So, look, I think with the way the finances and the economics of college basketball are set up, you can keep taking swings at it. But, yeah, each year when you're in your mid-70s or early 70s that you don't make it, that dream gets a little bit farther away.
So tell us what makes Michigan a special team. It seems like they really share the ball well.
I would say it's everything that UConn is offensively, where they play a beautiful brand of motion offense and sets on top of sets, but then they're gifted or armed, you should say, with the biggest roster in college basketball. And all of those guys are capable at playing whatever style is necessary to win a game, both offensively and defensively. And I think you saw that, especially when they played Alabama in the Sweet 16. Alabama plays a frenetic, chaotic style of basketball where it's as fast-paced as you can find, constant barrage of threes. So there was some question marks going into that, like, hey, you got 3 guys north of 6'9", 6'10", 7-footers out on that floor. Can you keep up with Bama? And they could. And then they were able to get the game on their terms in the second half. But I think what struck me, guys, is watching them in person. Their size is what is probably the first kind of initial, wow, that's striking, a walk off the bus feel. But then all those guys can play a variety of different style of games. And whatever the game dictates, they can kind of morph to that. But offensively, it's incredibly efficient. It's constant movement, and there's really no kind of glaring weakness, which is usually at this level what you count on. You find the one thing a team can't do well, and then they try to expose it.
Yeah, they've been really impressive. The thing that Arizona can do is they can match them with their bigs. So, and they can also match them with the guards. But just in terms of the bigs, with the big boys, Karcha Kanenov is out there. You got Krivas. You've got the kid that comes off the bench, Owaka. I mean, they've got some big dudes. And then Koa Pete. Koa Pete's not small, and he's strong. He's 6'8". He's 240 pounds. So they've got the guys, I think, down low that can kind of match that. So kind of give me your thoughts on what Arizona can do against those bigs.
Agreed. I think Arizona's a better version of Tennessee, but that's what would concern me. I mean, Tennessee's big. They didn't have maybe the three bigs that could line up with Michigan and Merez and Idai and obviously Yaxel, but they have a number of them. They just couldn't score with them. I think Arizona's probably a more efficient offense, but they don't shoot threes. So if Michigan is able to score from three or do what they've done, which is basically hover around 90 points per game in this tournament, I just don't see how Arizona scores with them. If this game's played in the low 60s into the late into the second half, then yeah, I think Arizona's hanging around. But and that goes back to the initial point. Michigan's big, so you can match their size, but then can you match their scoring and shooting ability and their efficiency offensively? Yeah. So that to me would be the concern for Arizona. They haven't really shown that throughout this season, that they're interested in getting into a game that's played in the 80s and 90s.
It's crazy. I mean, 36-2. We're talking to Evan Washburn from CBS. 36-2. The thing about both of these games is, I mean, they all have really quality bigs. I mean, Michigan has the best ones, but man, Terrace Reed was so good against Duke. I mean, really, really good. Caravan's, big dude with experience. Illinois' got some. But just the overall amount of pro players on these four teams is pretty impressive. So you like Michigan in that game. They're a slight favorite, 1.5. Let's go to the earlier game, Illinois-UConn. Illinois is a slight favorite as well. But UConn's got the experience. All right, they're an older team. They've got some older guys who've been there. Hurley's obviously experienced as a coach. He's won it. Kind of talk about Illinois against UConn.
To me, it all comes down to is UConn going to hit some shots, and mostly are they going to be able to hit some threes? I mean, they've been as ice cold a team. I'm sure there's statistical evidence to back this up. A team that's made it to the Final Four and been as putrid. I think Danny, we met with them in Philly. We had their site there, and he said it was cruel shooting. It felt like they were able to get so many quality looks, and you even saw that in the Duke game that they end up winning, that they just couldn't hit. And I think if that continues to be the case, I think their, call it luck, their fortune will run out against Illinois. But that said, you take enough shots, and they have quality shooters. Mullins the reason he was a 5-star is his ability to shoot the ball. You saw it in that game winner, but he was cold up into that point. He's been cold all tournament. If UConn can shoot and can hit, let's call it, mid 30%, high 30% from three, I think I would lean UConn's way. But if they're as cold as they've been up to this point, the way that Illinois plays and just how efficient and how productive they've been, I mean, they're lethal, man. Yeah. I would say that this is probably where the dream run here for UConn kind of hits a roadblock. But just watching them in person and then obviously catching up on what they did in D.C. this past week, they generate a ton of looks. Just solo balls, been just unbelievably cold from three. Mullins just has been up and down. So if that wakes up, obviously you got the NFL venue stuff. Shooting is usually a little tricky for guys, especially in that first game. Early in those semifinal games, they get the sight lines and everything and all the adrenaline running. But if UConn's not more improved from beyond the arc, I just don't see how they move on to Monday.
We're joined by Evan Washburn, sideline reporter for CBS on the Rude Guest Hotline. So how desperate are the Big Ten officials and the cronies for an Illinois-Michigan final game, which would ensure a Big Ten national champion for like the first time in 25 plus years, which seems hard to believe. So if Illinois can handle their business and Michigan wins, that would ensure the Big Ten would have a national champion.
Yeah, look, they need it. They want it. It's been, obviously, with the football side of things, it's been a Big Ten renaissance, and this would be a nice little capper on the year for them after what Indiana did. And I still can't, as you mentioned, believe that that's the reality that we've lived in for the last 20-plus years. And I think it's something that we could see. And I don't know. I think it's a great talking point, and it's something that we get into. I'm sure you all get into. I don't really get the sense, though, that fans care as much. I mean, like, just with what has happened with conference realignment, like the Big Ten that was in a drought for, let's call it, the last 15 or 18 years until now UCLA's in like, what is the Big Ten, to be honest with you? What is the SEC in a lot of ways? So I don't know if conference supremacy has felt like when you're on site at these games or if you're at the Final Four as big a deal as just maybe, Michigan grabbing it with their fan base and how passionate they are, Arizona getting back in there for the first time since you got Lute Olson and his crew. But it's definitely part of the mix of college sports and where we are with things.
Hey, Evan, when you're doing the coaches' interviews coming out of a timeout, is there any that's been kind of uncomfortable to do? Or are they pretty? Are most of them pretty open to it?
No, they're definitely uncomfortable because this year was let's call it like cleaner. Largely, you're at the mercy of what is just because those are set. So it's set at the under 8 and under 12. And I definitely had situations where a team has gone on a run. Like, so I'm about to talk. I mean, it happened with Rick Barnes, but he's just such a pro. Where it couldn't be as bad as it. I mean, it couldn't be. You couldn't be in a worse spot to talk to the guy,
right?
Because the other team just went on a 10-0 run. But in some ways, that's when you want to talk to him. So it kind of works out. I think the early days of it, but even as recent as last year, I remember awkwardness because a coach would forget. He'd go into the huddle to talk to his team after something had gone poorly, and myself and or the team representative would have to kind of
pull him
out of the huddle,
right?
And that they weren't thrilled about that. But I'll give it to most of these guys, and maybe it's also just the way I approach things. Like, look, this isn't me telling you I want this and you need to do this for me. This is what we're doing. We all signed up to be here, so let's be adults about it. And I've been impressed and enjoyed what they've created. I mean, I know people get on some of these interview things, and I get it to some degree. But the reason we do them, and I think the reason they keep getting instituted, we do them in the NFL now, is because you're not going to bat 100 on it. But for 10 kind of cliche monster interviews you get the one that is just like, wow, that was wild, like the Willard one or whatever, other kind of viral moments we get. And that's part of the show, man. That's part of the reality that is
I agree.
Watching sports on TV.
Well, is it possible for, let's say Pitino is pissed and wants to F-bomb all of his players. Can he just say, I'm not doing it. Bob Walsh, my assistant, go do it. Can he say that?
He would be breaking a rule. I don't know what the consequence of that was. It's funny, the Pitino one, because he's fiery.
Yeah.
And this was last year. We had him in Providence in the first weekend. And it's the issue I've had, not issue, but that I've danced with and a little behind the curtain where you're supposed to only ask one question unless they kind of give you a 5-second answer you can follow up, or if there's a natural follow. But I'm a big believer in if the table or the booth, so in my case, Andrew Catalon and Steve Lapis, are talking about a guy who has 2 fouls, if he's going to go back in, to me, you have to ask the coach that, but that's not worthy of a first question. So I will ask that as a quick follow. So I'll ask something about the game, and then I'll ask, hey, is so-and-so going to go back in, or how do you manage the foul trouble with so-and-so? And I remember we had Rick last year, and he was used to just the one question, so he starts walking away. So I kind of like step and and kind of hold them for one more. And that was a funny kind of, I don't want to say awkward, but it definitely had a visual to it that was interesting. So I learned from that, and then now, and I did it with with Hurley, where before we started recording, because we record it kind of almost immediately, but I had a second. I was like, hey, I'm going to ask you another question. So basically, please don't walk away.
Okay.
So basically giving him a heads up. So it's like, that's where the experience of it, you kind of learn how these guys operate, and you have a different scouting report for each coach, what they like, what they don't like, what they'll engage with. And I enjoy it. That's part of the game of being a reporter in that role.
All right, Evan. Always enjoy talking to you. That's Evan Washburn from CBS Sports. Thanks a lot, pal.
Enjoy him this weekend.
Have a good one, fellas.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, Evan.
You too.
Coming up in about an hour, we got two of the best high school basketball players in the country who are playing in the Capital Classic. Bob Oladotten and Quinn Costello will be joining us in studio in an hour.
Dan Kolko is going to join us at 8:45.
Nice.
We're able to pull him.
Very good.
And, of course, he's calling play-by-play on the Nats home opener against the Dodgers.
Excellent.
We're the Junkies. Be right back. Coming up at 9:45. Stay tuned. Your chance to win tickets to go see Bryan Adams and Pat Benatar in concert. So that's at 9:45. It's funny. There's a story about Adam Peters that we want to get to. But if you actually click on profootballtalk.com, it's kind of a similar story about the Washington Commanders. And it's about them kind of maybe talking too much. The headline was Commanders were surprised to be able to sign both Odafe Owe and K'Lavon Chaisson.
Okay.
And we wanted to talk about Adam Peters. Now, he went on the Kay Adams show, and I think we're going to play some audio. Is he talking too much?
Sonny Styles, friend of our show.
Is he?
Unbelievable.
He's an impressive kid.
Unbelievably
He's a really
impressive. But I'm saying that from a chatting perspective, from your evaluation perspective, Sonny Styles, objectively.
Oh, he's outstanding. I mean, we went to their pro day last week, and they have 4 guys that are probably going to be picked in the top 10. That place is a factory, and they got great coaches, and the players are really well coached, and they're really good. And Sonny fits into that category. He's big, he's long, he's fast, he's athletic, he's really smart, he's a great leader. So, yeah, he's a really good player.
I told him I think like you have all these things, but your football IQ is really what sort of pops a little bit. Can you speak to that a little bit from what you see?
Yeah, I mean, he gets those guys lined up. All the players on the team revere him. They talk about his leadership, his ability, his football IQ. The coaches do. So, I mean, if you talk to anybody there, he's going to be a team captain, guy for 10 years.
So is Adam Peters kind of doing the Dan Quinn bit from last year when he came on the show and called Jaden Daniels, or 2 years ago, when he called him a game changer?
Yeah.
Kind of his thing. He's doing a lot of yapping.
Do you think this is a tell?
I don't know.
I don't think it even matters.
I mean, if she asked him about Caleb Downs, he's probably going to say the same thing about Caleb Downs.
I think he's praising.
Tate,
I think he's praising what's happening at Ohio State
Yeah.
more than he's just Sonny Styles.
Although he used the word revere. That's a pretty strong word. He's talking about players revering him.
There's a lot to like about Sonny Styles. I mean, he's got crazy athletic traits. He tested off the charts at the combine. Sounds like he's a great teammate. Comes from NFL pedigree. Played at Ohio State. Like, there's a lot to like about Sonny Styles. Now, the problem is with them picking at 7, he may not even be there. Like the mock I'm looking at tankathon.com has become my go-to. This has Sonny Styles going 5 to the Giants, which would make a lot of sense. They need help on their defense. He'd be a good starting point for them. And he would be, in this mock, at least the second Ohio State guy off the board, with Reese going 2 to the Jets.
Yeah.
I'm okay with him talking because, look, the guy might not even be available for them to pick. He's just commenting on how great and how deep the talent is
coming
in
out
Columbus
of Ohio.
this year.
And I think
I don't have a problem with it.
Most coaches would probably agree and say the same types of things.
I agree with you, but I would be curious to hear how he described the other players.
So
Kay
Adams didn't ask.
I mean, that's a 10 out of 10 in terms of praising a player.
So Kay Adams didn't ask about any other players.
I don't know. I didn't see the Kay Adams interview. I've seen this clip go viral, and I think we talked about it.
Did she ask about any other players?
No. I mean, he's saying too much. It's gamesmanship. Look, unless he's doing like a reverse psychology thing, he shouldn't say anything about Sonny Styles. He's calling him a future team captain 10 years. I know somebody who wouldn't do that. Will Dawkins. Will Dawkins would not, before a draft, hype a player up, give any tell whatsoever. I'm just saying, like, he's already... just be quiet. Why are you even doing interviews?
Is Will Dawkins even allowed to talk about those guys?
Well, it's Adam Peters. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
clearly they are.
I can just tell you, Will Dawkins will not come on the show and hype up a guy and give any sort of lead like that. Just, you don't need to say anything.
Well, maybe
it's a game. It's all gamesmanship.
Maybe it is subterfuge by him. Maybe he wants to just hype up Styles so much that Styles might not even be his guy, but he just wants like the Titans and the Browns and the Giants, the teams in front of him, to take him and let his guy fall to him at 7. So maybe there's a method to his madness with all the yapping. Or maybe just...
But he would probably say the same thing about another player.
But he didn't.
Okay.
Well, but Kay Adams didn't ask him about another player. She asked him about Sonny Styles.
I wonder. I agree he would say really positive things about everybody, but on a scale of 1 to 10,
Yeah.
in terms of glazing a player, that was a 10.
Oh, I agree.
That was a 10.
I agree.
I mean, he used the word revere.
Yeah.
He's talking about team captain for 10 years.
Athletic ability,
all
off
of
the
it.
charts. Yeah.
Like, I don't know
agree.
if he would be as strong if he talked about other players. Maybe there would be consistency.
Well, it'll be interesting. If he's available at 7 and they take him, then Drabby, I'll say you are correct. He's all over.
How would you feel if Jeremiah Love's there and Sonny Styles is there and they say Sonny Styles? You're going to be disappointed.
I mean,
It's not that he's not going to be a good player, but
I'm always going to choose offense over defense. You know this, JP. You know this about me. It's a weakness. It's a flaw of mine. I would be disappointed initially, but if Sonny Styles is planted into your defense for a decade and becomes a great player, then I have no problem with the pick. Now, if he picks Sonny Styles and Styles flops, Jeremiah Love's a 1,500 yards per year rusher and catches 50 balls a year, then I'm going to be like, okay, Adam Peters, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You missed. You swung and missed. You had a great offensive talent that fell to you.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see on that.
Well, if that happens, he might ultimately lose his job. He's got to nail this pick.
I mean, they went out and signed 2 RBs.
I mean, if Jeremiah Love becomes LaDainian Tomlinson and Sonny Styles is kind of meh,
yeah, of course,
then that's going to be a problem.
If he's Jamin Davis.
I texted.
If he's Jamin Davis,
I
then
texted
he'll be losing his job.
Matt yesterday. This guy, Josh Edwards for CBS, did a 7-round mock.
Okay.
All right. I wonder how long that took. Unless AI was doing it, but he did, and he did each team's.
Yeah.
So who does Josh Edwards from CBS think that they're taking at pick number 7 in the first round?
Can you tell me the first 6 picks?
Yes.
So that I can deduce who the Commanders have a chance to pick?
That'll probably give it away.
He has them taking Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
He does.
I was guessing.
Oh, you were guessing. I thought you saw it.
No, I hadn't seen it.
Yeah. Yeah, so
That's the sexy pick.
The first 6 picks were obviously Fernando, Reese, Styles went 3.
Okay.
Bailey, Jermod McCoy, the corner from Tennessee. Carnell Tate went 6 to the Browns. And then Jeremiah Love.
Okay.
So they left Bain on there. They left Caleb Downs out there. Delane, they left him. And then in the 3rd round, he had them taking I just had it. Drabby, did you pull that up as well?
Malachi Fields, I believe who it was.
Oh, Malachi Fields, that's right. And then in the next pick, which the 5th round, was Aiden Fisher, linebacker from Indiana. Then it was Andre Fuller, a corner from Toledo. The other 6th rounder, they took DeQuan Wright, a tight end from Ole Miss, and then Jalen Husky, a Terp, safety
good.
from Maryland. But yeah, he thinks Jeremiah Love, if he's there at 7, the Commanders are taking him.
Look, I don't have that much of a problem with Adam Peters doing a radio show and saying what he said.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a tell, but it also might not be. Like, even though I remember when Quinn came on and said that game changer comment, EB and I were absolutely convinced that it was a tell and that he was going to. They were taking Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
You guys weren't so convinced at the time, and ultimately it didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean it was the obvious team need. So I mean I wasn't surprised.
He definitely who did he sell the most of the 3 or 4 people that he was asked about?
We asked him about 6, but we asked him Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels.
Okay. I can't remember who else we asked him.
For Caleb, he said DC. That was kind of a no-sell.
May said athlete or athletic.
Yeah, athletic, yeah.
But it was the pause.
Yeah.
He had a pause
when
he said game changer.
That's his tell.
It just felt like a tell.
Yep.
And here, look, it definitely sounds like Adam Peters loves Sonny Styles.
It sounds like he's really into him and would love for him to be there at 7. It's a matter of, is another team going to fall in love with him and take him before that?
Well, it'll be interesting to see if he's asked about any other players, if he kind of hypes them up the same way. If he's asked about Reese, or if he's asked about Bailey, or if he's
they
asked
do
about
draft
Downs.
Sonny Styles, there's 0.00% chance they bring Bobby Wagner back.
You would think.
Because they still are kind of floating it out there that they might bring him back.
They've been pretty forward with, we're going to leave the door open for Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, but if they draft Sonny Styles, sorry.
Then the door gets slammed shut right in Bobby Wagner's
They
Hall
already
of Fame
brought in
face.
the guy from the Chiefs and Chanel.
Right.
Draft Sonny Styles would be all new, linebacker.
That would be a
basically.
pretty clear indicator that Wagner's time is over here, which I think most people would be fine with.
Man, I wonder what they're going to do at receiver. I mean, they could take a receiver in the third round like they did in this mock.
What if they do nothing?
I would.
They don't have to do something. Like
I would be curious.
If you think about the season that they go to the NFC Championship game, you have Terry, but what did they have after Terry?
They didn't have
Oz, OZ,
True,
De'Ami Brown.
But don't you believe it's
McCaffrey?
It's a team need.
And they had Cakes' guy who got hurt a million times, Noah Brown.
Yeah,
but don't you believe it's a team need?
Yes, but
100%.
what I'm saying is, what they have right now is about what they had 2 seasons ago when they had a lot of success.
They have Terry and a bunch of guys, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. And they've added the tight end, so he's going to throw to him a bunch. But I don't believe Terry is going to have the same season he did 2 years ago when he put up double-digit touchdowns. I don't believe he's going to have that type of year. I don't believe he's the same player.
I mean, there are still some potential bargains at wideout if they don't address it in the draft.
Yeah,
Jennings is still out there. Debo's still out there. Stephon Diggs is still out there.
I know.
I mean, there are a lot of.
I think they're going to
guys
add
that could sign.
I think they're going to add to the positions. Just
And
no
the
matter
longer they wait out the market, the cheaper I would think these guys are going to get.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like their value is increasing at this point.
Yeah. And maybe all the teams are waiting on those guys because you would think some team would snatch up Diggs. I know he kind of brings baggage, but he produces.
Yeah, and you could sign him to a 1-year deal.
But they all might be waiting to see what happens in the draft, and then after the draft, those guys get picked up.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just think that it's a team need. I'm not saying it's a drastic need. I just think that if they would take a receiver in the first round, I would not be surprised.
I just don't know if Tate is going to be there. I feel like he might even go top 5 or 6. So,
all right, then they go away.
If they're hell bent on getting a receiver in the first round, then you trade out of 7. You move down a little bit. You pick a guy like Jordan Tyson or the kid
unless
out of SC.
Unless they really love Tyson and they take him right there.
Oh, I'd be a little shocked if he went number 7 overall.
Yeah, I'd be shocked too, but they might really love him.
Okay, it seems like a little bit of a rich price, but
yeah.
Like he seems like an ideal guy that you trade down to 10, 12, 13, still be able to get him, pick up a pick in the process.
Could totally happen. But we have no idea who they like on their board.
Don't know. I wish you would get us into the complex so we can take a peek at the big board. But
yeah, let's go break in today.
You just won't do it.
Remember, coming up at 9:20, we got the boys, the top high school basketball prospects in the country, joining us in studio. They're here for the Capital Classic. 9:45, your chance to win tickets to go see Bryan Adams in concert here on the Junkies.
So I'm a lapsed Catholic. I haven't been to church in a long, long time. Is it bad for me to eat like a turkey burger today? Or is that bad? It doesn't really matter, does it?
I mean, I'm guessing you've eaten meat on previous Fridays.
100%.
Yeah. So
I mean,
dirty botched Lent.
Honestly, I may go out and get like carne asada tonight. It doesn't really matter. Like, I know Drab's a Catholic, even though I did ace his 2-part dollar bet question about Good Friday and Jesus.
Right. So, I'm guessing
I crushed it, Trav.
The days of shock jocks are over. We're doing Good Friday trivia.
I crushed it. That's all. Just letting people know.
I actually feel bad for Mar. He's the butt of your jokes.
Yeah.
Because you ask him questions. He's 26.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason he should know a rock band from Seattle.
Well, he should know some bands from Seattle.
He doesn't need to be. He doesn't have that deep knowledge.
I mean, he should
Pearl
know that
Jam
Nirvana is from Seattle.
Nirvana.
He should know that. Even
All right,
as a youngin'.
Let's talk some baseball. It's Nats home opener day.
Yes, sir.
Today. And Dan Kolko joins us. He's now calling the games. What's up, Dan? Is Dan there?
Got to punch him up.
I can't punch him up. We don't have the system ready.
Valdez is coming in. He will. He will effort that.
Smooth operating machine.
DK, you there?
I'm here.
There you are. What's up, buddy? Thanks for joining us on short
Yeah,
notice.
we appreciate that. We know you're busy today. It's a
Yeah,
busy
it's my
day.
pleasure.
Maybe we said it
Home opener
before.
to you guys.
Yep.
Congratulations on taking over the full-time gig, calling the games. It's awesome.
Well, thank you.
Yep, it's been great. Obviously, going to Wrigley in that first series, very impressive. Take 2 out of 3. Really kind of a brutal loss to end the series in Philly. You can kind of give us your thoughts on that. But how are you kind of assessing this team, evaluating this team after the first 6?
I mean, you got to be pretty impressed and pretty optimistic. This season will be what it is. I think externally and even internally, there's not a lot of playoff expectations for this team, but I think it's all about growth this year and being more competitive and showing that some of these young guys are taking a step individually. And if you add up, a handful of these guys making a step in the right direction individually, you add that collectively together and you're, as an organization, moving in the right direction, especially when you factor in all the, improvements that are being made up and down the org as far as data and technology and just the different approach to coaching and development and all that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, a brutal schedule to start the year at Chicago, at Philly, and then hosting the Dodgers. And I think if you had told pretty much any Nationals fan that you're coming away from those first 6 road games at 2 playoff teams from a year ago with a 500 record, you'd take it. It could have been a game or even 2 games better. The 2 games they lost in Philly were by a run apiece. One of them, you're up by 4 runs at the 7th inning stretch. So I think there were some guys in that Nationals clubhouse that were a little salty that they didn't win both of those series and maybe come back home 4-2 or even 5-1. But I think overall you have to be really happy with the start and the way that things are trending.
Dan, did you have it on your early season Nats bingo card that Joey Wiemer Mania would be running wild here in D.C.? He's leading the majors right now at 588 in batting average, and he's atop the league in OPS as well. He's first in 2 categories through a week of the major league season. I didn't see that coming. I'm guessing you didn't see that coming. Can you tell us how Paul Batoni and the crew stumbled upon Joey Wiemer? I mean, it's a guy who's been a journeyman in his pretty short career at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I actually definitely had this come. No, I'm kidding. This is another part of what this organizational process is about, right? Like, it's about the development of the guys that you hope are a part of your next championship team, but it's also about taking chances on guys that have a good pedigree, that were prospects, maybe top 100 prospects in the past, that just haven't panned out for one reason or another. And the Nats have done a bunch of waiver claim moves dating back to mid-season last year. You look at like PJ Poulin. He was a waiver claim from the Tigers and ended up being a big part of their bullpen down the stretch last year into this year. Then this offseason, Joey Weimer DFA'd twice by two different organizations, and the Nationals are there to claim him off waivers and put him on their opening day roster and give him some runway. Guys like Jose Tena and Jorbit Vivas, not a lot expected of these guys, but the Nationals see potential in them. And so if they have the potential to give these guys more playing time, more runway than they could get in another organization, you never know who might pop, who might take this new coaching, get a tip from one of these guys, or maybe just extended playing time and some confidence is all that they really needed. And, we'll see what happens with Joey Weimer going forward. I think it's unrealistic to expect him to keep an OPS hovering around 1,700 or whatever it is. But, this is a guy that can really play the outfield. He's got cannon of an arm. He's super fast. And so far, the bat has done the job. And he hasn't been, because of his early season success, chasing too much. He's taken, I think it's 5 walks to go along with all the hits that he's piled up. So it's not like he's just crazy free swinging right now.
By the way,
these are the type of stories that you want to see, in addition to the development of Brady House and James Wood and Dalen Lyle and, those guys. You want to see some of these guys that you might not have expected to be contributors pop and become contributors.
The 5 hours of sleep caught up to my brain. I called him Paul
Batoni.
Taboni. It's Paul Taboni.
How did you know you called him Batoni?
Because I said it twice, and I was like, it didn't sound right either time.
Yeah.
And then I realized that.
Did you Google it? Did you Google it while I was talking?
I did, just to make sure, because I didn't want to botch it a third time.
And we have him on the show every week.
I know. We're developing a relationship with the guy, and I botched his name, so I apologize.
You play poker till midnight. It's going to happen.
It catches up to you sometimes. You don't get enough sleep.
Hey, Dan, were you kind of surprised at how they lost the final game in Philly, the 6-5? I understand. Look, Philly's got pop in their lineup, so I'm not surprised that Bryce hit one, and I can't remember who else hit one. Maybe it was Real Muto, but
Real Muto.
Yeah, were you kind of surprised at how defensively they broke down and how bad the bullpen kind of let them back in the game in the ninth?
I don't know. I mean, disappointed. I think everyone was disappointed. I don't know, surprised, just because we don't know what this bullpen is going to be this year. I mean, you look at what the Phillies did. They go out and they gave Brad Keller, I think it was like $25 million, $22 million to be their eighth inning guy, along with Jose Alvarado. So they have a lefty and a righty to get to Joan Duran. The Nationals don't have that type of like proven, established swing and miss back end bullpen stuff right now. They just don't. They have Perez, a guy who's experienced in the league. They have Clayton Beater, who can miss a lot of bats with that slider, and they think really highly of him. And then they have a bunch of guys, but
right.
It's not like there's a proven 7, 8, 9 to get you the final 9 outs to lock down a win on the road. It's always tough to do, especially against this Phillies team. And I think we also expected there to be some defensive question marks this year. Luis Garcia Jr. coming into this year, I mean, he came up as a shortstop, guys. He played second base most of his major league career, but this is a shortstop.
He's not a first baseman.
Now turned first baseman.
He's not a first baseman.
Right.
Yeah.
He had played 2 games at first base his entire baseball career coming into this season, and now they're moving him over to first, and he's looked pretty good on occasion, but he's going to make miscues on occasion too. So, yeah, I don't know that I was surprised necessarily, but you take a 4-run lead into the bottom of the 7th. You hope that more often than not that'll turn into a win, but you face a good Phillies team on the road with these uncertainties that we're talking about, and sometimes that'll happen.
Talking to Dan Kolko, play-by-play announcer for the Washington Nationals. The style of play, though, has been different, right? Like, how would you describe Butera ball?
I think it's still a little early to get a read on it. I will say that one thing that we do notice is that these guys are booking it on the bases.
Yes.
Man. Like they're giving hard 90s left and right. Luis Garcia Jr. ran a 4-2 down the first base line to beat out a potential double play ball. And I think it was game 1 of that series. And he's not a guy that's necessarily known for his speed. CJ, after, not running out that ball on opening day that he thought was a homer, has been flying all over the place offensively and defensively. I think that effort and accountability have been the focus for Blake Butera and his coaching staff all of spring into the start of the season. And I think we're seeing that play out. I think there's going to be miscues because there's always miscues, and because these guys, most of them are still learning at the major league level, but I don't think we're going to see as many like mental lapses as we saw in the past. As many like what the heck just happened there? What was he thinking type moments. And, you know, Franny and I talked about this on our broadcast the other day. I asked CJ, you know, like, how is your defensive routine before a game different now than it was in the past? And he kind of chuckled and said, well, I have an established routine now. This is something that's been reinforced to these guys is like, you got to go every day. You got to go work. They take hard infield practice before every game. They have developed routines, and they're expected to be accountable to that. So I think that's the big difference that we've seen early on.
Well, Dan, appreciate the time on short notice. Enjoy the game today. A lot of big-time stars over there on the other side today, and you know, I'm sure Nats fans are excited for the home opener. Weather's going to be great, so enjoy today, buddy.
Thanks, boys. And don't forget, the Nats took 3 of 6 from the Dodgers last year and actually scored more runs than them in that head-to-head matchup. So you never know.
You just never know.
I like that intel, Dan. Thank you.
My friend. All right, thank you, bro.
There you go. All right, boys.
All right, man. Enjoy it.
See
you too.
Dan Kolko's the best.
Awesome news for him because he's been, I don't know if you call it sideline reporting.
Yeah,
but
dugout
he's been,
reporter.
Yeah, the essentially the sideline reporter for the Nats on Masson for years. And then when Carpenter retires, and he had filled in a little bit.
Sure. I think he called about 60 games last year or maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, so awesome news for him. All right, coming up next. Cakes, will you entertain us?
I will. I will give
Cakes' entertainment page. Will it be Masters free?
I think it is Masters free today.
Nice.
It's kind of
really?
shocking.
Even after the Tiger video yesterday?
Even after that, yes, somehow.
All right, we'll get into that next here on the Junkies.
Nationals returning home to take on the Dodgers, and then the Cardinals to start next week. Today's matchup, Miles Michaelos against Emmett Sheehan. L.A. in town to face the Nats. Pregame 12:35 right here on The Fan. Your first pitch at 1:05 p.m. Quarterback Kirk Cousins has signed a 5-year deal to play for the Las Vegas Raiders. The Devils down the Capitals 7-3. Pierre-Luc Dubois had one of the 3 tallies for the Caps. Virginia quarterback Chandler Morris has been denied a preliminary injunction and remains ineligible for the 2026 season. Thunder beat the Lakers 139-96. Luke Doncic with a strained left hamstring. He'll have an MRI today. Wizards and Miami Saturday. Tulsa will take on Auburn for the championship game of the NIT men's basketball tournament. Phil Mickelson said he won't play in next week's Masters because he's navigating a personal health matter. It will be the first time since 1994 that Tiger Woods and Mickelson both will miss the first major of the season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cake Sawville and Jason Bishop. You know what? I'm feeling that like vacation giddiness right now. It's like the last hour.
Yeah, you've got it.
You know,
it's coming. Final hour of
I
the
know
week.
that you got the Masters pool next week. I told you I'm tapping out. Big Keith.
Big Keith's going to take your place.
Is he taking my place? I said it was up to you.
Right, I responded. I said, okay. I don't know if I kept that. I think I still have his number. Now, remember, if there's no winner, or I guess we are going to have a winner, right? Because it carries over. If we don't have a winner.
You guys seem to change the rules.
Carry over, yes.
Yeah, we need carry over.
Carry over.
We need a bigger pot.
All right, well, we got to figure out what we're doing on the scoring for the Masters.
No, not we. You've got to figure
Well, I would, if I had to make the rule, I know how to do it. But these guys are always gripe about it.
Well, this guy never gripes. I just give you my 10 or 20 bucks, and I lose, and then we go to the next.
I would do total place of finish of your two guys.
Okay.
Combine it, the lowest wins.
I like that.
I think we did that last year.
That makes sense.
But see, he doesn't like to do that. He wants an outright winner. He wants someone to pick the outright
yeah,
winner.
because I like the carryover.
There's no carryover if that.
And you can win and still not win your guy can win the Masters and you wouldn't win the money. That's
correct.
A little goofy.
Correct.
All right, so you're going to do that on Wednesday next week.
You know what? I'm not running
I'm not waking up in L.A. for it. That's what I know.
I know you're not doing that.
Hello.
Hey, put Drab in charge.
He's in charge. I'm not
You're
running
in charge.
anymore.
You're officially in charge now, Drab.
I could be in charge.
Yeah, you're an authority figure already.
Good.
Now you're in charge of the Masters.
Good.
Pool.
I don't want to do it anymore.
There you have it.
Let's get into the entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience and your ultimate driving machine. Get on over to BMW of Fairfax and ask for Miriam, the general manager, or check them out at bmwfairfax.com.
And Kiss is from New York, not from L.A.
Yes, because Mike Marr was asked by Drab T-shirt, name a band or a musician from Seattle.
Oh,
okay. Because he has his blind spot is knowing where bands are from, where they originate from. And Drab gave him what most people would consider a layup. There are a million bands from Seattle. Like every grunge band for the most part on the planet came out of Seattle.
So Pearl Jam from Seattle.
Correct. Nirvana from Seattle. Soundgarden from Seattle. Amongst many other. Alice in Chains from Seattle.
Okay.
You noticing a trend here? Mike Marr, I mean, I don't know where he thought Nirvana was from. I mean,
well, sometimes I'm of the belief that Drab's just spewing mumbo jumbo.
Okay.
And, you know,
I do lie a lot.
Yeah.
And so then I clapped back and I was like, what, next time you're going to tell me, you know, Elvis Presley was from Ashburn, Virginia.
Right.
Because if we're just saying stuff, I guess we could say whatever
Where's
anymore.
Elvis from?
Seattle.
Let's go with that.
He's not from Seattle.
You should know this. This is Americana.
He is from
I don't care how
Mississippi. I believe he was born in Mississippi, but spent most of his life in Tennessee.
Yeah, honky tonk town.
Yeah, there you go. Very good.
What city was he born in?
What city was he born in?
Yeah.
Was he born in
Memphis?
Tupelo or Jackson, Mississippi?
Yeah, you got it.
Tupelo?
Tupelo, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he was born in Mississippi. Okay.
I mean, trust me, I'm not an Elvis expert. Okay. It's not my thing, but
we're
I know
not
going to
do a Death Day show.
No, it's not going to be. That's not our thing. Just so you know.
Radio Insider.
Now I got to play that. I know where that one is. Hold on.
Radio Insider.
There you go. Bank 4, number 29.
Radio Insider.
This is not necessarily. That always makes me laugh. This is not necessarily entertainment news, but it entertained me. The story about Christy Noam's husband. That's how you say her name.
Byron.
Right? Noam, or is it Noam or Noam? I don't know.
I think it's Noam.
Noam. Christy Noam.
Yeah, Byron Noam. Is that his name?
Now, her husband, obviously, in the news for the bimboification thing that we talked about yesterday or 2 days ago. I can't remember, but with the big giant fake cans.
Mm-hmm.
He had a habit where he was calling like these chat lines. They're charging $25 a minute.
Jeez.
Oh my God.
Per minute.
What a idiot.
Can you imagine how much you would rack up? Like if you're all horned up talking to a chick and she's putting you through the paces.
He'd be on for half hour.
Yeah. Super expensive. She said his kink was yoga pants. Putting the big fake boobs in and then bending over in his yoga pants.
Did you ever order the I don't know why this popped into my head, but spending money. Did you ever order the Jukebox Network videos
Never
back
did
in the
that.
days?
Never did that.
Remember, you could order like it was a channel,
like a certain
It
video.
was on demand. It's like for $2, you'd be like, I want to see.
And you know what? Weirdly,
this video.
Yeah.
Somehow I never got involved in the sex chat lines. Like I was ripe for the picking for that back in the day. I never succumbed to it somehow.
Man,
I'm not like trying to pat myself on the back.
Yeah,
But like
congratulations.
But I mean, as a horny 14 or 15-year-old, how was I not calling sex lines and getting busted by my parents when the phone bill came to the house?
That was the scariest thing in the world.
You'd be terrified.
Yeah, you're already scared if you order something and it ends up on the bill and they go, why is this on there?
I mean, and this is for the people our age or older. The youngins aren't going to understand this concept. Long distance charges used to be like a real thing. Your parents would get the phone bill and they'd be like, line by line,
of course,
scanning where the long distance charges were, how long you're on the phone. Like it was a thing.
And if you called after 11 o'clock, it was cheaper.
Yes, you had like discounted rates depending on when you called people.
Yeah. So if
we lived in the dark ages.
So if you punched in the area code, it was long distance.
Mike Marr doesn't know anything about long distance. He doesn't even understand the concept.
Mm-mm.
I'm guessing
It's
Jason
foreign
did
to
this.
him.
Do you remember this is probably when we're 12, 13 years old.
Yeah.
There was like a sports trivia question thing that you would call in, and if you answered 3 questions right, I guess that's where I stole Junkie Shootout from.
Maybe that could be
you
it.
would win a prize.
I don't remember that. But
do you remember that? I almost feel like it wasn't Keith Olbermann. It was like somebody famous that was ESPN would be like the voice of it, and you'd have these questions.
And if you got them all right, you got a prize. I don't think I ever did that.
Now you know who would have been silly.
Unless
at that?
I just forgot.
Who would have been silly at that is the current Jeopardy champion. You need to know this guy's name because he's mowing
changing
down
the
the
game?
competition. I don't think he's had like a Holzhauer effect, like when he broke through, like when he would just go for like the biggest amounts on the board and just try to get people, like buried early in the games. He's just been a consistent
How many wins
winner.
in a row?
His name is Jamie Ding. He won his 15th consecutive game on Thursday. That win ties him for 12th all-time wins on Jeopardy. He racked up another $56,400 in winnings on Thursday's episode. I think it was on Wednesday's episode that I watched yesterday, where he had such a commanding lead on the 2 dolts that were facing him that at Final Jeopardy, he made his wager so big that if he had won it, he would have had $100,000. He would have booked $100,000 win, but he missed it. Bumped him all the way down to like $11,400 was his take home for that night, which is nubbins for him.
Right.
Like he's usually winning like
In the
50,
50,
60, 70
Yeah.
in that range. But he destroyed his opponents and buried them so quickly, and they had no money. So like he could risk whatever he wanted.
Correct.
He could risk,
So he was answering
50,000.
85% of the questions.
Maybe 90%.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that showing against him
Guy's
on
a
Wednesday.
genius.
How old is he?
He is.
gotta be in his-
He's a 2009 graduate of Grosse Pointe North High School. So that's what?
Grosse Pointe up in
16 years ago?
Michigan? Grosse Pointe, Michigan? Is
So
that
he's probably late 30s.
Okay.
Early 30s.
He
Or
gets
mid-30s.
billed as a bureaucrat and law student when he's introduced on Jeopardy.
Jamie
I guess
Ding.
he wants to be
I see a
known, as,
picture of him.
known as a bureaucrat, but
Yeah. He looks like a smart dude.
he's killing it. He's got a 15-day total of $428,000 in winnings. That ranks him 11th in terms of all-time winnings on Jeopardy. So
No, I didn't do it.
crushing.
I keep saying it. One of these times when I go to visit Kelsey in L.A.,
yeah.
I need to scour the game shows
Okay.
and get on some nubby game show.
Well, you're not going to get on Jeopardy.
No,
You're
I would
okay,
not even. I would never dance with Jeopardy. Okay, I'm not smart
Yeah.
enough for that.
You want to get Prices Right?
Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah.
I guarantee. Check the Game Show Network.
Yeah.
How about Press Your Luck?
Yeah, I don't know.
If any of those
I don't know
shows
if
are back,
that still exists.
get on some nubby game show.
Yeah.
I think you would get pwned in Wheel of Fortune.
Probably.
There's a
I'd
lot.
probably
There's
embarrass
a
myself.
lot of strategy
But
to
didn't
Wheel
Shaq
of Fortune.
and the Pack do it?
Did he?
Did
Like
he do
Pat
Wheel of
Sajak?
What?
I think Shaq and the Pack was on Wheel of
I think
Fortune.
he may have been.
He was just here,
kind of
too.
ringing a bell.
I'm pretty sure, or maybe it was Flex. One of those guys. One of those guys from PGC was on there for sure.
Yeah, you'll be going to L.A. Well, try it.
I think it's a little bit late in the process.
Yeah, your next trip to LA, you can find out a game show to be a guest on. Haley Steinfeld gave birth, welcomes her first child with Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills. She announced this seems a little bit nubby to me, Valdez. She announced it on Substack. Substack a huge thing now, and I'm just missing
I mean,
the boat.
some people do. I mean, our guy Ben Standing.
I know Ben Standing. I'm not trying
I
to.
think Neil Greenberg.
That's true.
Is he a
That's good
Substack
point.
guy too?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm a fan of Substack. I just don't know enough about it. She announced on Substack Thursday that she and her husband, Josh Allen, have welcomed their first child, a daughter. I don't have a name here, just that our baby girl has arrived. We're feeling incredibly grateful and blessed and savoring these early moments. Thank you so much for the love and well wishes. So Josh Allen now throwing footballs to keep food on the table for his new daughter, his new arrival.
He needs to.
He does.
Because he doesn't have enough money. He's got to keep playing well.
Needs to throw as many touchdowns as possible.
Hey,
Needs
Matt,
food for his family.
Yeah, that's
Matt,
right.
Matt, what's going on with Mickelson's daughter?
I didn't know it was his daughter, but I knew that he opted out for family health reasons.
I think it's his daughter. Now I don't know what is going on. He had a daughter that had, I don't know which daughter it was. He's got a couple.
Was this the one that he went to the graduation? Or no? Yeah, he missed.
Maybe.
I think he may have missed a major to go to her graduation.
Possibly, but she did have health issues when she was younger. I don't know if that's kind of reoccurring, but I think there's something wrong with his daughter. Hopefully, it's not too serious because he's not going to beat the Masters because of the family issue.
He had to sneak in a master story into the EP.
Oh yeah, see that's.
Oh yeah, I did that.
It did happen. That was unplanned.
But I wouldn't have said it. I wouldn't have brought it up if it wasn't for
That was not in my list of
Josh Allen
of
having
stories.
a baby.
I mean, it just wasn't here.
I'm surprised you didn't sneak in a DTF St. Louis story.
I didn't bring it up.
I just said I'm surprised you didn't bring it in.
I am looking forward to episode 6, Sunday, 9 p.m.
I was trying to find the
No way,
name of
Jose.
the,
No way, Jose.
sports quiz and something that
Our
Mike
house.
Marr definitely couldn't relate to, and I'm sure Jason did this. This is where we grew up in. There used to be something called Sports Phone where you would call in
and get the
and it would be
scores.
50 cents. to
Play
get
the tones, Valdez.
Or
Play it again for me.
George Michael's Sports Machine, right?
Mm-hmm.
His answer.
He had a phone line. Yeah,
for money.
Yeah.
I think you had to call in.
I think it was
if you
probably
wanted the
50
sport.
cents. Yep.
Just remember the person that's sitting in this room who helped build the George Michael Sports Machine.
I'm looking at him.
There's one.
I'm looking at him.
There's one guy.
Yep.
There's also one guy who got a talking to because he didn't mark on the log the dumb golfer who hit his ball in the drink and then had to roll his pants up and then go hit the ball out of the water.
And what did George Michael say to you?
No, it wasn't. No, George would never stoop to
he
talk
would never
to a
talk to
lowly
you.
intern
It was his
like
producer,
me.
right?
It was his producer. I believe his name is Rich. Very nice guy.
Uh-huh.
I still have seen him, from time to time, up until relatively recently. He gave me a sit down, basically saying, "You understand, George loves this kind of thing, and you didn't have it on your log."
Yeah,
and I was like,
and he was
okay.
pissed.
He wasn't pissed. I mean, he handled it professionally, but I was like, okay, I guess a guy taking his shoes off and hitting a golf ball out of the water is a big deal.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing.
George Michael came across as this gregarious, fun-loving guy. He's always smiling. Off camera, was he kind of a nightmare?
I mean, I'll be honest, I really didn't have much interaction with him.
Did you ever take a picture with him?
I think I had heard that.
Take a picture with him.
Picture with George Michael?
No, never took a picture with him. He was too busy with his army of producers and important people.
EB and I didn't take many classes together at the University of Maryland, but I remember we took a class with George Michael's daughter.
Oh, very good.
Cool.
I'm sure he was a nice guy. I just never met him. I was in the room with him a bunch. Like, he was way across the room, and I was sitting and looking at a tiny little television trying to, mark highlights for the sports machine.
Well, we used to call in for money to find out if
late night
the
scores.
Lakers won the game.
Yeah, late night scores. 100%.
What happened to the Lakers-Celtics game last night? It's called the sports machine.
I remember when Barry Sanders was at Okie State, and they were playing a late game at, I want to say it was at Hawaii. It was either West Coast or even further at Hawaii. And, it was 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, and I had to find out the score. Because why? I had cash on
You're a
it.
degenerate.
And-
Even back in those days.
I see some really tall guys out there. Coming up next, two of the best high school basketball players in the country are going to join us as we talk Capital Classic here on the Junkies.
Got a very important question for you. Do you have an old 401k sitting with a previous employer? Be honest, a lot of us do. And here's the problem. Letting that money sit there could actually be costing you more than you think. At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors can help you take control of those funds and get your money working for you again. Founder and CEO Jeff Jr. started Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, so their advisors, they can focus on your needs, not somebody else's agenda. They'll review your retirement accounts, explain your best options, and show you how to make those old funds a powerful part of your overall financial strategy. Whether it's consolidating accounts, reducing fees, or maximizing growth potential, Trajan Wealth gives you the tools to take charge of your financial future. Don't leave your hard-earned money on the sidelines. Call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, so when we're in studio, Cakes, you and I, we're always short knockers.
Yeah, we're always tiny.
I like to list myself at 5'9". By stretching, I'm shrinking at this age. Jason's 6'6". But now we got some height in studio.
Got some giants in here.
Baba Oladutun. I probably botched it. He gives me a thumbs up.
Oladutun.
You got it.
It was close.
Yeah.
And then this one I'm comfortable with. Quinn Costello are here.
Yeah.
It's like 6'9", 6'10". What do you guys listed
Yeah,
at?
what are the listed heights?
I think I'm listed at 6'10".
Okay.
I'm listed at 6'10".
6'10ers.
Both guys 6'10".
Is that with shoes, with the shoes off? What is that listing? How close are we? That's with shoes.
Last time I was at the doctor's, it was without shoes. I was
6'10" without shoes.
Really?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
So these are two of the best high school players in the country. ESPN,
Yep.
you can dispute it, has Baba as number 8 in the country. He's going to University of Maryland. Quinn, you're in like the top 40 via ESPN, and you are heading to Michigan.
Right.
And, of course, they're playing in the Capital Classic. Our guy Pete's here. So Pete actually lived in my neighborhood.
Right.
And I didn't know him that well. I would see him at the pool all the time, and he was like he was so tan. Like he's not as tan as he is. Like look at him right now.
Are you Italian?
That's not tan for Pete.
Greek. All right, he's Greek. He was born with it.
He's one of these guys that doesn't use sunscreen. Like he's just out there and he just gets dark.
Well, I don't know if Greek guys can get skin cancer.
And he said one of his
I don't
boys
even know
called
if it's
him
possible.
Pete Tan.
That I don't know.
Peter Tan. Peter Tan. But Pete is friends with our buddy Tom Doyle, and they took over the Capital Classic, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago?
2016.
Oh, 2000. That's
Wow.
longer than 3 or 4
10 years
ago.
ago. Wow.
And the Capital Classic, you can talk about it. There's a lot of history in the Capital Classic, and he was texting me that it really started with Moses Malone.
Yep. 1974.
I went to the 1981 Cap Classic at the Cap Center.
Mhm.
Michael Jordan against Patrick Ewing. Now, there were some other great players in
Yeah,
it. But
obviously, yeah.
But those were the big timers.
Yep.
Jordan, it was 1981, and Jordan against Ewing. It was awesome.
And I knew that the last few years, like you guys have now made the move over to Capital One Arena.
Yep.
Which is big. Games at 12. You can get tickets. The boys' game's at 12. The girls' game starts at 10:30. You can go to capitalclassic.com to get tickets. All right, let's talk to you guys. When you're one of the best players in the country, and I think you reclassified, right? You originally were going to be a 2027.
Yes, sir.
And so why'd you reclassify? You didn't like high school, you just want to get to college soon, get to the NBA soon? Like, what's the deal?
Man, for me, it was just like the whole development process, like academically, I was already ahead, ahead of my game. I took a lot of summer classes. So academically, I was eligible to be a senior anyways. And for the basketball standpoint, I feel like I had prepared my body, my mentality. And I played up. So I was a sophomore this summer. And I played on the junior circuit, 17U circuit, on the best, one of the best, arguably best circuits in the country, in the world, the Night UIBL circuit. I say I pretty much dominated. I really played up to the level of my competition.
He dominated.
When's the first time you beat have you beaten your dad in one-on-one? So your dad played at Virginia Tech, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
he's a Hokie.
It's a lot.
His dad played at Virginia Tech, and then
He's a Hokie.
He coached you when you were a kid,
That's
right?
awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know when he transitioned. When's the first time you beat him in one-on-one?
I mean, I'm pretty much embarrassed to say this. I've never really beat him one-on-one because
Oh, really?
we've only played a few times.
Yeah. How tall is your dad?
He's my height. He's like 6'9".
Oh, he's 6'10"?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like, yeah, he uses a lot of elbows. He fouls a lot when he
Oh, he does. He gets physical.
It's no refs.
Because he doesn't want Baba, his son, besting him. Like, because it's a devastating day when the dad loses to the son that he's used to
Even
pushing
at our
around the
level.
court.
Because it happens with him all the
Even
time.
for the short knockers, like when your son beats you, then you realize, well, I'm no longer the strongest male in this house. It's like it's a big deal.
Facts.
It's a big deal type of thing. So I can understand why your dad doesn't want to play a bunch of one-on-one with Baba.
Well, because
I
Cakes
get it.
lose to his son all the time.
Well, now I do.
Yeah.
Because I'm old and I'm
Right.
slow.
And, yeah.
Slower.
Slower, right.
Slower than I used to be.
Quinn, did your dad play or mom play anywhere?
They did not. No, they both went to Bosley College. They met on the rowing team. So
Oh, they were so rowers. So they were athletes.
yeah. I mean, I think at that point, rowing was like a club sport. Like, it wasn't considered like a varsity sport.
Right.
But yeah, they were both athletes.
So I need
That's
to
great.
ask Baba about this. So when you go to College Park in the fall, and thank you for committing to Maryland. Thank you. As Terps fans, we're happy that you are going to College Park and you're going to help resuscitate the program after a lean year this past year.
Down year. It was an atrocious year.
But see, I don't think
Rebuild.
Baba's going
Rebuild,
to
right.
have the typical freshman experience because I moved 2 freshmen into College Park, and they lived in Hagerstown Hall, which is about 65 years old, and there's no air conditioning. Like Tell us where
He
do you
won't
know where
be
you're
there.
gonna live yet? Like, what are your living situations? Like, what's campus going to be like for you? How many times have you been out to College Park before committing?
Oh yeah, I've been there a lot. Like I grew up a Maryland fan. Long story short, I always watched Melo Trimble, all those guys. I've been a little familiar with the campus.
Was Melo your guy? Who's your favorite player? Was he your favorite player at Maryland?
I mean, for right now it's Derek Queen, but like before that, it was definitely Melo Trimble. But I see like the new facility they built. That's crazy. I've been in there like obviously on my visit and a couple times before I committed and signed, obviously. And just like the whole atmosphere around the living situation. I don't know where I'm staying yet. I have a familiarity with it, but I don't know officially where I'm gonna stay. But it's definitely next level.
Even though you were going to go to Maryland, and
give us your
and I want to ask Quinn.
I want to ask Quinn too
about recruiting too, though.
Yeah.
I think you knew you were probably going to go to Maryland, but you went on a SoCal recruiting trip, right? So do you just do that to see what they say? Like you go to USC,
what they have to
you go to
offer,
UCLA?
you know what I'm saying? what the offer looks like.
Yeah, so like the whole thing for that was like my freshman summer, and those were unofficial visits. So I was already in California and LA. So because those schools were recruiting me, it wasn't like a whole like recruiting official visit. It was just like me just checking out the campus,
Right.
And I had a visit set up to USC, but like once I committed to Maryland, obviously like that was dead. But like everything with that, it was just like just checking out the campus, like a little tour, like a mini tour.
So Quinn, Michigan's in the Final Four, which is a big deal. Dusty May getting a lot of hype. How did he recruit you?
Pretty much what happened to me was I had a really good like junior year summer, like going into senior year. Like I kind of blew up a little bit, and like schools from all around the country started to recruit me, and Michigan, Dusty May just happened to be one of them. I wouldn't say it was always Michigan for me. Like I didn't grow up a Michigan fan or anything like that. But just getting to know Dusty and his staff, like when I went on my visit, like it really just felt like home, and like I feel like
Your parents didn't push you to follow their steps?
No,
to go to BC?
No, definitely not. But they were super supportive of me, and kind of like didn't want to like try to influence my decision in any way. They kind of just like let me handle it and kind of supported me throughout.
He's from Boston, so his parents went to Boston College. But I mean, UConn had to be in the mix, right?
No, they were not actually.
Oh, really?
I never heard from them.
Really? That's interesting. Dusty May, by the way, is a stud. He's been to Final Fours with two different schools.
I mean, I don't know how tall is Mullins.
6'7", 6'8".
Yes, I don't know. Maybe they thought they had the similar style player.
6'6".
Yeah,
Similar
I
style
mean, just
player.
shooter. But are you a shooter? Are you 3-point? Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I watched him in. You just played in the McDonald's All-American game, and if he gets a little crevice of space, he's going to shoot.
He's going to take it.
He's going to shoot it. But I actually liked you had one drive to your left. I think it was at the end of the quarter or end of the half, which he knocked down. I mean, this guy can play.
Oh, I'm sure he can. They both could play. I mean,
What brought you to what made you guys decide that you wanted to play in the Capital Classic? Because you guys can kind of pick and choose your All-Star game, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was. I mean, obviously, it's a pretty prestigious event with all like the history behind it. With Michael Jordan, Patrick Ewing, I saw like Klay Thompson played in it. But for me, it was just like it looked like a good opportunity to like show my talent on a big stage, and then also two of my high school teammates, Lucas Murillo and Lewis O'Keefe, were also invited to come play in it. So it'll be a good like kind of last time playing with them as well.
Yeah, for me, it was just like, just being born and raised in the DMV, this is like kind of like a dream come true, playing in the Capital Classic.
Mm-hmm.
You see like, hear the players like you talked about, Michael Jordan, Patrick Ewing, just like to be able to play in like the same uniforms and in the same like event as that, I consider it a blessing. For me, like just being grateful for the opportunity, I definitely I couldn't let it pass by.
And Pete, you can speak on this. Like, I think either you or Tom texted me. Bunch of players that were in the Sweet 16 played in the Capital Classic.
Oh, yeah. We had a lot of players playing the Cap Classic. Eric Rebe, who's on UConn's roster from Bullis, is there. We have Brandon Lee. He's the son of the first MVP of the Cap Classic, Butch Lee, who won a national championship under Al McGuire.
Yeah, Marquette. Yeah.
Yeah. So
man,
he
bring back some names, man.
Yeah. So he's on the Illini. We had about 9 players across locally. Jordan Scott and Cam Ward on Michigan State were both in the Cap Classic last year. We, a lot of players in the Cap Classic. We got tough players here from the DMV, and they represent in the NCAAs.
And the game is competitive. It's not just like an NBA All-Star game. I know they changed the NBA All-Star game this year.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I'm sure it is. Yeah.
Yeah. This is defenses played. We were talking to the U.S. team. I mean, this is the last time the DMV boys are playing in front of their hometown, in front of their family and friends. They want to win, right? The U.S. team's coming here. They want to win. So defenses played last 3 years at Care First Arena. It's team with the ball last second was make it, win, miss it, lose. So I'm just very, very competitive.
So the girls' game starts at 10:30. The boys at noon. Capital Classic. You can get your tickets at capitalclassic.com. Just a quick perspective because Cakes sent all 3 of his kids to University of Maryland. I'm a Maryland alum for undergrad. EB, who's not here, that does the show, went to Maryland. What is Buzz Peterson like? I mean,
Buzz Williams.
Buzz Peterson.
Yeah, you got Buzz Peterson on the brain. Buzz Williams.
Buzz Williams.
What is he like?
Yeah.
I mean, the way he recruited me, like, I remember, like, because, like, I was a sophomore, so the first day he could reach out to me was June 15th. I remember he sent me, like, a long voicemail basically just talking about how, like, he wanted me to stay home and, like, come to Maryland. And, like, from there, I just knew he had a great personality, you know. Like, also, like, his relationship with God kind of stood out to me, too. He had, like, a couple prayer walks with my dad. And, like, a lot of his quotes, he had, like, these little card quotes he would send me in the mail, like, different, like speeches and stuff.
Yeah, he's a mail guy.
Well, hold on.
I think he's famous. He doesn't
I
email.
understand. I got to rewind. You actually listen to a long voicemail from Buzz Williams, from anybody? Like, I'm in my mid-50s, and I don't listen to voicemails. I would think, like, 18 and 19-year-olds, like, look at voicemail, like, carving something into a tablet, like old ancient technology. Like, you'll actually listen to a long voicemail that a coach or, like, your dad will send you.
I mean,
that's good. That's
yeah,
good.
For my dad,
you're willing to pay attention. I think that's smart.
So if I left you a voicemail, you would just hang up and just delete?
I literally wouldn't.
Delete.
Yeah, I wouldn't listen.
You wouldn't listen.
I would wait until I have like 30 of them and go through them and then delete them.
You're waiting until I text you.
With Cakes, he'd look at it 2 days later and he'd be like, wait a second, Jason.
I'm a bad
he's the worst responder in the country.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
I am.
And let me ask you this, Bob. If Buzz was still coaching at Blacksburg, would the Hokies be a possibility for you?
Yeah, just because like the connection.
Because of the connection. Because your dad.
And yeah, Virginia Tech was still an option even this year with Coach Young.
Mm-hmm.
But like, yeah, if Buzz was there, it would definitely be
Yeah,
possible.
but you know what Virginia Tech doesn't have that Maryland has? Proximity, and I'm pretty sure your sister is currently enrolled at Maryland.
Yeah,
at least
so
one of your sisters.
One of my sisters just graduated, and then one of them she'll be a junior next year.
Yeah, see? It's got the family connection.
Right.
Hey, what's it
well,
like? Family connection.
Hello, they also don't spend the money on the basketball program like Maryland does.
The NIL speaks
Now,
volumes.
if he played tight end for James Franklin,
right.
he's getting paid.
Okay.
Sorry, I just want to say that.
What's it like when the coaches come for the in-home visit? So I was seeing like Coach Cal, I think, did an in-home visit.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he, by the way, pours on the cologne.
Oh, yeah, no. So actually, yeah, on my visit to Arkansas, I actually went to his house.
Oh, you went to his house?
Yeah, so he brought us to our house. We met his cat. We met his wife. I went to his basement, and I was just, like, flabbergasted. He had, like, all, like, Anthony Davis signed, like, a whole jersey. He had, like, John Wall sneakers in there. It was, like,
Oh, really?
It was some crazy stuff.
Coach
in there.
Cal?
Like, the in-home visits, I remember Maryland came to my house. Coach Pope, like, their entire staff came to my house from Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
So that whole recruiting thing, the whole spiel with that is just, like, mind-blowing because, like, you hear about, like, the offers and all this stuff, but as it gets close to, like, the commitment and, like, the signing stage, people start getting more serious. So, like, that was crazy.
Bob, let me ask you a quick question.
Hold on real quick. Did Patino recruit either of you?
No.
No Patino?
No Patino.
All right.
Baba, how did you stay at Blake High School in Montgomery County? How did the private schools not come in and poach you away, and you kept your commitment to Blake?
Yeah, facts. I started at DeMatha for like part of my freshman year, for the first quarter, and then I went because the distance was a little far for me. So Blake is like 8-10 minute drive from my house.
Okay.
I went there, and like the coaching staff is really underrated over there. People look down like a public school. They say like it's lower competition. And I think in Montgomery County basketball, it's not as good as it used to be. It's still a little better. The competition, like my freshman year, I had the ball in my hands a lot, and that kind of like really like made my decision with that I wanted to come back, just play there. I really had the offers I wanted. I had the attention around the media. So like going to a private school wasn't really going to do anything much for me. I kind of knew I was going to go this year, so that was really it there.
Will you guys, Quinn, are you going to prom? Will you guys go to prom? Like you ride out your normal senior year?
Yeah, actually, I am going to prom. So coming up
prom
in April.
polls is a big thing. Like you gotta impress people with the way you ask them to prom. That wasn't a thing when we were going to school, but it is for you guys. So work on your game. I know you're working on your hoops game. You got to work on your prom polls.
What do you have to do?
You got to make a big thing out
whole
of
thing.
the
That's
prom
the whole
proposal,
thing
JP.
nowadays.
What do you
The review.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should know these things.
All right. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Good luck, fellas.
Thank you.
Baba's going to
Stay
Maryland.
healthy.
Quinn's going to Michigan. Follow them. And, of course, Capital Classics tomorrow, 10:30 for the girls' game, 12 o'clock for the boys' game. Get your tickets at capitalclassic.com. All right, let's hook up caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Said we're going to give away tickets at 9:45. Now's your chance if you're caller 10 to win 2 tickets to see Bryan Adams. Roll with the punches with Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo. That is Sunday, August 9th at CFG Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. I don't know if you want to play the sound effect again, but another radio insider.
Love to play it.
It's a little weird when we have
Radio insider.
that many guests in studio.
right. Yeah.
And so Pete, who I know who's helping run the Capital Classic, brought in 2 of the top players in the country, and they're here. And Pete had sent me some info, and I feel bad that I didn't get to mention this, so I'm going to mention it now. You can get your tickets, Ticketmaster.com, CapitalClassic.com, right? They're donating $50,000 to the Boys and Girls Club.
Nice.
For Greater Washington from the boys game, and $10,000 to a cancer research for the girls game.
Excellent.
So,
Oh, good.
if you go to the game, you know you're also doing something good. You get to watch some great
You also
prospects.
mentioned that the Live Tour, Live Golf, is a big sponsor of theirs.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
They go hand in hand.
He told me that during before they came on, and I just completely spaced it. But yeah, Live
And
Golf
your
is
daughter's
a
starting to work for them?
sponsor.
Or will be?
In June, yeah.
In June.
Yeah.
Full time?
Unless starting out as like kind of a paid internship, but it more than likely would turn into a full-time position.
Excellent.
Problem is it's in New York.
Okay.
And I mean, it's the most expensive city ever in the country.
One of the most expensive.
So that's the problem. So
Yeah.
we got to find somewhere affordable for her to live, unless something else comes up. And there are some other possibilities. So, but I don't want to jinx it.
Nice.
But yeah, so if nothing else comes up, then yes, she'll be going up to New York to work for Live Golf.
Man, can you handle living without one kid in the house? I mean, you kind of have when they're at Virginia Tech, but
Yeah,
you're
I mean,
seeing
they
them
were
all the
both in
time.
college. I mean, I didn't see him for months.
He's adapting.
Yeah.
You just adapt to it.
You prepare for that empty
Yeah.
nest.
Well, I mean, I kind of did my oldest daughter lives in Arlington. We still see her a couple times a week, but she hasn't lived with us for almost 2 years.
Right.
So I'm kind of used to it. And they were both away at school. I'm used to it. It's going to happen.
By the way, my oldest son, what's today's date? Today is April 3rd.
He's 27.
No, he's 28.
He's 28.
He's about to turn 29
Oh
in
my
less than a
gosh.
week.
Man, you
So I have
almost have a 30-year-old.
I have a near 30-year-old who's now married.
Yeah. I was telling my wife that the other day. I can't believe I have almost a 25-year-old daughter.
I know. It's scary.
It is scary, depressing.
Passage of time. We're gonna get melancholy on you.
Mike Marr.
Right at the end of the show.
My oldest daughter's almost your age. I mean, it's just scary.
Do you think she knows where Nirvana's from?
No.
I'm gonna guess she might know.
I'm gonna ask her right now.
Yeah, ask her. Ask her if she knows that Nirvana hail from Drabville,
She might say.
USA.
She might say, "Who's Nirvana?"
Oh, really?
She might. I mean, I'm just guessing. Let me ask her.
I'm still blown away that EB's daughter did not know who Dracula was. That still is residing in my brain.
That was a huge win for Radford that day. People forget about that.
Big win for Radford. Big
1A,
win for the
1B.
Highlanders.
Yeah, 1A, 1B. Cornell,
Why
Radford.
did Radford win that one? Because you did know?
No, I was not familiar with where he was from as well.
But he knew who Dracula was. You might have missed it. Megan Bickle came on.
No, I just didn't know why it was a win for Radford.
Okay, because he knew who Dracula is.
Okay, but you didn't know where Dracula was from.
Yeah, if it was,
That's
it's,
okay.
If it was, it's academic. Radford would be beating Cornell.
Hugest upset ever. Biggest upset in NCAA history. If that were the case.
It's academic.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt and Mike, did you guys decide to do that? The 72-hour. I don't know what you call it. The fasting.
Oh, we got to figure out a date.
Okay.
Yeah, but Valdez already said it's got to be post-Masters and post his trip like down to South Carolina.
Although I should probably do it before South Carolina. I mean, that's in May.
It's
Yeah,
cut 'em
'em
up season.
Yeah, cut 'em
That's
up.
true.
By the way, my daughter said California.
Okay.
I mean, West Coast.
Look, it's a younger generation. They
Yeah,
just
yeah.
don't know.
So Nirvana's from California.
That's what she thinks. I'm telling her the correct answer now.
Yeah, let her know.
It's all good. It's all good in the hood.
Hey, she answered promptly, though. That's impressive.
Yes.
If you'd send that
Except for the cakes.
the cakes,
I'll
he
get that.
ran
I'll get on Sunday.
I honestly was blown away when Baba said he listened to a long ass voicemail from his college coach, soon to be college coach. I actually couldn't believe it because I just don't think 18 to 20-year-olds like listen to voicemails. They'd look at it as just a big black hole. Mike Marr, am I close on this or no?
No, you're nailing it.
I mean, do your friends leave you voicemails?
Absolutely not. And I think I actually look down on people that have a voice message, like a personalized.
Right.
I don't anymore.
I don't think I have.
When I got this new phone, I said I don't want voicemail, so I didn't set up voicemail. So sometimes people will call me and it'll just ring.
Somebody could call me and say, I'm one of your long lost relatives, Cakes, and I have a chest with 1,000 gold bars in it that's been left to you. And I would never get it.
Well, what are the chances?
I just wouldn't
what
get
are the chances
that inheritance.
You would read a handwritten letter from Buzz Williams, because that's his thing.
You mean Buzz Peterson?
I know. I said that twice.
I think I would sooner.
He said Paul Batoni.
Yeah, you guys are on your game.
I addressed my mistake. I limited sleep.
You corrected yourself.
Because I was watching the Caps get boat raced by the dumb New Jersey Devils who don't have a prayer of making the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I misspoke and said Batoni twice
your mind
instead of
is elsewhere.
Taboni.
Your mind's elsewhere.
These things happen sometimes.
But Buzz Williams, that's his thing.
I would
He sends
sooner
personal letters.
I would sooner read a letter that was written to me than I would listen to a voicemail.
I got a letter from a listener this week. Wasn't handwritten.
Yeah.
Chastising me for bringing Isabella to the Lady Gaga concert.
Oh, really?
I didn't read it to you guys, but it was like a 2-page letter.
Oh, well, that would have been ripped into a million pieces.
Hope Baba's ready for church at 5 a.m. on road games.
Hope he's ready for prayer walks.
I know this. You better be ready to have him for one season because he's going to go to the NBA
Right. Enjoy
very,
him
very
while
soon.
he's in College Park.
All right, we're out of here for Bish Bucks Cakes. I'm JP. Have a great weekend. BMitch and Finlay next.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia.
We're in the middle of the District of Columbia today, baby.
Right in the heart of it. We are very excited to be at Nats opening day, the Nats home opener anyway, opening day in Washington, and we're very excited to be joined by Mr. Kevin Franson from the Broadcast Nationals TV. Franny, how are you, dude?
I'm good. I'm in a suit, which is like I don't know. I'm not all in on the suit thing.
The suit will make sense once you're inside and on television.
No, it doesn't though, because like, does a suit make you smarter on air?
They make me wear them, so I get it.
Right, but like I just wonder, I'm like, how's that possible on it? So, no, I'm fired up. Look, it was a good first week, and like you said, it's the home opener, so they've been through it a little bit. There's an excitement for the players, but more for the fan, right? Like this is the home opener is a fan thing.
Totally.
And it's the worst part is when you're a player and you get 3. You go to 3 opening days, you got 2 on the road, and you got 1 at home. And you're like,
was it Phillies opening day too?
Yeah, no. But that was only 2. But like, I had I think 3 times in my career where we did 3.
3? Wow.
It's a lot. It's a lot because there's a lot that goes around it. Like and you want to respect for the opposing team and their fans and all the whole thing. But like, nothing better than the home opener.
In the other sports, you worry about the weather sometimes. This today, does it affect anything?
No, because like being a NorCal guy. Like this is NorCal weather. This is for the Dodgers. They might feel at home for a little bit. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna burn off. It's gonna be hot.
Yeah, I mean, I think by first pitch they're saying 75, but it should be pretty perfect, right?
Are we complaining about this? Are we complaining about it? Let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. 2 months ago, not even that, a month ago, it was frozen ice out here, right? I mean, we had that late stuff. So what I know is that this is good. This is good hit weather.
Well, dude, I want to talk a little baseball because I think the opener was so much fun, and I think they've been feisty. And we're seeing a new operation. We're seeing a zillion different lineups. We saw an opener. I feel like that maybe has never happened in Nats history.
I think Jags and Coco were talking about this. Dave Jagler about maybe once.
Yeah.
Maybe once, and it was Matt Grace. Back in 19, I think he was the one that was the opener. But other than that, look, what Paul Taboni is and Blake Butera are exactly who they were in their opening pressers. Like first with Paul and like going to the tee, like genuine, unbelievable, like just a great human first, and then you see structure and direction, and that stuff is real. So when I look at the way that they played the first week, that's the baseline.
Yeah,
that's the baseline.
Well, and if they're able to achieve that, that's 500 ball. You know what I mean? Like,
look,
maybe it's not win-loss.
No.
But
So it isn't for me. It's truly like people like laugh at me. They're like, "Oh, it's not about win-loss." I'm like, "No, I want to see direction, true direction for the players and where they're going and who's getting better, but who's consistently staying on top of it." Right? Like, there's a lot of things that we look at with, last few years. There's a lot of dumb mistakes that were made, but were they corrected?
Yeah.
No.
Right. And
There's been some dumb mistakes already, and they've been corrected, or they've been addressed and in front of us. And I think
they're running the bases way better.
Yes, hard all the time, all the time.
Well, and I think some of these young guys, pretty unexpectedly, Weimer just mashing.
Weimer's mashing the ball.
It's been fun to see, right? Like guys are getting opportunities.
I think that's the biggest part. Is like guys getting opportunities, let it run. So like for Joey Weimer, who's had run in the big leagues already, but like, you know what you're going to get with him, and number one is effort's always going to be there. Dude's fast. Like I never like saying like comparing like into sports and saying like the guy's body and the like athleticism. He can play football.
Yeah.
Well, what level I'm not saying, right? But the whole thing. But he's built like that. Built like a football player. Just absolutely just runs like no other. But had an unbelievable streak that they allowed to let happen.
Yeah.
Because normally Joey wouldn't be playing against right-handers.
Right.
Right? In the situations that he was. But he was hot. They let him play. Right? But they didn't put him at the top of the order. They put him down at 8 and 9.
Take a little pressure off him.
A lot of it. And that to me says a lot more about like understanding the human element of the game and whether or not it works all the time. It's stuff like that.
They've had a lot of different lineups. Does that help any way? Or does it confuse the other team, or does it just giving people opportunity?
It's more based on like what's going to give us the most, the chance for the most runs.
Okay.
There's not a lot of solidified guys. Like say a veteran-laden lineup where, James and I would say CJ are like the two mainstays, but CJ's been everywhere. if you recognize that already, and that to me says a lot because again, CJ's as good of a hitter in this league, like truly, but there's these stretches, right, that he runs through these ebbs and flows of the season like anybody does. It's how can you keep him in the right spot, and I feel like where they're at right now, will he elevate? Sure, but like James. He's the one that you want to get the most at bats, so he's going to be in the leadoff spot right now. You're giving him that run, and Dalen Lyle is going to be in the 4 for the foreseeable future, or wherever he may lie. And to me, the lineup construction is going to be interesting because we haven't seen different,
right?
And different's uncomfortable for people.
Yeah,
and they always think like, oh, this is not right. This isn't. What are you doing? It's like just let it play out. Like just for me, I'm open to change. I've watched this for the last couple of years. I want to change. I want change.
It was just the same.
It was the same over and over. And you're just up there going like, I don't see what we're doing.
Right.
A lot of times when you get to the pros in any sport, people automatically assume the player is going to get it done. But I think right now what they're trying, like you stated, they're trying to put people in the right position. That's why I love Andy Reid so much because he found ways to get guys in advantageous positions. No matter if you play 15 plays a game, but I got you 15 times where you should win.
Yeah.
And I think that helps. So do you see that that's the thing they're trying to do here?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. I think human first, right?
Yeah,
like human players first. And what is going to put you in the most advantageous role? Like that's great coaching, great management on the whole thing. It's not just throwing it out there because we're giving you this money.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big part. And for baseball, more than football, it's an individualized sport, right? Like in a team setting. Football is that 11 on 11. Right? Do your job, you don't, plays blown up.
Yeah.
Right? In this case, how are you going to put the guy in the advantageous spot? By not, if he struggles against left-handers or a particular left-hander, don't put him at the top.
Right. Yeah. We're talking with our friend Kevin Franson here. Nats home opening day in Washington. Of course, you can watch Kevin and Coco this afternoon calling the game. For all our listeners, Kevin looks very dapper, very sharp. Got a light blue
made me and
suit
JP look average.
with a red check. Where do you get one of those opening day pins? That's a good look.
I was in the stadium at like 7:30. So, they handed it about early on there. I think all the Nats employees get it. So,
that's great.
It's cool.
So we're obviously all pretty excited for this. One thing I've been pretty excited by because he's got the stuff. I think Cade Cavalli's looked pretty good now. It's a very short sample, but like
big dude, man.
I love when pitchers. When it starts to come together, right? Is it fair to say that's what looks like it's happening?
Well, with him, it's based on health, right? Because of one start, hurt, and then it's last year too. Just getting back, I think was just the Orioles. You think about it with Kyle Bradish, right? Like he got 6 starts back last year. You know how big that was? That was huge.
Yeah.
Right. For Cade, getting the amount of starts that he got back last year allowed it to breathe. And the one thing that I feel like people see with him is emotion, right? And I think we all we see it matters. It matters to all these guys, but he's one of those guys that's outward emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you love. Beautiful human. That guy is
anybody that
awesome
goes with the
being.
curly mustache.
Oh, he is amazing.
You got some stuff to you.
No, he's got it. You can't explain it, but he's got it. He's got the fire, the true fire. The not talk about like, oh, I'm going to do this, that. He's just going to go do it.
Yeah, and you can tell when they start to feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Because when you started to see that outward emotion, you're telling me I'm comfortable inside now.
Yes.
I'm comfortable in myself, so I can go out and let it fly.
Well, that's a part of Blake Butera and his staff, allowing that. Like the other guys on the team, allowing it. Just let it be.
Yeah.
If you're that, show us. Don't be someone you're not, right? And he is. I'm not going to ever say it. He's not. It's not saying emotional, but he's just wound up in the best of ways. Like, I'm putting everything in this one start. And then we'll move on.
There you go.
So I wanted to ask. I've been watching, and my days might be a little screwed up because I was traveling. I was on the West Coast. But they win Scottsdale. It was pleasant.
Well, let's not go West Coast. Let's go like you're in Arizona.
So you're a Cali guy. That doesn't count as West Coast? Hold on, to an East Coast guy.
No.
Because I guess it's not the coast.
It's not the West Coast.
The coast.
You went to Arizona.
You went to Arizona.
Okay. I was in Arizona.
You went to Scottsdale. Celebrate that. That's a great place.
Because Scottsdale's a hell of a place.
When you're on the coast, you can see the blue water.
You can see the water. You're good.
Yo, the scenery at Hillstone on Camelback Drive. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, it used to be Houston's. Used to be #1 spot to go to. Let's not go there.
Twin Peaks.
People that have never been to Twin Peaks. I have no idea what it is, but it's a hell of a restaurant.
It's a restaurant, yeah.
All right, but I wanted to ask you this. So they go to Chicago, you go to Wrigley, you take the series. Vibe's got to be high. You go to Philly, win that first one, drop the second one, but you're right
But
in
they
in
really
the
won
night.
it.
And they came back.
Yes.
And they came back on it. Yeah.
You were in that clubhouse. What was the clubhouse vibe after blowing a lead for the first time? this
Disappointed.
season? Good.
Exactly
I
what
want
it's
them
supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, they know. And you know what? Like, you hate saying it, but it's the truth. Going into Philly is different.
Yeah.
And when, 27 outs and getting them in a lead and taking a series is hard to do. And they got punched in the mouth on it, but they showed like that disappointment. Now you move on.
Right.
Like I walked in there already today, and they're not worried about what happened then. But guess what?
It shouldn't be.
At that moment of right after, yeah, you should be pissed.
Yeah.
Like it matters.
I'd be
But
mad
guess
if
what?
it wasn't like that.
Yeah, but see, like it's such a different thing because the 162 is real, right? Like you can't get so wound up on all this stuff, especially 6 games into the season.
Yeah, yeah.
But those ones are the learning moment. The stuff that you love about like the coaching staff and what they're doing is they address stuff, right? They talk about things and how can we how did that whole thing happen? Like, well, errors, right? Stuff that was for me like CJ gets credit with the error, but it wasn't CJ's fault. Like, yeah, he threw it low, but I mean, it's stuff that should be picked.
Pick it,
right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's correctable things that go on in losses like that, and to me, it's just picking the baseball clean, and not walking anybody.
Yeah,
yeah. I know. I look at it a lot of times when you play games, and like you said, there's 162 of them, and the game is over. The fans are like, I can't believe this.
Right,
The players
right.
like, man, we listen.
Yeah.
I remember my rookie season, we lost a preseason game. And I'm upset. I'm pissed because that's where I was.
But that's you guys. That's how football players are
But
wound.
Raven
like,
Caldwell was
that.
like, "Yo, bro, we got 3 more preseason games.
Those don't count.
We got 16 in the regular season. You can't act like that." And I didn't understand it, but then as I got through it, I understood. Listen, man, you can't lose your mind after one.
Yeah, but you're saying your rookie season, right? So you never had one that never counted.
Yeah,
You never played in a game that never counted.
There you go.
All your games counted up until that point. You're like, wait, what? Like,
right. Can we talk a little about the opponent today? The Dodgers.
They're awesome.
They're
Freight
loaded.
train.
Yeah.
What do you think? I mean, a guy that played in the majors as long as you did, and what the Dodgers, some of it is spending, but some of it for a while there was developing too. I mean,
it's amazing. It's
what
the
they're
blueprint.
doing right now is crazy.
It's the blueprint. And it's like, look, you can spend all the money you want. Like Tucker, like you look at all the guys, like maybe Tanner Scott might be the one that was slightly overpaid, but it wasn't overpaid. Like the guy's really, really good. But you look at like their roster, the guys that they've gone after, they're market value.
Right.
Like right. So and then everyone's like talking about the deferred money. You're going like, so everyone could do it.
When they pay, they normally hit.
Yeah,
though.
but
when this team was cooking,
Right.
they deferred money too. Like you
Right.
can't be mad if
And 100%. And I think people need to understand that is that like, look, there's ebbs and flows of this whole thing, but being a giant in my career and lifelong Giant fan, like I hate the Dodgers. I respect the absolute hell out of them what they do. That going in like doing the postseason, the last few years for SiriusXM, been around the Dodgers organization a lot, and one of my best friends is their hitting coach, been there for a while. And to me, they just do it perfect. You see all the like the ushers at the games, the way that they are. They're not like, oh, we're winning today. It's just grace. Like they're grateful for where they're at, what they're doing, and what they're seeing. And it's a special thing that they have built. But guess what? It starts with your internal, right?
Yeah,
The development there. Now they haven't drafted high since I think Kershaw. Like you think about it, that's the only top 10 pick they've had in the last like 30 years.
And that was what 20 years ago, probably.
Yeah, it was like 20 years to the day, I think, or this year. So it's special because they're an attraction, right?
Yeah.
And you see the way that their star players play. They play.
Yeah.
Like Mookie's going from right to playing short, and now turning himself into a Gold Glover. He's one of the best like people that you're going to watch. That's the other thing. It's stuff that
They
you
have
want
fun
to build.
while they're doing it,
have
too.
Fun, man.
Well, and it helps to have Shohei, right? You grew up Northern California. I'm guessing you love Barry. I think Barry Bonds is the best baseball player I've ever seen.
Until I saw Shohei.
That's what I was going to ask. Is it that cut and dry?
I played with Barry, and I was.
Shohei does both of them.
He does both of them. Like when you're one of the best in the game, hitting, and that's all you do is hit. Oh, and then you pitch, and you're one of the best in the game pitching.
It's different.
Like anybody, like you have Chris Russo in the world that like brings up Babe Ruth all the time. You're like, just save it.
You're right.
Just say, like,
that was 100 years ago.
That's 100 years
and
ago.
Babe is not playing. Wouldn't play the talent that Shohei's playing.
No, he's playing against the same guys.
also-
Same eight teams all the time,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Like you look at like that's what I always do too. Is I doing my Sirius XM show, we break down a lot of stuff, and one of them is like giving more credit to what these guys have done, right? So I take Gary Sheffield, right? Is he a Hall of Famer? Hell yes, he is,
Dude, his batting stance,
yes,
wagging
but,
that
like,
bat around.
do you know
Tony Gwynn gave him tips. I just saw a thing this morning about that.
But the funniest thing with Gary Sheffield is, you know how many different pitchers he faced? 1,500 plus.
Because he bounced around league to league. And
But they knew that he was a problem, right? Barry, same thing, but like even more. You look at those guys. You look at like Ted Williams and all those guys, and you go back to Babe Ruth and whatever. The Baseball Reference does a great job. It's like 400 guys they faced. It's the same
That's
guys.
interesting. Yeah.
And so you look about these numbers. I mean, like Shohei's faced so many more guys than everybody else because they bring him in just to face him.
Yeah, right.
Totally.
You know?
Totally.
Yeah, totally. It's interesting. Getting it back to the Nats, we're here with Kevin Franson, who you can watch this afternoon with Dan Coco calling the game on Nationals TV. Should be a fun season with you and Coco in there and Alexa. James Wood, can we use sleeping in our own bed, maybe some home cooking, mom and dad in the stands today?
You know what? Just for Nats fans out there, he feels great. It's just one of those things. Like you go through these ruts or whatever it may be. The swing looks good. It's a different beast when you're always the one.
Yeah.
No matter what team, no matter what point in your the season, you're struggling, you're going hot, he's going to be always circle because he's a problem.
They're trying to stop you.
He's a problem.
Yeah.
What are you most excited about today? Like, what is the home opener for you? Obviously the baseball, but like seeing the fans, I don't know, the racing presidents. What do you got?
The guy's first home opener, the ones that have their first home opener. That's my favorite part.
Yeah.
Been there, done that, and it's like it never leaves me, right? Like, as a former player, and understanding, like, look, there's a fight to get to that opening day. There's a fight to get to that home opener.
True.
And being able to experience. So I love it when it's like for me watching Blake go out there for his first home opener as a manager. You know, like that to me matters because it's like you don't take those things for granted.
Because
so,
you went through.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So for me, it's that.
That's so cool. I know you have a very busy day.
Do I?
I don't know. You've been here since 7.
I don't know.
Thank you for the time, dude.
No, if he's been here since 7, he's been up since 5.
Where do you live right around here?
I don't know there.
Keep that to yourself. I'm just saying, I would love to be able to walk to work. Kev, we really appreciate the time,
Thanks
brother.
for having me on, dude.
I appreciate you,
You
brother.
can check
Take
them
care,
out, Kevin and Dan, this afternoon. Make sure you're watching on Nationals TV. Francis joining us. We appreciate that. Listen, for all the folks that are out here, come say what's up. We're going to be here until 12:30 when the Nats radio broadcast will take over with Charlie and Dave. Then Grant and Danny will be here. We're right outside of Tap 99, Silver Diner, Kilwin's Fudge. If you're coming through, come say what's up. It's going to be a fun day. If you're just leaving your house now, bring a jacket. It'll warm up later, but it's a little chilly right now. You're listening to BMitch Finlay. Nobody go anywhere.
The Nationals starting lineup is out for right-hander Miles Mikolas against Dodgers right-hander Emmett Sheehan, 105 here on The Fan. Pre-game 12:35 p.m. here on 106.7 The Fan. James Wood will lead off in right field, Luis Garcia Jr. at first, Dalen Lyle at left field, designated hitter Brady House is your cleanup hitter, C.J. Abrams at shortstop, Nasim Nunez at second base, Vivas at third base, Ruiz is the catcher, and Jacob Young in center field. Kirk Cousins signs with the Raiders. Luka Doncic going to have an MRI today on his strained left hamstring. Phil Mickelson is out of the Masters with a personal health matter. Tulsa defeated New Mexico 74-69 and Auburn over Illinois State 88-66, so Tulsa will take on Auburn for the NIT Men's Basketball Championship. Virginia quarterback Chandler Morris denied a preliminary injunction and remains ineligible for the 2026 season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Peace and clear. Opening day in Washington. Going to be a fun one. The weather's going to clear up. All these clouds are going to burn off.
Yes.
It's going to be beautiful.
Rain the heat. Rain the heat.
I don't know if that's true. I'm just going to speak it into existence.
It's going to happen.
Maybe we get Amelia on the phone, see what she
You got
says.
to be confident, Jay. When you speak stuff, you got to be confident, man.
I will shout out the Stallion. He got this heat lamp on over our heads. That's helping, Brian. Appreciate Kevin Francis.
I haven't even felt it.
You don't feel that?
No.
I feel it. Appreciate Kevin Francis from Nationals TV joining us. He's got a busy day, and he made time to come sit with us here.
Appreciate it.
If you're around, we're right outside of like Silver Diner, Kilwins, Tap 99, hanging out all day. Tap 99 just told us the kitchen is open, and I assure you, if the kitchen's open, it means you can buy a beer.
the bar is open.
Yeah. An undisclosed source asked us, when should I start drinking? And we both said, now.
Yesterday. So
we can confirm one listener at least, and perhaps coworker is having a beer. So obviously we're getting things going.
It's opening day. 5 o'clock comes quicker than it normally does.
Yeah, dude, this is a day to celebrate, man. Plenty of Dodgers blue around. Walking from the station down here, all the the vendors on Half Street. If you are looking for a bootleg jersey, do the vendors on Half Street have you covered? Whatever bootleg stuff you're looking for, man, it is out there. You want a Brooklyn Dodgers jersey? You can buy it as soon as you get off the metro. I'm not mad at them. If I was buying something, I'd probably buy it from the vendors too. Already saw a line at the bullpen thing. The vibes are high. Stallion, yes, sir.
You know, the vibes are high right now, and I just got to say about the vendors, I have bought so many jerseys off these guys before.
Well, why you don't have one today?
Yeah, why aren't you wearing
What is that you have on?
Well, this is a Team USA jacket, first off.
What does that got to do with baseball?
I'm going up to the press box after, so I
Gotta
can't
be
wearing
professional.
a jersey.
Gotta be
I have to
unbiased.
professional at this point.
I don't know why you're going up to the press box. Just hang out in the red porch.
Don't go in the press box. You go in the press box, that's work.
Well,
hang around the drinkers.
No, I mean, you're right. You're right in that aspect. But also, they've got a soft serve ice cream machine, and it's awesome. So I haven't had it all year at this
After
point.
the way you
haven't
played
had it
golf-
all year. It's the home opener.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
After the way you played golf yesterday, you should never get no soft serve.
Yeah, why don't
You should be banned from soft serve.
So I had to work yesterday.
Because your game was soft.
The boys were supposed to play golf. I had to bail. White Brian took my spot. Get me up to speed, B. Now, I know you won. You always win. But of the three boys, how'd we do here?
Jeffrey beat him.
All right, Jeff. Oh, we got video? Oh, that's sick. If you're watching on Monumental.
Hey, Jeff had this little GoPro out.
Hold on, Jeff took videos of himself?
Jeff had his GoPro out, dog.
That's sick, dude.
So he felt good. So
Stallion swinging an iron off
Jeff
the tee.
ended up shooting.
That looked like it was going way right there.
Second hole every single time. Slice it.
Oh, White Brian, I've never seen this swing. What do you got here, Dub B? It kind of looked like mine. Old man golf. So Jeff came in second.
Jeff came in, second. Well, they don't count me. So
First
Jeff was
among the
first.
rest, yeah.
Then you had Stallion. White Brown was behind him by one stroke. Now, I'm going to tell you one thing about White Brown. The young man is coachable. Every time I gave him a tip, dead straight, he laced the ball. But he doesn't remember very long. Because if you give him a tip on one shot, the next shot he's forgotten what the hell you told him. So I gave him a tip. He was hitting off the tee. I told him, move the ball back a little bit in your stance. He kills it. He gets back up and say, what did he even say? I can't remember. So I'm watching him, and look, he's going back and forth to try to figure it out. Hit the ground about 7 inches behind the ball. But if you could just tell him on every shot, he'll kill both of them.
All right. I love it, man.
Yeah.
I love it. Glad you guys got to play.
But Stallion did, the dirt that you had hit the ball into?
Yep, sure.
He hit 2 into that dirt on the last hole.
No, I put mine onto the path. Did he put his into the big dirt pile?
He put 2 into the dirt on the last hole.
That's going way right off the tee.
Oh, my God. And the last hole, I absolutely crumbled. I mean, it was so, like, Jeff and I were tied.
He and Jeff were tied going into the last hole.
Okay.
Jeff had a 5, he had a 9.
Damn, dog. Yeah. But Stallion had a birdie?
I had a birdie.
He had a 5-iron. He laced it, bro. He was right in front of the green, and he putted. He was off the green. He putted it up to about. I said, man, pick that up. That's good. It was on right there.
I did finish it. I wanted to finish it to make sure it was a true birdie, and I nailed the putt, and it was
And then
good.
he went. Then I think they call it apfus.
Yeah.
He went apfu in the hell out of that.
I'm very familiar with
Yeah.
apfus.
You know what apfu is?
No.
I'll tell you off air.
After birdie, bleep up.
Yeah.
So we are out here in Nat's home opener. What time do the gates open? Because there's already a lot of people kind of milling about here.
So they open up at 11 a.m. today. So fans are already starting to line up right now. I mean, I saw someone actually here at like 8:30 in the morning.
Now, when these fans get inside, do they get to watch BP? Like the first pitch is at 1 o'clock. There should be some guys hitting.
Yeah, there should be some of the Dodgers hitting today, but also like day games. Baseball players are kind of weird nowadays, so we'll see.
They don't hit.
I mean, if Shohei Ohtani gets to take BP and Nats fans get to catch that, I mean,
CJ,
what a show.
We need to be young, JP. This young man got on shorts, and
he's not worried about the
weather. He has on shorts and short sleeve. He don't seem cold at all.
Got his baseball glove.
We got a heater behind us, and he's just over there chilling. Like, man, look at those big.
Also,
look at those little soft dudes over there.
I'm guessing my guy is here with mom. Is that right?
Yeah.
Mom wearing a Nats shirt, son wearing a Shohei jersey. What's going on here? We got to spend some money so the kid doesn't wear Shohei the home opener, please. To the Lerner family. Let's get this thing back rocking. The police are here. Hello, sir. We're behaving. It should be a fun day. So I parked over at the station and then just walked over here.
Yeah, we all did that.
Right, I figured. Tomorrow is the Capitol Classic at Cap One Arena, a legendary high school hoop showcase in the D.C. area. The kid Baba, that's the big Maryland commit, I guess he was on the Jugs. I saw them in the lobby as I was leaving. He's huge. Like, as soon as I came out the door to walk out,
like, damn.
I didn't know what was going on, but I knew what was going on. Like, the thing about basketball players, they are by a mile the most noticeable at all
they're
times.
tall. They just walking out looking like giraffe. That's the whole thing. If you look at basketball players when they're amongst regular people, it looks like a giraffe in the jungle.
That's
they
accurate.
can't hide.
I don't know that you watch, especially because you guys were playing golf, so you might have hung out. I had to work and run around. I had to take Shelby to lacrosse practice last night. Her practice was from 6 to 7 p.m. I was freezing cold.
You need to run around a little bit.
I almost thought I was wearing dress shoes. Otherwise, I might have just jogged because I was so. Now she had a good practice. She was fine.
Get some Cole Haan dress shoes, and when you go to jog, you feel like you have on tennis shoes.
The ones I was wearing last night were Cole Haan, but they weren't like the dress sneaker kind. They were like hard sole kind. But maybe I should have just jogged. It might have been better for me.
Yeah.
I was very cold, and I was texting Lauren. So, you're cold, you're freezing, and I said, I want chili for dinner. She said, well, we're going out of town. I'm not making chili. I was like, all right, well, I'm going to stop and get some. So where I stopped, you couldn't get like a bowl of chili.
Yeah,
you could get a pint.
Yeah.
And remember, we didn't really eat yesterday. Like, I had like a fake salad. Like, I was hungry. So I made a bowl, and then I was like, you know what? I'm going to make another bowl. So, Brian, I ate a pint of chili last night.
That was a rough night.
That was a rough night, dog. My advice to the people, never eat a pint of chili. It's just too much chili.
My advice to the person that's with that person, tell them don't eat a pint of chili.
I did not need the second bowl. But as I was chilling last night, kids were watching some wacky kid show, and I sit down. All I want to do is watch the Caps game, right?
Yeah.
We all knew last night's Caps game was a big deal. If they're going to
Didn't
try
end
to, no, it did not.
no.
But it didn't start well for me, and I'm saying this left hand up as a member of the media, right? Like I understand that everything is getting splintered, and it's harder and harder to watch the games you want to watch. Not being able to watch Joe B. and Locker call Caps games hurts my soul. I hate it so much. I don't understand why locally you can't still have the local broadcast. But last night, once I finally, shout out to my guy Vladi, who explained to me that because I have Disney Plus, I also have ESPN Plus, and I can get it on my TV. So I get it on. So I know it was 2-0 Devils early. By the time I get the game on, it was 2-2 Caps. So I missed them coming back.
Mm-hmm.
I literally get it on for like 40 seconds, and the Caps give another one up.
Uh-huh.
The Devils score, so it's 3-2. Then Lauren tells me time to put the girls down, so I have to go back upstairs for bedtime. Then I come back, and it's like 5-2. And I'm like, at that point, I was kind of happy Joe B. and Locker weren't on the call, because the reality is last night the Caps were kind of in this situation where you got to win. You got to win out. The good news is they had the tiebreakers on their side, but you
got to handle your business.
Can't give up a touchdown in a must-win hockey game.
You have to handle your business, and I think that's the thing where there have been games throughout this year. That's why I said people looking at these last few games, but there were games along the way where they didn't take care of business. They didn't handle business.
Last night
so,
either.
Make no difference who calling it or whatever. Like, we can always come to, oh, man, the last game, that's why they No. The reason that they're in this position is because they didn't handle it and when they were supposed to.
Yeah, man, it's just been a tough season. It is cool to see the kid Hudson play so well, but after last night, I pulled this up on NHL.com. The Caps are now still only that might not be up to date. I guess it is. So the Caps are still only 3 points behind the last wild card spot, and
there's 2 or 3 people in front of them.
They're only 4 points behind the last playoff spot in the Metro, but they've got now the Flyers, the Blue Jackets, and the Red Wings ahead of them. And maybe you could still make it up, but last night
it's going to be damn near perfect hockey needs to be played.
And Jersey was gettable. Like, Jersey was behind them. Like, you like to think you can get that one, and they've now played 76 games. So I'm not a math guy. That's 5 or 6 left if they play 82. 77, 78, 79, 80, 81.
It has
82.
to be the even number.
6.
Jay.
Thank you. You don't want the curtain to close on a season. Hey, what's up? When you don't know what's going on. That's Michaela Clifford. I have no idea.
Hey, Michaela, make sure the kids don't listen to him when he's adding, because boy, he's terrible in math.
I was an influential person to Michaela when she was young.
He didn't tutor you in math, did he? Okay, good. That's why you are very successful now. This one here, boy.
Shout out to the Clifford family. 6 games left. They host Buffalo tomorrow night. I don't know, man. I want to be proven wrong. Maybe they can win 6 in a row
it's
here.
It's a possibility.
I mean, hockey. Oh, some boys running over there.
Yeah, when I see
that, I'm like,
when I see National Guard running, I'm like, what's going on over here?
All right, we are live outside of Silver Diner, outside of Kilwin's, outside of Tap 99. The kitchen's open at Tap 99. The beer taps are definitely open at Tap 99.
Kilwin's is open too.
Yo, B and I have already had a bunch of candy this morning. Maybe an egg sandwich in our future. We'll just eat candy all day. Nobody go anywhere. It's going to be a fun day. Nats home opener. BMitch and Finlay, 106.7 The Fan, live outside of Tap 99 and Kilwin's outside of the center field gate. If you're coming to Nat's home opening day in Washington, come say what's up. It's getting very full. There are some very large horses. I believe they're called Clydesdales.
Clydesdales, baby.
The Budweiser Clydesdales are here. They got the Dalmatian up on the old-fashioned beer wagon. Alexa was here somewhere.
She just got off the little thing and went around. She
probably got to work.
She was moving, dog. Pew! I couldn't catch her.
Dude, those horses are so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, those got to be the biggest horses in the world, right?
I haven't seen any bigger.
Yeah, that's the biggest ones I've seen. But, yo, these two right here, Donner and Dashin, whatever you want to call them, they seem a little grumpy. Like, they're moving their head a lot. Like, we might need I'm telling you, my guy wants to keep moving. He's done stopping. Let him march. You see what I'm saying, Pete?
They like to move a little bit, Jay.
Yeah, they like to move a little bit.
Yeah.
But it should be a really fun day here at the Nats home opener, especially with the Dodgers in town. You do see plenty of Dodger blue, but, I mean, they've won back-to-back. You can't be mad at the Dodgers right now.
Oh, yeah.
They're at a different stage of life than I'd say we are. Looking at all of this and how much fun this is, you know what's absurd?
What?
When I was a kid, opening day was in Baltimore. Yeah. Like the fact that this city didn't have a team for as long as it did is one of the dumbest things in like true sports history.
Yeah, it is, but we passed it now, man. We got it.
Yeah, you're right.
Now we got to get back to winning.
Yeah.
And spending.
Yeah.
If you spend the money, we're going to win. And I think that's the whole thing about it but I can remember, growing up where we couldn't wait to look at the opening days on TV.
Right.
Because there was no baseball in Louisiana. It's just that feel, man. It takes you all the way back to your childhood where, you go out there, you always smell the fresh cut grass, getting ready for baseball.
Greenest grass you'll ever see.
I love it, man.
Yeah,
I love it.
Me too. It's a cool scene, and today's going to be a fun one. And if you can't get tickets today, I was looking at this. Like, if you want to bring your family and the opening day prices were too high, the prices drop significantly if you want to come tomorrow, which is also supposed to be beautiful weather. Still get to see the Dodgers. Like, you can if you got little kids, they don't know if it's opening day or not. Just tell them tomorrow's opening day.
Just tell them.
I'm sure there'll still be a giveaway. They'll still have hot dogs and cotton candy.
The kids won't know.
No way.
Hey, take you to opening day. It'll be the 7th game of the season.
Right. I mean, my girls are now too old, but that's why forever I just brought them to a preseason game for the Skins. They were like, do you remember? I think you were on the field with me. So
it won't happen again, Jay.
I brought Shelby down. She was like 3, and Gruden was still coaching. This is a while back. Wow. And I was holding her, and then she's like, Daddy, I want to walk around. I'm like, all right, this is preseason 1 o'clock game. Mm-hmm. So it's probably 11 a.m. and nobody was out there. I mean, it was dead empty. And she just laid down on the 10-yard line next to like the little 10-yard line marker. Nobody was worried about it. Kids are partying regardless.
Yeah, let them have fun.
Oh, awesome. We got somebody enjoying their first game in America.
There you go. Enjoy. Have a great one.
So
get you a hot dog and a big beer.
But the biggest sporting event this weekend is obviously going to be the Final Four.
Oh yeah,
these look like awesome games. I think
I'm looking forward to this. This is the battle of all the trees.
Totally, man.
Those all 4 teams that are left are big,
big, and I think
and Michigan, they seem to be humongous.
So you got UConn, Illinois is the first game that tips off at 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon
in Michigan, AZ,
and then Michigan, Arizona, probably roughly about 9 o'clock. Both these games, I mean, if you just look to Vegas, the lines are like nothing, right? They're both almost a pick 'em. I guess they've moved around a little bit. Illinois is favored by 1.5, and Michigan's favored by 1.5.
That's not much.
Not at all.
These games could go either way, man. And it's going to come down to who's knocking down their threes, because everybody shoot threes now. The biggest dude in Michigan, he even pulls them up.
Right. You know that dude? Yaxel Lendenborg, is that the guy's name from Michigan? You know he was playing, I think he was at UAB last year.
Really?
So
how the hell did he get the UAB?
But that's what I'll say. For all, we always hear about the negatives of the transfer portal. That's a positive.
Yes,
that dude is now getting a huge opportunity on the biggest stage. He'll probably, I assume, be like that seems like a first-round pick.
But you wonder, why was he at UAB and not at a bigger school from the beginning?
I have no idea.
Because a lot of times it's just like some kids go to the school where, or my mom went, or it's closest to my area.
Right.
You know,
I think he's from Puerto Rico or like the Dominican.
I'll be honest with you. Like my nephew, I'm still mad at his mom. So his mom is he's my grandnephew. He's my niece's son. He was being recruited by all types of schools, but she didn't want him to leave home. So he went to Southeastern Louisiana. He could have gone anywhere. You know, if he had gone to Georgetown and played on their football team, he had a much better academic opportunity.
Like the life
but
network.
She forced him to go there, and I think a lot of parents, you live your life. Get the hell out of your kids' way and let them go live theirs at the highest rate they can. Don't just make them be mediocre because you probably didn't do what you wanted to do.
Well said. I did want to make mention of something. I was just talking to Michaela and her husband, the Georgies, and there's some Villanova ties there, and there's something going on right now with Arizona. So the Arizona coach, Tommy Lloyd, is heavily rumored to be the guy that's going to take the Carolina job.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we don't know if he's going to or not, whatever. We'll see how that all shakes out. But I hate for Arizona that they're dealing with that while they're trying to win a championship.
Hey, man, if the coach goes out there and coach as hard as he can, if that's going on, let it go on. But if he is handling his business, all that matters. Because, like, listen, man.
How realistic is it he can?
He can
truly handle his business with that going on.
Do you think me moving on to the next job, I want to come in saying national champion, or do I want to go in and say I lost it? So I'm going to do everything I can to win the basketball game.
Do you think he is actually going to go to the heels, or do you think these are all leverage plays to get a whole bunch more money off them Wildcats?
Listen, either way, he's going to make money.
Would you leave Arizona for the Carolina job?
Carolina job is one of the best jobs in the world when it comes to college basketball.
Sure. But
Arizona,
it's a lot more pressure.
Arizona, I would say it's way more pressure, but ESPN call you today,
yeah,
you're gone.
Right.
Okay? I'm telling you, I don't care what your profession is. If you are good at your craft, you are trying to get to the biggest.
Sure.
If you can. Point blank. Nobody wants to just stay level. They want to if I got an opportunity to go to the biggest, I'm going. I'll deal with the pressure.
You don't want to reach cruising altitude.
Hell
you want to
no.
continue
No,
to
no, no.
ascend. All right, we're going to get into some football conversation. I want to talk some NFL draft. Grant Cohn covers the 49ers for Sports Illustrated. He's going to join us at 11:30. Grant's had some very interesting information as far as the Brandon Ayuk saga continues out there. And then at noon, Greg Cosell going to join us.
I would tell everybody that's interested in Brandon Ayuk be here.
Yeah.
At 11:30.
Yeah. Nobody go anywhere. BMitch Finlay live in front of Tap 99, Kilwins outside of the center field gate. Things are getting going. We got horses. We got people. Nobody go anywhere.
Sports Update brought to you by Millwood. The Nationals take on the Dodgers in the home opener today at 1:05 p.m. live here on The Fan. Right-hander Miles Michaelos against right-hander Emmett Sheehan. James Wood will lead off in right field, followed by Luis Garcia Jr. at first, Darren Lyle at left, and the cleanup hitter will be Brady House, the designated hitter. Quarterback Kirk Cousins has signed a 5-year deal worth $172 million with the Las Vegas Raiders. The Devils defeated the Capitals 7-3 back at it against the Sabres Saturday. Luka Doncic has a strained left hamstring. He'll have an MRI today after the Lakers lost to the Thunder 139-96. Wizards at Miami Saturday. Phil Mickelson has announced that he will not play in the Masters because of a personal health matter. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Millwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit Mellwood.org or call 1-877-MELLWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
We had that game, man.
All drinks are free. We're out here for Nat's home opener. That guy's fired up. This lady's fired up. We're outside of Tap 99, Kilwins. The Budweiser Clydesdales are here. B, what do you think it would take for us to get a case of that Budweiser on the back of that truck? Just let it fall off the truck. For some reason, you're muted, Brian. Try now.
I think that's Ryan. He took mine.
No, it was just muted.
Why?
I don't know. Brian's back. I like the dude in the all red. Hello. You know what's amazing is trying to do a live broadcast outside of home field is a lot of fun. We're going to be here till 12:30. Then Charlie and Dave will come on. Then they're sending the rooster to this location. God bless America.
I hope you don't come with that little what color shirt he had on last year?
Burgundy.
No, it wasn't burgundy. He had on some like lilac color shirt.
I hope he does wear some lilac.
Yeah.
And then Grant and Danny will be here after the game. Is that right, Sally? They're going to broadcast from here. Sally's got what is dripping off your nose, dude? That is gross.
Dog, it's so cold out right now. I'm like, I needed like a tissue or something.
Yeah, you need a tissue.
They got him over there.
That's not that complicated.
Don't walk around with your nose dripping.
Like my 7-year-old knows to blow her nose, Brian. We're out here for the home opener. Nats opening day in Washington. Plenty of Dodgers fans, but a lot of Nats colors.
A lot of Nats fans out here.
Love to see the curly W's. As if you needed another reason to come down.
My man got the Senators on.
Yeah, I like that. If you needed another reason to come down here, if baseball's not enough, it's going to be sunny weather later. You know that Tap 99 has Dr. Pepper fountain soda?
Really?
It's banging.
Ryan, that's what I want.
It's very good. Love a fresh
Ryan,
Dr. Pepper.
that's what I want.
He's telling you to
still,
go get
Why
it.
are you still waiting here? We don't need to hear it. This is BMitch Finlay, not BMitch Finlay and Ryan.
All right. So, we kind of ran out of time yesterday, but I did want to circle back. We had Matt Miller from ESPN on. NFL Draft Scout does a tremendous job. Like, if you're into the NFL draft, they have a 7-round mock draft on ESPN.com.
Yeah.
Which is
They put a lot of time into that.
That's a lot of time. But he talked yesterday that he likes Mekhi Lemon as the number 1 receiver in this class ahead of Cornell Tate.
Mm-hmm.
You've also got the kid Jordan Tyson from ASU rather. Tyson, I would think, if you're just measuring up on paper, would be the one in this class, but he's just been hurt. These hamstring issues, and then
and the injuries. Those injuries will affect you. I mean, but like when you're talking about Lemon, I looked at his stuff. He's 5'11".
Yeah,
185. He can be 195 in no time. Guess who else about 5'11 and a half? Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, Terry and I are just about eye to eye.
So, I when I hear he's smaller. He's not smaller. Most receivers in the league are right around 5'11". Okay?
Right.
You do get the guys that jump over 6 feet, but most of them are around 5'11". So he's not a 5'8" shifty guy. And that's what I kept thinking when people was like, oh, he's just small slot guy. He's not the slot guy.
He's not like 5'8".
Yeah, he can become an outside guy for you as well.
So
but I still say this. when you have so many weapons on your team, you're less apt to get as many numbers as Lemon got.
Right.
He was the weapon on their team. So, yes, he got much more passes. He got much more
Ohio
yards.
State had a lot more.
Doesn't mean that he's better than Tate just because of those numbers.
Let's hear. This is Matt Miller from ESPN talking about Cornell Tate versus Mekhi Lemon, the USC wideout.
Here's my hot take. I think Lemon's the best receiver in the class. So maybe Tate's the consensus. I try to insulate myself from like what a lot of other people are saying about the draft. I think Lemon's, and they're close. Like I have them like one's player 7, one player 8. But I love wide receivers that get open on timing, on leverage, on technique. They both do that really well. But I just love the toughness and the ability to break tackles and run through contact that Lemon has. Tyson, I'm with you, but it's a hamstring issue. That's scary, and it's a guy who has been banged up a decent amount. And then the last time we saw him healthy in 2024, he had some drop issues. Yeah. So, good player. I mean, he didn't come in as big as I thought he was. He came in at like 6'2", 200 pounds, and he was kind of billed as this big jump ball guy. That's not what he measured in at all. And so it's like, okay, what are you? I think he might be closer to like Jerry Jeudy as a receiver than what he was thought to be as like a T. Higgins type player. So I like Tyson. I like Omar Cooper Jr. better.
1-2. I mean, those. You're there. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, there we go.
So those Indiana receivers between Cooper and Surratt, like those dudes are super productive.
But one thing that he said I was confused by. He said the guy measured in at 6'2", whatever it was, 6'2", something. And he say he's supposed to come in as his jump ball guy. Does he think he got to be 6'5" to be a jump ball guy? Because he could be 6'2" with a damn 40-inch vertical. You know what I'm saying? And he'd go up and get it.
Well, and Terry's right at 6 foot, and he wins contested catches all the time.
But that's what I'm saying. When he said he didn't measure like a 6, like the jump ball guy. He said he was 6. He measured at 6'2". That confused me because I'm like, what did he expect him to be 6'5"? Because if you're 6'2" and you got some hops, you could be a jump ball guy.
I'm getting closer and closer to a space where the Jeremiah Love conversation is one thing because he is undoubtedly the best in his class, right? There's zero doubt that Jeremiah Love's the best running back in this class.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
Now, there's questions about do you take a running back? Oh, God. Oh, my God. I wouldn't tell you. Do something about that. We're having a dog's got an upset stomach about 4 feet from us. That could impact people wanting to come take pictures with us, B. I'll tell you that much. Anyway, listen, I get distracted. I know. I'm trying to keep it locked. This is pretty distracting. I mean, now.
Keep looking at me.
Oh, good. Now's the smell coming. All right. But as far as when you talk about these receivers, Love is undoubtedly. Oh, look, the horses are leaving. Bye, horses. Thank you for your time. Bye, doggy up there.
A dog like, hey, let's go.
Yeah.
The dog just chilling. The horse is working.
All right, that guy did his best to clean that up, so shout out to him.
Yeah.
Love at 7, I'm not sure I could get there, B. I'm not sure I can, but I can understand it conceptually, right?
Yeah. Listen, bro.
A receiver.
If he falls in your lap, they have a decision to make. Okay?
Right.
As I look at it and as I hear people talk and I watch how the league calls these offenses and how the rules are set up, I believe that receiver is more impactful. Then when you look at this football team, with Terry, I think after this year not having any guarantees,
right,
you're going to need somebody to be able to carry on, okay? Unless they decide, okay, we'll come on back again. But you're going to think that you're going to have to start getting younger, and you're going to have somebody that can be able to carry it on at that position.
So I totally agree with you. And I think if you're in on Cardinal Tate, if their evaluation of Tate is he's worthy at 7, no doubt about it, then you take him, right? Like I don't blink an eye if they take him there. For me, when you have some question about who the best receiver to take is, if you love Downs and he's there, or you love Styles and he's there, or you love Bain and he's there, I do like these third round. The type of receiver I think you can get at 71 could absolutely be a baller. And you and I talk about how the proliferation of the pass game, they got year-round 7-on-7, spring football.
Yeah.
Like, receivers come into the NFL so much better than
they come in ready to go.
More experienced.
But like the thing I look at it where every year we basically kill ourselves over who should take who where.
Right.
There have been receivers taken in the third round that are better than receivers in the first.
Terry McLaurin.
There's been receivers in the first
Terry
round.
was a third rounder.
There's been receivers who's drafted 24th, 25th in the first round are better than the guys that was drafted up front. It just comes down to, can that guy play? And then will you give him the opportunity to be successful at the position? You know, people like, if you got a guy, if he's number one in your eyes and somebody else think he's number two, you go with your eyes. You have your criteria.
You keep muting him, dude.
Yeah.
Jackson Smith-Njigba was the 20th overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no surefire. It's not a science. It's an inexact science, to say the least.
He was what pick?
Jackson Smith-Njigba was 20th.
Okay, and he's making more money than the guys that were up front.
He's making as much money as, like, Roger Goodell.
But that's what I'm saying, man. Like, listen, a lot of times where you're drafted only depicts where the opportunities you're going to get. Once you get inside that damn building, it's what work you put in is going to take you where you need to go.
Sure.
You know, and I think you look at I just look at it like this, okay? Look at the Ohio State receiver.
That's what I wanted to ask you about.
And then you look at Terry and his work ethic. If Cornell Tate has anything like that, expect him to be a bad man.
How much does the Ohio State factor matter? Because we've seen Terry here, Olave, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith-Njigba. I mean, Ohio State just keeps churning these guys out. Is that something that actually matters?
It is something that matters because it's obvious that what they do there get people prepared for the next level. Linebackers from Penn State, anybody from Miami, okay, Alabama. When you start seeing certain things happen over and over and over again, that pedigree means something, you know. And I'll say this: you look at the pedigree, and I look at my man, Amar Brown. He went to USC, so that other kid could be very similar to how he is. But I would say you look at those receivers from Ohio State. You got some success going on there, bro.
They got a lot of success
you got
going.
some success going on there.
How much do you think Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU that grew up in the DMV, started his college career at Virginia Tech? I think he played his high school ball in the Baltimore area. Look that up for me, Stallion. I want to say he played at Gilman, maybe, or somewhere in Baltimore, I thought, but I could be wrong. Spalding, I think. Spalding, which is not Baltimore. Spalding's more Anne Arundel County, I guess. How much do you think the buzz around him growing is real or just kind of this draft?
I think it's real. I really think it's real because that kid, you start looking at the people that come out of LSU also, okay? Stingley and all those different guys. When you see how he was already that type of guy at Virginia Tech. He goes to LSU. He didn't take a step back. He took a step up. And he went against those teams in the SEC. Then he runs a number. When people start talking more, you know what? Everybody's talking around him. You know, when we start hearing enough rumors, we know, okay, there's some reality to it. And I think that's exactly what's going on with this thing.
And this draft is so funky that you have elite prospects, right? The guys I talked to that I trust said, you know, Mendoza's going one, period, and you can argue if he deserves to go there, or if that's just a quarterback thing, etc. But the two best, like the offensive prospect and the defensive prospect in this draft, are Love and then Downs. But, like, those are not elite positions. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But they're going that high. But Delane is a premier position.
Yeah,
the difference between corner and safety is quite different.
It's different, but if you got a guy that they basically talk about him like he could be the Ed Reed type, that right there kind of throws it out the window. Because if he is a game changer at that position, he may be worthy of that pick. You know what I mean?
And I think Styles was going to be a top 10, top 15 guy.
Especially when you're that big and you go run that fast.
Well, I think once his combine performance, then it's like, all right, this might be a top 5 guy.
Because you know how I am. I don't care if you just ran a good time at the combine if you didn't play well.
Right.
But when you played well and ran those numbers and stuff like that, all of a sudden I take a second look at you.
Are you still of the mindset? Because when all the Jeremiah Love buzz started, you were like, receiver makes a lot more sense than running back. And that is completely correct.
I'm still there.
Completely correct. And Adam Peters brought up, he got asked about the running back position at owners' meetings, and he said, he's like, we did just draft Bill in the 7th round last year, and he worked out pretty well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, you can get that production at a really high level no matter what. And I'm not saying that Love won't be better and more explosive and all these things, but I don't think it's like necessarily a given that Love will immediately take this place somewhere else. You know?
Yeah, true. I mean, we've seen a lot of running backs come out with that level of talent. May not be exactly what his is, but you haven't seen the production that you thought. Because it's a different ball game, bro, at this level. And listen, man, Barry Sanders, I saw Barry Sanders step up here and immediately be good. But he has something that I don't think anyone. Listen, Christian McCaffrey, Bijan Robinson, Gibbs,
they're good.
None of them have Barry Sanders.
They don't touch Barry.
Barry Sanders is like a rabbit. You drop him right here, and nobody will touch him.
If you're going receiver, to me, Tate is the safest pick. Size, pedigree, production.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Lemon isn't maybe something else. But like, does Tate seem the safest to you? If you're going receiver.
Yes. And the safest, and there's a history. It's a historical value and an aspect of what has happened for receivers that come from that college.
For me, I wonder. I think the safest prospect in this draft is Caleb Downs. I think he comes in and
he has great numbers.
Wherever he goes, he helps immediately. Mm-hmm. You know what I love the most about Caleb Downs, and this is maybe stupid. 3 seasons, 2 at Bama, 1 at Ohio State. Mm-hmm. I believe I had that right. The highest level of college football.
Yeah.
Never missed a game.
Yeah.
Playing super physical, downhill football. Yeah. You talk to either staff. You talk to Tuscaloosa or Columbus, coach on the field. We trust him implicitly. I get that safety's not the sexiest position.
He's given you some history to decide on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when you have guys like that means something, because I guarantee you can ask Caleb Downs, have you ever been hurt and you still played? Yes.
There's no way he was fully healthy every day.
Yeah. So, and that's the thing about it. Like, of the one game out of my 14 seasons that I missed, I was no more hurt or feeling bad then of all the others that I played in. But Coach Gill said, get off the field, we going to save you. Okay, cool. But if I had known it was going to be the only one, I'd have probably gotten into a fight with him.
That's crazy.
But it's just what it is. It's like sometimes you learn how – like when I watch Gary practice and stuff and how he was running, did he get in the game and the guy's going full speed? You got to figure out a way. I had hamstring twinges, but I know hamstring. People think hamstring happen when you're running. No, when you go to stop suddenly, you can mess your hamstring up.
Yeah.
So you just coast a little bit farther.
You got to play through it, man.
Yeah, you got to figure out a way.
You know how many days I've gotten this headset on and done this show with a hangover, Brian? You got to be tough.
But see,
you hangover's
not an injury.
Well, it's kind of.
That's a decision.
All right. Grant Cohn covers the 49ers. Grant is often controversial with some of his reporting and some of his analysis about how the Niners handle things. I'm not sure Grant and Kyle Shanahan exchange Christmas cards.
Does Grant just say stuff that people don't want to hear?
You're about to find out. Grant Cohn joins us next. We're talking Brandon Ayuk.
Two-time All-Pro and 2019 Defensive Player of the Year, Stephon Gilmore is going to retire from the NFL. Kirk Cousins is now going to be the quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders, 5 years worth $172 million. Today is the home opener for the Nationals against the two-time defending champion LA Dodgers. Miles Mikolas against Emmett Sheehan. 12:35 pregame, 1:05 first pitch right here on The Fan. The Devils defeated the Capitals 7-3 behind a 5-point game from Jack Hughes. Virginia quarterback Chandler Morris has been denied a preliminary injunction and remains ineligible for next season. Thunder over the Lakers 139-96. Luka Doncic to an MRI today with a strained left hamstring. Wizards at Miami Saturday afternoon. Phil Mickelson says he will not play in the Masters as he navigates a personal health matter. First time Mickelson and Tiger Woods are both out of the Masters since 1994. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. We're live outside of the center field gate, Nats Park, hanging out at Tap 99. You should do the same thing. The beer is cold. The food is good. I had a catfish bite. I had a
the catfish bites are outstanding.
Stallion had a turkey club. I had a little bit of popcorn chicken, maybe?
Stallion had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, Stallion out here grinding.
He's just eating everybody's food.
It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, so if you're coming by, bring a bottle of Scotty's. Just hide it in your purse or something. Is that good advice?
No.
That's probably bad advice.
Yeah, because they won't be able to get in the building. So they won't be able to get in the stadium, so just drop it over here to us. Yes, that's good advice.
The gates are open. If you want to come in, you can go in. I mean, hell, we're only, 90 minutes till first pitch, roughly? Somebody's taking our photo.
9 minutes.
Right now, though, we're really excited. I was just out in Arizona, and I was talking with Grant Cohn, who covers the 49ers for Sports Illustrated and has a really, really big YouTube channel that is a big deal out in the Bay Area and for Niners fans all over. Grant, what's up, man? Thank you for making time for us.
How you doing, man? Thanks for having me.
We're good,
man.
man.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. So, obviously, the Niners are one of the marquee franchises in the NFL. I mean, really, like, going back to the Montana days, they're always in the mix for Super Bowls. In the more recent years with Kyle Shanahan, they've been to a couple. They haven't held up the Lombardi, but always a lot going on with that organization. What is the latest right now through their free agency? And they add Mike Evans. You're going to lose Juwan Jennings. Just where are the Niners right now?
Well, they're one of the oldest teams in the league, and they keep telling themselves that when they're healthy, no one can beat them, that they're the best team in the league when healthy. It's just that they really haven't been healthy in the last couple of years, and then they, spent their free agency dollars on Mike Evans and Dre Greenlaw and Nate Hobbs and Christian Kirk. So it seems like they're a good team, but they're still probably the third best team in their division, and they're trying to figure out how to bridge the gap between them and the Rams and the Seahawks.
So the biggest kind of looming thing for the Niners is Trent Williams, right? And I covered Trent long enough. Awesome dude, elite tackle, but Trent likes to have guaranteed money on his contract, and he's achieved a level of success where he can kind of demand that. Where are things with Trent?
I mean, Trent's done this to the Niners twice, and each time the Niners have caved and given him exactly what he wants. But now he's 38, and I don't know that he's necessarily going to win this negotiation. I mean, the Niners are sort of holding firm, and then the draft is in 3 weeks. So what they could do, like right now they have no leverage. He's probably saying, what are you going to do without me? You have no left tackle. Right. They could draft the left tackle in round 1, go back to the negotiating table, be like, we still want you, we love you, but we don't absolutely have to have you, and we're not going to give you a 3-year deal with $50 million guaranteed at 38. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out.
But I think that position, there have been guys that played into their 40s at the offensive line position, and Trent is still as good as anybody out there. I understand he's 38, but you go draft somebody, will that person be as good as him?
No, but the thing is, like, last year was like Trent's worst year as a pro. And, I mean, he was hurt at the end. He's not going to give you 17 games. he's declining. At a certain point, you got to move on. At a certain point, you got to stop giving him 3-year extensions, even if you're going to take an immediate step back. And I'm not sure if the Niners are prepared to do that, but I also don't think they're prepared to give Trent exactly what he wants. And if he's not willing to meet them in the middle, I think they're going to draft an offensive tackle.
But does it have to be 3 years? We just saw Laramie Tunsil get an extension here. They basically added a year on to the deal. They can probably do the same thing with Trent and still get him with some guaranteed money, but keep him there and draft somebody. But if you let him go completely with a team that this is the question I ask. Why are so many people hurt out there so much? I know they bring up the substation. I don't believe in the substation. I think it may be the way that they're working.
It's probably 14 things, and I think how they're working is probably one of them. The substation could be another. It could be the fact that they just invest in a lot of older players who've coming off injury to begin with. But, this has been an issue with Trent since forever. He's not going to give you 17 games. What he does give you, he'll be great. But I wouldn't be surprised if this drags on into September. That's how the Niners usually do business. And if they're going to give him an extension now, it's going to be exactly what Trent wants. If they do it after the draft, the Niners might have a little bit more leverage.
I also think Trent doesn't want to have to do training camp anyway. He's happy. He's happy just to sign in Labor Day weekend. All right, boys, I'm back. Move over, whoever's been playing left tackle. We're talking with Grant Cohn here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the best HVAC equipment in the DMV and is the official show sponsor of BMitch Finlay. You can follow Grant at Grant Cohn, C-O-H-N, and check him out on YouTube. A whole lot of people do. I imagine, Grant, you're doing all right with that YouTube channel, brother. Good for you, man. When you and I were in Arizona, we were in Arizona, and we had the conversation, a lot of folks here in Washington and maybe around the league think this Brandon Ayuk situation eventually comes to a head with the Niners. I'm not sure where you stand on everything that is happening and has happened with Ayuk.
I was under the impression before I saw you that the Niners were going to cut him eventually and that they were just sort of holding on to him to maybe frustrate the Commanders and frustrate Ayuk. But after talking to the owner and the coach, it really seems like the Niners are dug in and are adamant that they don't want Ayuk to play football again. Unless the Commanders are willing to trade something for him, I think the Niners would be real content to put him on that reserve left squad list again this year. I don't think they care about the negativity or the distraction. I think they feel like Ayuk screwed them over and is trying to show that he has more power than them, that he can sort of leave when he wants and make them look weak, and they don't want to let it happen. So if they need to hold on to him for the next 3 years, and if he never shows up and they don't have to pay him money and they can put him on this reserve left squad list, I think they'd be happy to do it, which is really strange. I saw at the owners meeting, Adam Peters was spending a lot of time with Kyle Shanahan, and I wonder what Adam Peters was trying to say. Hey man, could I get you a bottle of bourbon? What's it going to take for me to? I have no idea, but it just seems like the Niners are extremely dug in, and it's very personal between the two sides.
But if they were to try and hold on to him and he comes, what if he shows up at camp? And
that would be great.
Gets hurt at camp. Then they got to pay him.
Yep, absolutely. And then maybe the Commanders could do something. And I wouldn't be surprised if Jaden and Brandon are sort of strategizing behind the scenes together.
But I'm saying if they say we're going to keep you and then he doesn't show up, they don't have to pay him any money, which is advantageous for the team. But if he shows up to camp and anything goes down in a negative for him getting hurt, they owe him money at that point. How does that work?
Exactly.
Are they willing to take that risk?
Oh, my back.
That's why I feel like the Commanders feel like they probably could get him if they just hang tight. I think that everyone wants to call the Niners bluff on this one. It just seems like no one knows how petty and vindictive the Niners really can be.
Do you really think they would take this through the year?
If Ayuk doesn't show up, yes, I think they would.
Well,
I think because again, even if they trade Brandon Ayuk to the Commanders for a 7th round pick, there's a very real chance that Ayuk is healthy and is happy when he's playing with Jaden Daniels and he plays well. Then the Niners look really stupid. Why did you do all this to save money? Was he really a problem?
When I look at it now, if he didn't show up when he had $37 million riding on it,
that's crazy.
He probably won't show up when he don't have $30 million riding on it.
What do you think happened there that he decided to walk away from that cash?
I think he I think he had a terrible relationship with Kyle Shanahan from the get-go, and I think he was about 26, 25, and he was trying to make the biggest decision of his life. And I think he didn't want to sign with the Niners, but he did anyway, and he immediately regretted it, and the Niners immediately regretted it. And I think there's some weird stuff that happened behind the scenes between him and Kyle Shanahan. Like, there was that video that I caught of Brandon wearing the wrong colored shorts to practice, which was small, but I think it kind of showed, like, whatever the rules were, he wasn't going to follow them. And you can only imagine the kind of things he was doing in meetings and what kind of a distraction he was. And I think Kyle Shanahan was willing to put up with it, but then he got hurt, and they're like, okay, we never liked you to begin with, and now we don't need you anymore. You're not useful to us anymore, so watch what's going to happen.
I've dealt with Kyle. Kyle is not on the up and up all the time either. I'll be honest with you on that. So
yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, he can be very petty.
He's a damn piece of work too.
Yep. I think it's funny. I think him and Brandon have a lot in common, and that's why they clash so much.
It's funny too because like you mentioned that thing about wearing different color shorts, and I think a lot of fans are probably pretty dismissive of that. But what people don't realize in NFL locker rooms, like exactly what you're supposed to wear to practice is laid out, and it's on the whiteboard. Like everybody knows what you're supposed to do. So that is like, whether it's incredibly minor, it is like an act of defiance. You know what I mean?
No doubt. It's like, what are you going to do about it, Kyle? You're not going to do anything about it. And I don't really want to be one of the guys. I want to be special and separate, which, I mean, that's a wide receiver. And it seems like other coaches probably could have worked with him. I mean, I bet you Dan Quinn will give him a hug and make him feel real loved, and Jaden Daniels have him bought in. But for whatever reason, he was always on the outs with the Niners. And I think that's as much their fault as his fault.
So here's a real question, right? Because I think, when Snyder was here and Bruce Allen, once Kyle took over in San Fran, there was a true reluctance to do any business with the Niners. The Skins did not want to help the Niners in any way. And I think a lot has changed now, new ownership, new coaches, all that, right? But I think this one is reversed where, at least to your reporting, like it seems like Kyle and John Lynch want to make sure Ayuk does not find happiness or get to play with Jaden like they've all been very clear they want. Do you think there's a scenario where if there's another team with another offer out there, like they would take maybe even less from whether it's Cleveland or Houston or whoever, the Dolphins, where they would be like, all right, they're going to give us a 7th. Washington offered us a 6th, but we don't want them going to Washington.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the Niners' dream is to trade him to the Jets or the Cleveland Browns. But it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because everyone knows that Brandon Ayuk, what he did, how he walked away from a team, and who he wants to play for. He wants to play for the Washington Commanders and Jaden Daniels, and that's where they stand. And so the Niners aren't going to get anything from anyone else. And what's interesting is, like you pointed out, it used to be Kyle hated Washington. Now, Washington's GM is Adam Peters. I mean, right. Kyle had dinner with Adam Peters just the other night. I saw it happen. I mean, their wives were there. They're very close friends. So last year, the Niners sent a 6th-round pick to Washington for Brian Robinson Jr., which was ridiculous. He was going to get cut. The Niners didn't even really use him much during the season. I bet you they want that 6th-round pick back. And I bet you Adam Peters, I don't know, maybe he'll do him a favor and give him a conditional 7th. But it'd be maybe it'll be a favor they'll do. I don't see why. He doesn't have to.
Right.
Yeah, but it seemed like to me that they're trying to prove a point and trying to tell him, look, we're not doing you any favors.
Yeah.
Grant, do
you created this problem for yourself.
There you go.
Do you think this happens at the draft, or do you think Ayuk is with the Niners at least until the summer?
Man, the Niners love drama, and they love dragging their feet. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes into August and September.
Okay. Hey, man, thank you for the time, dude. We appreciate you.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right. Grant Cohn covers the Niners for SI. Give him a follow at Grant Cohn. Give him a follow on Instagram at Grant_Cohn. When we come back at noon, Greg Cosell will join the program. We're going to ask Greg, a dude that watches the tape and knows what he's talking about, who's the best wide receiver in this draft. We're out here at Nats opening day, just outside the center field gates. Come say hello. BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan, live outside of Nats Center Field Gate, hanging out at Tap 99. The beers are pouring. The sandwiches are coming out. It's a great spot if you're hanging out before first pitch.
Yes.
Opening day in Washington.
Everybody that JP owes beer to, he's taking care of that today.
I got to go.
We get up the train every day. He say, if you stayed in this long, I owe you a beer, come get your beer off of him today.
I'm very busy. BMitch Finlay brought to you by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. All right, let's do a little scan here, B. We are standing outside of Center Field Gate. The gates are open, so folks are going inside. What do you think the Dodgers fan percentage is? It's not zero.
No, it's not zero. I still think it's more Nats fans.
I think it is more Nats fans, but I think it's
like
70-30?
Yeah, about that. 75-25.
Stallion, what about you?
I think right now it's like, honestly, I would say like a good 80% Nats fans here right now. But I do think as we get closer to first pitch, you'll kind of start to see the Dodger blue. Right.
Shout out to Julie Carey, who was here for NBC4, doing a great job. Julie, we appreciate you. I think it's going to be fun. You know what I love to see? And you see this more and more now. Like my guy right here with the Nats jersey and the Commander's hat on.
Yes.
Like I love seeing just you see folks that have been walking around wearing like a Caps jersey and a Nats hat. Like in Philly, right? You played in Philly. Everybody in Philly just roots for all the teams.
Yeah.
DC tends to be a little more like, oh, I'm a Caps fan, but my dad is from Cincinnati, so I'm a Bengals fan. I think.
Man, you shouldn't be a Cincinnati Bengals fan ever.
You don't like them?
Just saying.
I also listen.
If you love Halloween, you could be a Bengal fan.
They do have kind of dope unis, though.
I think they're ugly.
Okay.
Black and orange.
I think the helmet's pretty cool. You don't think the helmet's cool?
Nah.
Or you just randomly don't like the Bengals?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
To hell with the Bengals then.
Yeah, hell with the Bengals.
In about 10 minutes, we'll be joined by Greg Cosell from NFL Films.
I like Greg.
Yeah, Greg's. I imagine you knew him well when you were in Philly,
That's
right?
my dog, man.
All right, so can you stand up for the folks watching us on Monumental? Appreciate everybody watching us. Brian has somehow acquired a Nats
Man,
chain.
people like to give me stuff. I like it. Got my bling on. Bling, bling, money in the thing.
It looks good, dude.
Yeah. I got to represent.
Are you wearing a Nats hat? You're all the way in.
Dog, listen, man. At least I represent the squad. Ryan, he got some track thing on.
I made a point. So I have to do TV later, so I can't wear like team gear. But at least I'm wearing Nats colors, right? Red, white, and blue.
I don't know, man. You wear what you want to wear.
Although at this stage,
how you gonna tell you can't wear team gear? Wear what you want to wear.
Be keeping this jacket on. Stallion just zero flair, zero anything.
I mean, I've got the gray polo on right now. I've got the black Team USA jacket, and I've got pants that I've already stained with ketchup. So I mean, I think I've got a pretty good opening day outfit at this point. I might be the leader in the clubhouse.
Ketchup on your pants? Wow.
Ketchup on my pants.
Why do you think you're the leader in the clubhouse?
I mean, I think it's a pretty good outfit I've got on right now. I'm feeling
You
comfy.
look whack, though.
Metal Chris is wearing the Cherry
See y'all
Blossom
later.
City Connect. There's good stuff out here. Jeff's wearing a Nats jersey. Joey, show Jeff on Monumental if you
Jeff
can.
wearing a Nats
Well,
jersey.
take a note of Jeff's jersey though, and tell me what color that is.
Is it a bootleg Soto pink? That's what I got.
I don't see it.
Well, I'll just tell you right now, since we can't see it on Monumental, it's Dodger blue. He's wearing a Dodger blue Nats
Joey.
jersey.
Now hold on.
Oh, there we go. Jeff,
on.
that is not a Nats jersey, dude.
That is a Dodger blue jersey.
This is a Nats jersey.
It's a Harry Potter Nats jersey.
Yeah, because that's the only one I can fit now.
Well, that's also.
But it's still it's a Nats jersey.
That is a Nats jersey.
You don't have a W on here. You got track on.
I'm going up in the press box. You know the deal.
It's also very clearly a giveaway. Like Jeff acquired that shirt as a giveaway.
Everything we normally wear is giveaways at that station.
I'm guessing you didn't buy your bling either.
Hell no. I told you people like to give me stuff. I'm a nice guy.
I don't blame him.
Man,
if I had stuff to give, I'd give it to Brian Mitchell
I've done
too.
a lot, so people want to give me stuff.
People love to walk up and try to talk to you during a live radio broadcast.
Yeah,
I know that.
Even though I got a mic on and a headset on and a mic in my mouth, I'm talking, and they still want, hey.
It's funny because it's very clear we're working. Look at that. My man's on a bicycle with 2 kids on the back. That's impressive.
With the Dodger hat,
Mike
too.
Beasley's here for the Monumental cameras, wearing all Nats gear. I love that.
You sure
Got
that's
Caps
Mike?
gear.
He's darker. He look darker than me.
Beasley's very tan. He's been back and forth to Palm Beach a number of times. We got a Georgia Bulldog here. Damn, Jeff. I don't know if you said that on the air, just in my ear, but it was funny. So vibes are high out here. We're about a little more than what are we? 70 minutes till first pitch?
I don't know, Jay.
Real question, and it presents a lot of logistical challenges.
It's way more than first pitch is there. 66 minutes.
The president, over the years of our country, the presidents have thrown out the first pitch. Did that happen this year, whether it was here or anywhere else?
I haven't seen one.
I haven't seen one either.
Okay, I haven't either. Now they got.
I haven't really been watching TV, so I might not know.
All right, B hasn't been watching TV. We are live outside of the center field gate, hanging out at Tap 99. Things are rapidly approaching here. Folks are enjoying themselves. When we come back, Greg Cosell will join us from NFL Films. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
The Nationals against the LA Dodgers in the home opener today at 12:35 pregame here on the Fan and 105 first pitch. Make sure you're in your seats before the first pitch because there will be a flyover of 4 F-16C Fighting Falcons from the 121st Fighter Squadron and the D.C. Air National Guard. And Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser will exclaim, "Play ball," before first pitch. Miles Michaelos against Emmett Sheehan. It's the Nats against the Dodgers. Kirk Cousins with the Las Vegas Raiders. Stephon Gilmore has announced his retirement. Tough one for the Caps. 7-3 loss to the Devils. Tom Wilson, Cole Hudson, and Pierre-Luc Dubois tally for the Caps. Thunder beat the Lakers 139-96. Luka Doncic with a strained left hamstring. MRI is set for today. Phil Mickelson says he will not play in the Masters to navigate a personal health matter. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, outside of center field.
Double duty, huh?
Dog, always working, man.
Hey, man, I was about to tell them people you working in one job. Don't be trying to make you run around here. You got to get time and a half when you got to do all that.
It's just maybe just trying to not have to be live at 6:55, baby.
Time and a half, baby.
Time and a half, baby.
Hey, I tell you, I need to be. I'm gonna be your man. I'll tell Boomer. I'm about to be Boomer's assistant.
All right, we are very excited right now. Rude is the official show sponsor of BMitch Finlay, and we're jumping on the Rude guest hotline to talk to our friend, Mr. Greg Cosell from NFL Films. Greg, how are you,
what's
dude?
up, man?
Gentlemen, what's happening?
Man, we are chilling, man. How you doing up there?
Hey, just, I'm sitting in my office here at Films just watching tape, A lot of guys to watch.
So I've been checking you out, man. You've been giving me some pointers here. That Ted Hurst, man, completely. I saw him when he played against my school, and then you started giving some props. So he must be good if my man Greg gonna give him some props.
You know what? He's one of those guys I knew nothing about. Obviously, I saw him at the Combine, and he obviously tested very, very well, especially given that he's over 6'3". But I didn't really know anything about him coming from Georgia State. But then when I put his tape on, and I reached out to a scouting friend of mine, actually, after I watched him, and I said, hey, if this guy looked like this and did what he did in the Power 4 conference, wouldn't we be talking about him as a first-round pick? And my scouting friend said, absolutely. So, that just shows you level of competition. And, of course, we don't know where he's going to get drafted. We don't know anything right now because all these mock drafts these are just mock guesses. Nobody really knows anything, but they're just, they're fun, but nobody really knows.
We're talking with Greg Cosell here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can watch all Greg's work, NFL Films, NFL Matchup. I feel like you're always on Ross's podcast, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Every week.
Yeah.
Every week.
So, Greg, here's what I wanted to ask, because BMitch and I have landed in a spot where I think from a roster construction standpoint, drafting a receiver would make the most sense for the Commanders, because Terry's got another year left on his deal, then that cap number jumps significantly. So, of the receivers, is there somebody worth taking at number 7? A lot of folks say Carnell Tate, but there's not necessarily a true consensus on this one.
Well, it's an odd draft because it's not a quarterback draft. So therefore, a lot of players who would not necessarily be viewed as top 10 picks, and this is just not me talking, this is kind of teams, they'll feel the same way, by the way. A lot of players who are not necessarily viewed as top 10 picks are going to get drafted because you have to draft someone. You're not going to pass on your draft pick. So there's no Jamar Chase in this draft. So I don't know how the Commanders have their board slotted, but, the receivers, and again, just judging by what people say, I mean, I certainly have watched tape on all these guys, and, I would argue that there's probably, for me, not a receiver in an ideal world that I would view as a top 15 pick in the draft, but that probably won't happen in this draft. So if you're truly, bent on taking a receiver, with your 7th pick, I guess it would likely come down to, Carnell Tate, who if I had to pick one, I'd probably say he'd be my number one. Based on my film study, I'm not as sold on Mekhi Lemon as others are. I would not view him as the 7th pick in a draft. But, like I said, you got to draft. And then it comes down to, what do you think, who's best on your board? And, the value issue to me, I'm not a big believer in that. I think you got to draft really good players.
Yep. So Jeremiah Love, unbelievable running back out of Notre Dame. And, you see how they've tried to devalue the running back position. Is he good enough to not worry about that, or he's a guy that you still say we can get more, but you don't like the value thing just like I don't, but you think that a receiver or somebody else may be more valuable?
Well, that's a great question. I don't work for a team, so I know how teams think, and I know how a lot of other analysts think. I've kind of just based on studying the league with what I do over the years, these recent years, I'm kind of not a big believer in that. I think that what offenses are looking for is they're looking for explosive players who can score touchdowns from anywhere on the field. And so I'm a believer in Jeremiah Love. I know there's plenty of people, and I'm fine with it. I mean, I'm not one of those people that thinks I'm right and everybody's wrong. But I would draft Jeremiah Love high because I think you're dealing with a guy that not only is he a back in the backfield, but you can split him out wide. I mean, think of Bijan Robinson. Bijan Robinson was a top 10 pick. Last year, 20% of his offensive snaps, he was detached from the formation. So he's an explosive offensive weapon. That's the way I see Jeremiah Love. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs, he was drafted, I think, 11th or 12th, if memory serves me. I don't think anybody would say now that was a terrible pick. I think you're looking for players that are explosive on offense, that you can line up in multiple positions, and that can score from anywhere on the field. That's what coordinators want. So, to me, personally, I would have no problem drafting Jeremiah Love in the top 10, and I love his tape. I mean, to me, he's one of the probably 3 best prospects in this entire draft.
Well, Greg, I'm curious then, if Love's one of the 3 best, who are the other 2? Because the name I keep hearing as far as like the cleanest tape and is Caleb Downs, right? But you had that kind of positional value of a safety. Is it always? It's rare for safeties to go top 5, top 10. What do you make of Downs coming out of Ohio State?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to dislike Downs. There's nothing to dislike. I think that so much is dependent on team and scheme and how you plan on deploying these players. People get caught up in every year, this guy's generational, or this guy, we've never seen anybody like him. Those things are very rarely true. So you have to decide how you want to deploy Downs in the context of your defense. If you're going to use him as a traditional safety, and I have look, safety's an important position. I mean, if you speak to defensive coaches, they'll tell you, hey, if I don't have good safeties, there's certain parts of my playbook I can't get to. So it's not a matter of the safety position, but if you're just going to use him as kind of a traditional safety, then maybe he's not the 3rd pick in the draft or the 4th pick in the draft, but he's a very good player. If you see him more as a multi-dimensional, multi-positional player who can line up in different spots and impact your defense and therefore the game in different ways, then he has tremendous value for your defense. So much depends on the coach, the team, and the scheme. That's true of 99% of players. There's very few transcendent players. Everything is pretty much dependent on team and scheme and how these players will be deployed.
When you start looking at the pass rushers coming out, Reese, you have Bailey, you have Bain. You look at those guys, and I know they talk about Bain's arms being shorter than 31 inches, which is 1/8 of an inch shorter. How do you rate those guys, and what do you see how you see Bain impacting the league?
Yeah, Bain's a fascinating guy because he's a very good player on tape. His game is built on power and physicality. He's not a true sudden, twitchy, explosive player in that sense. He's kind of a sawed-off, hyper-competitive, physical player. The arm length issue was so hard for me because you can talk to so many different people who, know more than I do about that, and you're going to get totally different answers. So I'll give you a great example, unrelated to Bain. Will Campbell last year obviously struggled in the last 4 or 5 games. Joe Thomas, who obviously knows more about left tackle play than I do, said that it had nothing to do with his arm length. I spoke to a O-line coach who's been in the league 35 years, who told me it had everything to do with arm length. So you can hear totally different points of view. So I don't know what the answer to that is, other than the fact that Bain was a very good player on tape. You love the way he plays. He's physical, which normally translates. He's tough. He's competitive. He's a good player. Is he a top 5 player in a draft? Who knows? But obviously, in a year where there's no quarterbacks, that's going to happen with players.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of Bailey then, Greg? Because he has shown a consistent ability to get to the quarterback from the edge. Yeah. I'm curious if you think he's
a better. Yeah. He's a better pure pass rusher than Bain because he's got truly explosive traits. Bailey can attack the high side. He can flatten his rush path when he gets to the top of the arc. He can close with speed. He's got some good hand usage. He's got a spin move that's really effective. He's a true pass rusher. Now, the question with him is, what is he? In other words, is he going to play in your base defense because he's 251 pounds? So in your base defense, if you're a 4-3 team, is he a true defensive end in your base 4-3, or is he just a sub-front player? And by the way, that's okay because those guys do play a lot of snaps. That's the case. There's a lot of defensive ends or edge players in this draft. Not everyone, by the way, is a big-time pass rusher. There are some who are just really solid kind of 4-3 power players. So I think you have to understand what a player is when you draft them. There's guys like Zion Young from Missouri who's kind of a 4-3 power defensive end. If you draft him, people should understand he's not a guy you're drafting because you think he's going to get 15 sacks.
Yeah. Right. And then the other of these pass rushers, which, the NBA always drafts on potential no matter what, right? And I think
that's because they draft 18-year-old kids.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you're just drafting on potential in this draft of the 3 pass rushers, I would argue the highest ceiling is Arvell Reese.
I would agree.
But we don't know what he is. Like, when you watch it, what do you see?
Well, he obviously played in a pro system with Matt Patricia at Ohio State. So he played both on the edge and he played stacked, and he played about an equal number of snaps in both places. So when you see his pass rush, there are snapshots of him as a dominant pass rusher. He's powerful, he's explosive, he's quick. I think he can develop into a big-time NFL pass rusher down the road. Now, is he ready to do that from day one? That's a hard question to answer. But and again, I always hate to make comparisons because that's all people hear when you make a comparison, is they don't hear the substance of what you're saying. They just hear the name. But I'm going to throw it out anyway just because in my mind I thought to myself, gee, in a couple of years, he could be a similar style player to Micah Parsons. Don't forget, Reese is 20 years old.
Right.
So, I think that there's an element of pass rush traits here that are really, really good, and there's examples of that in his tape where you go, wow, that's something you can really build upon. Now, I guess teams can certainly see him as a stacked backer because he played that in half of his snaps this year as well, and he's certainly good at that.
Reese, the talent and stuff is just off the charts. We're talking with our friend Greg Cosell here from NFL Films. You can give him a follow at Greg Cosell. Check out NFL Matchup. Check out the Ross Tucker podcast. The last defensive player I want to ask you about, because I do, Greg, want to ask you about the coordinator changes here in Washington. But Mansour Delane, the LSU corner, he was always going to be a first-rounder. But when you start running like that at the Pro Day down in Baton Rouge, I think the talk of him maybe going top 10 is very real. What do you think of Delane's tape, and then combine that with the speed at the Pro Day?
Yeah, I really liked his tape. He's a very smooth, easy player. I like the physicality, too. He was one of the better tackling corners in this draft because he cared about it, and he tackled with commitment and with competitiveness and toughness. But he's just a very, very easy mover. He plays long. and he's athletic. He's easy. He can play press. He can play off coverage. Again, I don't make lists of players. I just don't do that because to me, it's hard to compare players. But, I think he's a really, really good prospect, and it would not surprise me if he's the first corner taken off the board. And corner will always be a premium position in the league. So if you draft a corner, no one's going to say, "Oh, that's not a good way to go." You never have enough corners. Now, obviously, I would imagine right now, as you look at the Commanders roster, I would assume that Amos would play at one corner.
Yeah.
They signed Amik Robertson, so I don't know what they feel about Sainristil still. But, Sainristil obviously has played both inside and outside. The fact that they signed Robertson would lead you to believe that as we speak today, and of course it's April 3rd, and there's a lot of things yet to happen, but just as we sit here today, you would think that Sainristil would still be on the outside because they signed Amik Robertson.
Yeah, and I think Mikey in his 2 years here has been better on the outside, even if they initially drafted him thinking he could kind of run that slot role. I think giving him the boundary has helped. I think Delane could be a real possibility at 7 for Washington.
Well, if they did that, they would expect him to start, and I would assume that then Sainristil and Robertson would battle for the slot spot because Amos, who I liked a lot when he came out last year, and I thought he played well. He got hurt this year, right? But I thought he played well.
Yeah.
He's got length. He's big. You'd have you'd have two long corners, and I think you always like that more than short corners.
Right. Amos was maybe their best defensive player last year before the injury.
Yeah, I loved his tape coming out of college, and he played well last year. And I like the Nick Cross signing a lot. I think he's a really good, he's a swagger player. He's an attitude player. There's a physicality to him. There's a toughness to him. His tape in Indy was really, really good. You want those kinds of players on your back end.
Absolutely. Talking with Greg Cosell here from NFL Films. Greg, I did want to switch a little from the draft class coming up to Washington had a pretty seismic change in the offseason in firing both coordinators. Durante Jones, we'll start on the defensive side of the ball. Durante Jones coming from that Robert Flores system in Minnesota. How much can the coordinator make a difference? Because Washington's defense last year was god-awful.
I think coordinators make a huge difference. I mean, I'm a huge believer in coaching. So it'll be interesting to see, the kinds of players that they look for in the draft and how they want to implement, because obviously if he's going to do something like Brian Flores is one of the most intriguing D coordinators in the league, and we'll see if Jones decides to go that route, and that changes the kinds of players you're looking for. So, the draft, I think, will tell you a lot about that. Obviously the defensive portion of the draft will tell you a lot. But, some of the guys that they signed, like Leo Chenal, okay? Yes. He's a really interesting guy because he's a multi-positional player. Now, he's not exactly Andrew Van Ginkel, who's still in Minnesota, but, he's along those lines in terms of the fact that he can line up in multiple spots and be effective. So, it's the kind of defense where those kinds of players have more value.
For sure. What do you think of the Oweh signing?
Well, again, that's another position where you're always looking for guys that can rush the quarterback off the edge. And, last year, for the first time, everything seemed to work for him. And I guess he had something like 10 sacks, in the last 8 or 9 games. And so, he's obviously got a tremendous amount of pure physical athletic talent. And, signing Chason, obviously they were looking to totally change, what they had on the outside. And then again, another player who sort of fits because he can play both inside and outside is Amenahu. So, I mean, it's clear that they're looking for players, who can play multiple positions. But when you just talk about pure edge, you never feel you have enough of those guys.
For sure. And then I'm curious. I think there's a lot of reasons to like David Blau, the new offensive coordinator. Obviously, things fell apart with Cliff Kingsbury probably late last season, not just there at the end. But Blau's also really inexperienced. He's never had a 3rd and 4 call with the game on the line in the fourth quarter. What do you think about Blau, and how does that help or ask more of Jaden Daniels?
I mean, I have no idea, to be honest, guys, what I would think of David Blau. Every coach starts somewhere. Obviously they feel that he's, a really young, smart, up-and-coming guy with a lot of good ideas. Specific situations we know nothing about, and the reality is, you know how most people think about that. If plays work in situations, they think it's a great play. If they don't work, they think it's a bad play. They're not involved in the process at all. I'm a process guy, so I don't get into those kinds of conversations. But no one really knows. I mean, it's going to be a whole new deal. Hopefully Jaden Daniels can stay healthy. He's probably at the point in his career where even though he's got great movement ability and athletic ability, he's probably going to have to start to make a little bit of a transition to the fact that he's got to stay in the pocket and throw the ball, which we know he's capable of doing at a high level. But, I think I would think they'd want him to start moving more in that direction because he's got to stay on the field.
Yeah. I think it's just like a lot of teams, like the inexperience that Blau may have, they don't know what Blau's going to do. So he's going to confuse them a little bit off the bat, too. So defense coordinator, they may know things, but they don't know what he does.
No, and I learned very early on from a lot of coaches. Coaches always say that coaches coach against coaches. So, people won't have a book specifically on David Blau other than knowing where he's been, and so they'll have a sense of probably the kinds of things that he's going to install and what the offense will look like. But when you get to specific situations, he doesn't have a type yet. He doesn't have a tendency yet, so they don't necessarily know that. But it's not as if he's going to be installing an offense that no one's ever seen before.
Yeah, he's not going to reinvent the wheel. Greg, last one to get you out, and you can be quick on this because I don't know where you land. There was a massive story yesterday or 2 days ago in ESPN.com about some drama in Philly, and that Eagles team always seems to have some drama, and sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. How much do you buy any of that, and where do you think the Eagles are?
Well, I think a lot of that's been going on for years. It's just finally been reported. The Eagles are obviously they've been in 2 of the last 4 Super Bowls. There's reasons why teams win and teams lose, and we all. The way most people think, and I'll try to make this really quick, is most people think, hey, quarterback's the most important position, team wins, quarterback's great. That's the way most people think. Totally. But obviously, we all know there's many, many reasons why teams win and why teams lose. So, I would imagine a lot of teams have internal conversations like that with different players. Sure. When it's the quarterback, it gets more visibility. We'll see what happens. They made a dramatic change in their offensive coaching staff, like a 180-degree change. It's totally different. So, we'll see where they go with that. Obviously, the front office thinks Jalen Hurts can handle it, or they wouldn't have made the change.
Right. Hey, Greg, thank you so much. Excellent information. Really appreciate you making time for us.
Hey, thanks, guys. Anytime. Take care.
All right, thank you, man. Appreciate you.
The great Greg Cosell. You can give him a follow at Greg Cosell, Cosell. Check him out on NFL Matchup or on the Ross Tucker podcast. Those NFL films, guys, like when you talk about real evaluations, nobody watches the tape like those dudes.
They don't.
And I loved when he's like, I don't make lists of players. Lists and mock drafts, a lot of that stuff, those are just content plays, man. Like, there's a difference in how some of these folks truly study it. All right, it's BMitch Finlay live outside of the center field gate, hanging out at Tap 99. The beers are flowing. I got a grilled cheese. The crowd is here. It's going to be a fun day for the Nats home opener. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by DC Defenders. It's about that time. Pregame show just a moment away. The Nationals against the two-time defending champion LA Dodgers. After starting 3-3 away from home, they come back home for the Dodgers and the Cardinals. Michaelos against Emmett Sheehan. First pitch at 1:05 right here on the Fan. Luka Doncic going to have an MRI today on his strained left hamstring. The NIT Men's Basketball Championship is set. It's Tulsa against Auburn. Phil Mickelson says that he has to navigate a personal health matter, so he will not be playing at the Masters. It's the first time Tiger Woods and Mickelson both missed the first major of the season since 1994. DC's spring professional football is back. Defenders versus Houston, April 11th, noon at Audi Field. Halftime, DC's own Wale live, a championship banner and hometown legend
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan, live at the Nats home opener. Really good crowd out here. Everybody's just vibing. The Pupatella boys are here. And don't you forget, Rude is now the official show sponsor of BMitch Finlay.
Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash on qualified equipment until April 30th. And remember, JP, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. Stallion, who's our girl here at Tap 99? Kate?
Kate, yeah.
Shout out to Kate.
Kate's cool.
All I wanted was a grilled cheese. She's like, oh, but I can make you a pizza. I can give you a steak. I can give you lobster. I was like, Kate, can I just have a grilled cheese? She said, no problem. That's service, baby. Now, I don't know that everybody can
you
do
got
that,
some fries, and I appreciate it.
Yo, the fries here slap. These are very good French fries. This is how I like them, where the skin is on. I like the big salt on there. I'm sure whatever that's called, it's very good.
Called sea salt.
I would throw some vinegar on those boys. I love
It's
vinegar
either
on
sea
fries.
salt or kosher salt.
Shout out to the dude with the, what do you call that? The Willie Nelson look. Appreciate you, bud.
He knew exactly who you were talking about.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Willie Nelson has a song, Roll Me Up and Smoke Me When I Die. Salute to Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson is cool, bro.
Willie Nelson is very cool.
Hell yeah.
It's getting packed down here. You can tell
Don't you think Snoop is like the black Willie Nelson?
That's a very
Am I right?
Yo, they're like, they've become these national treasures.
Hell yeah.
I think those two have a friendship, too.
Snoop does what he does no matter where he's at and who he's around.
Hell of a day here.
Yes.
At Tap 99. If you're coming down for the ball game, come into Tap 99, get a beer, get a pizza, get whatever you want. It's a very cool spot. This patio out here is bumping. The crowd here is about to go in. This is going to be an enjoyable afternoon. You can see the sun starting to peek out. Maybe even get to take this jacket off before too long.
Yep.
Stallion, give me an opening day prediction.
I think today you've got Miles Michaelis going up against the Dodgers. I think he's going to go 5
Who's pitching
innings.
for the Dodgers?
Emmett Sheehan at this point. One of their top guys. He's really good.
Yeah, it's the Dodgers.
Emmett Sheehan, Kevin Sheehan's brother.
Kevin Sheehan's cousin.
He's really good. So I think this is going to be a low-scoring affair today, but I've got the Nationals coming up on top 3-2.
3-2 Nats win, says the Stallion. Jeffrey, what do you got today?
Woof. I'm going to take the Nationals, baby. Let's go.
Jeff, you coming over here? I'm sure you are.
Yes.
All right. B, what do you got today?
Nats, 4-2.
Nats 4-2. I got Nats 5-1 winner today.
Whoa.
Dodgers bats are going cold. Take that. You and your back-to-back World Series titles. We're going to win.